everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
A new snake in the Shinobi world synopsis. An individual from Earth finds themselves in the Shinobi world, equipped with a scientific system. From that moment, he delved into scientific research far ahead of its time. All rights to the original content belong to their respective creators. Join my Discord, https://discord.gg/rqezw7gz4s. Chapter 1 to 103, Chapter 1. Konoha, Year 16. Land of Fire, Konoha Village, Ninja Academy. Hey, Orochimaru. I challenge you, come on, fight me. In the noisy classroom, a white-haired boy dressed in a beige kimono with red trim stood on top of a desk, shouting at the black-haired boy with long, straight hair who was sitting calmly in front of him. The white-haired boy's skin had a slightly yellow hue, and his face was marked with red lines around his eyes. His frustration was palpable. He looked ready to duel right then and there. Despite the boy's fiery outburst, the black-haired boy Orochimaru paid him no mind. He glanced briefly at the scene and then returned to his thoughts, ignoring the challenge entirely. Seeing that he was being ignored, Jiraiya, the white-haired boy, shouted even louder, "Damn it, Orochimaru! Are you looking down on me?" Around them, other students began to murmur and laugh. Oh, are they gonna fight again? Haha, Jiraiya never learns. Right? He always gets beaten but still keeps challenging Orochimaru. It's kinda sad. Yeah, Orochimaru's not gonna bother this time, I bet. Why does he even try? He's no match for Orochimaru. The chatter from the classroom only served to irritate Jiraiya further. His face flushed with embarrassment, but Orochimaru remained unmoved, lost in his own world. I've reincarnated? And not only that, but I've ended up in the world of Naruto as the young Orochimaru? The realization hit him once again, harder than before. And the kid shouting at him? That's Jiraiya, my future comrade, one of the legendary Sannin, and the Toad Sage? Oh my god. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on Orochimaru. He had read countless reincarnation stories, never thinking that it could happen to him. But now it had. He had become part of the very trope he once read about. Is this real? Orochimaru chuckled bitterly, but after a few moments, he accepted the situation. After all, hadn't he fantasized about reincarnating countless times in his previous life? Now that it had actually happened, it was easier to come to terms with than he expected. The world he found himself in was one of death and danger, but the opportunity to start fresh, to live a new life in such a powerful world, was still a blessing in disguise. As he calmed himself down, he slowly raised his head and said, "You are mighty, Lord Jiraiya. How could I ever look down on you?" You. Jiraiya faltered, not expecting this response. He was only 6 years old and had no idea that Orochimaru wasn't even interested in a fight. Orochimaru's mind was focused on something far more important. Jiraiya's challenge was an unnecessary distraction. In reality, Orochimaru, or rather, the soul of the person who had become Orochimaru had only arrived in this world 2 hours ago. Within that short period, his mind had been overwhelmed with thoughts, trying to process what had happened. He had just finished sifting through Orochimaru's memories and had fully grasped the gravity of his new situation. I really am Orochimaru. In the original Naruto series, Orochimaru had been hailed as a genius by the third Hokage, someone whose talent appeared only once in decades. But now, as he sat in this classroom, Orochimaru knew the truth of his situation. In this world, strength is tied to one's family and bloodline. But the current me? I don't have either. Orochimaru didn't have the legendary sage body of the Senju clan or the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha. His parents had died just a few months ago, leaving him with little besides the name he was slowly making for himself. If it weren't for the forbidden techniques I later developed, the original Orochimaru would have amounted to nothing. I would have been far weaker than the top-tier shinobi. Orochimaru's thoughts drifted to his eventual confrontations with the Uchiha brothers, first Itachi, then Sasuke. He had tried to take Itachi's Sharingan, but Itachi had stopped him cold with just a glance. Later, Sasuke had easily bested him, and in the end, Orochimaru had been sealed away by Itachi's Totsuka blade. A truly tragic fate. And to make matters worse, Orochimaru was currently only 6 years old. He had neither the vast knowledge nor the power to influence anything significant yet. Even if I possess Orochimaru's genius, what does that amount to at this age? I'm too weak right now. Looking at Jiraiya's fiery expression, Orochimaru didn't even feel the urge to engage him. His disinterested attitude slowly doused Jiraiya's fighting spirit. "TCH, you're always like this," Jiraiya muttered, clearly disappointed. "You're so annoying." "Ugh, forget it. This is boring." With that, he hopped off Orochimaru's desk, making his way back to his seat. As he settled into his chair, he kicked his feet up onto his desk, trying to look as carefree as possible. Orochimaru ignored him completely. That's when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Ding. Welcome to the mad scientist system." Orochimaru's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and asked inwardly, "Did you just say system? What system?" "The mad scientist system, host." The voice replied cheerfully. "Mad scientist system?" Orochimaru was stunned. A system. The ultimate gift for any reincarnator. He had read enough web novels to know what this meant. Getting a system was essentially a cheat code for life. It could help you grow stronger, faster, and perhaps smarter than anyone else. With a system, one could soar to the heights of power. And now, Orochimaru had his own system. The thought alone was enough to make any reincarnator rejoice. After all, how could you even call yourself a proper reincarnator without a system to back you up? Chapter 2, 673 words. A system focused on science? He pondered the possibilities. This could truly lead to groundbreaking advancements in the world of ninjas. In this world, even if someone like Pain could destroy a city with a mere thought, science might offer a way to challenge such overwhelming power. The possibilities began to stir within him. What if science could bridge the gap between bloodlines and chakra? Host, as the owner of the mad scientist system, you should firmly believe that science is the foundation of all life. It is the key to progress, capable of altering the very fabric of this world, the system declared with confidence. Orochimaru mulled over the idea. Can science truly compete with the power of the Otsutsuki bloodline? Can it create something as monumental as the moon, like the Sage of Six Paths did? His voice was cautious, yet tinged with intrigue. Host, such feats fall under the field of genetics. If the host dedicates time to studying genetics, those achievements can be within reach. Genetics? Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with interest. So you're saying science can give me the sage body? Certainly, the system confirmed without hesitation. Orochimaru's lips curled into a grin. The idea was tantalizing. If genetics truly held such potential, this system was a treasure trove waiting to be unlocked. Alright, tell me how to proceed. With that, Orochimaru began adjusting to his new reality, embracing his identity as Orochimaru in this world. His life in his previous world was a closed chapter. In his former life, he had been an ordinary college student, kind-hearted, decent, yet unremarkable. His mother had been his anchor after the loss of his father, and their simple life had been filled with the small joys of companionship, hobbies, and love. But fate had been cruel. One night, as he was out buying necessities, he was knocked unconscious by an unknown assailant. When he awoke, he found himself in a nightmare. A dead girl lay beside him, a bloody dagger in his hand, and every shred of evidence pointed to him as the killer. The trial that followed was swift, and the verdict 15 years in prison was inevitable. His mother, convinced of his innocence, fought tirelessly to clear his name. But tragedy struck again when she died in a car accident, leaving him alone and bitter. The settlement money meant nothing to him. The world had taken everything from him, and he realized the hard truth: without power, justice was an illusion. Years in prison hardened him, and by the time he was reincarnated, he had vowed to live without mercy. Strength and status would be his guiding principles. And now, in the body of Orochimaru, one of the most brilliant minds in the Naruto world, he had a chance to rewrite his destiny. The system interrupted his thoughts. The system has prepared a starter gift package for the host. Would you like to open it? Of course, there's always a starter gift package, Orochimaru thought, smirking. Open it. Congratulations, host, you've received 6 invisible flies. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 matching pair of invisible fly contact lenses. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 vial of basic genetic enhancement serum. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow as the items appeared in the system's inventory, ready for use. The invisible flies were reconnaissance tools, invisible to the naked eye and nearly undetectable, even by sensory ninjas. Paired with the contact lenses, they offered an unparalleled surveillance advantage, with a range of up to 5 kilometers. Not bad, Orochimaru thought. Such tools would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Next, he examined the basic gene enhancement serum. This serum, does it strengthen the body? Orochimaru's grin widened as he realized its potential. Does this mean it can increase chakra reserves? Yes, host, the system confirmed. The basic gene enhancement serum enhances physical capabilities, including chakra reserves. Orochimaru's excitement grew. Though only 6 years old, his talent for ninjutsu was undeniable. With this serum, he could amplify his growth, laying a foundation far beyond that of any ordinary ninja. Chapter 3, 925 words. He knew that in the world of Naruto, a ninja's power came from chakra and energy formed by the perfect fusion of life energy and spiritual energy. Let's set spiritual energy aside for now. First, let's talk about life energy. Life energy generally referred to a person's physical constitution. The stronger a person's body, the more chakra they could generate, and the faster they could recover after using techniques, both of which were massive advantages in combat. Take, for example, the Senju and Uzumaki clans in this world. Due to their naturally robust bodies, even children from these clans had more chakra than the average ninja. This meant they could spam powerful techniques in battle without worrying about running out of chakra. How could an ordinary ninja ever compete with that? So, after seeing the instructions for using the basic gene enhancement serum, Orochimaru quickly understood its function, and he found himself growing a bit more interested in the system. In this world, for ordinary ninjas, there were very few ways to drastically increase their chakra reserves. Aside from becoming a Jinchuriki, the only viable option was to transplant cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. But this system could accomplish something similar, enhancing a ninja's chakra reserves with just a vial of the basic genetic enhancement serum. That was nothing short of miraculous. After a brief period of reflection, Orochimaru had more or less figured it out. So, I get it now. Besides the free newbie gift pack, I'll have to research future technological products on my own, right? Orochimaru asked, already familiar with the standard process of systems from the countless novels he'd read. Yes, host, the system replied dutifully. Well, just the fact that I got a second chance at life is a jackpot already, Orochimaru muttered to himself, starting to come to terms with his situation. Alright, let's take a look at my status panel first. The system responded immediately, and the status panel appeared before him. Host, Orochimaru. Mastered technology, none. Unlockable technology, basic gene enhancement serum production program. Next unlockable stage, gene extraction. The extremely simple system interface allowed Orochimaru to quickly grasp the details. The system's research was divided into 2 major categories, genes and weapons. Genes, of course, pertain to the various genetic enhancements and modifications a person could make to their body cells, bloodlines, physical constitution, and overall genetic makeup. Weapons, on the other hand, referred to modern offensive technologies that could be used in battle. For example, the system hinted at advanced creations like Mecha Naruto or the small rockets and heat-seeking missiles that Pain had used during his assault on Konoha. For now, only these categories were visible. Many other technologies remained locked, but they would be revealed as Orochimaru completed his research. Once the first scientific research project was completed, the next project would unlock automatically. Interestingly, based on Orochimaru's thought process, the system had automatically prioritized genetic research projects first. Once 3 genetic experiments were successfully completed, the system would unlock the next stage weapon research. Additionally, the system featured a mall, filled with various auxiliary technological products like invisible flies, genetic analyzers, mineral detectors, smart mining machines, and more. These products could be obtained using technology points, which were earned by completing scientific research projects. For example, successfully completing the basic gene enhancement serum experiment would grant 5,000 technology points, while a smart mining machine only cost 1,000 technology points. Alright, let's unlock the basic genetic enhancement serum production program. Ding! Basic gene enhancement serum production program has been successfully unlocked. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basic gene enhancement serum production process. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use raw materials for the basic gene enhancement serum. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the main experimental equipment for the basic gene enhancement serum. Note: completing a successful scientific research project will automatically unlock the next research project, gene extraction. Gene extraction: extract genes from any species through scientific methods. Suddenly, countless experimental techniques and methods flooded Orochimaru's mind. The system had embedded the knowledge directly into his brain. He now knew everything he needed to create the basic gene enhancement serum, step by step. Meanwhile, his system warehouse was stocked with several key pieces of experimental equipment, including microscopes, DNA extraction machines, and DNA quality control machines. Next to the warehouse, there was also a button to receive a free set of raw materials. Orochimaru wasn't in a rush to claim them just yet, but he noted that the materials included various plants and herbs, some of which he recognized from this world, while others seemed completely foreign to him. His status panel had also been updated. Mastered technology, basic gene enhancement serum. Unlockable technology, none. Next unlockable stage, gene extraction. Seeing all this new information, Orochimaru quickly dived into planning his research. According to the system, each time he unlocked a new scientific research skill, he would receive a corresponding set of raw materials and experimental equipment for free. However, there was a catch: there was only one set of equipment and raw materials per project, so he needed to be precise and careful with his experiments. If he failed, he would have to earn technology points by completing smaller tasks to purchase more materials. And if he succeeded, he would move on to even more advanced projects. They just pour the theory into your brain and expect you to practice on your own? Haha, this is going to be interesting. Chapter 4, 1216 words. Class is starting. Class is starting. While Orochimaru was deep in thought, immersed in his mental conversation with the system, a ninja wearing a Chunin vest and bandages wrapped around his legs walked into the classroom, signaling the start of the day's lesson. This was Aizawa-sensei, the homeroom teacher for Orochimaru's class. Students, open your textbooks. Today, we'll be discussing the application of the transformation jutsu. Hearing Aizawa-sensei's voice, Orochimaru snapped back to reality, reminding himself that this was Naruto's world, not a science fiction universe where technological marvels reigned supreme. For a moment, he had almost confused the two worlds, his new reality melding with the strange technology from the system. Orochimaru quickly calmed himself, deciding to temporarily push aside his thoughts about the system and focus on the class. But it didn't take long, only about 10 minutes into the lecture, before he found himself zoning out again. It wasn't because he couldn't understand the material, it was quite the opposite. Orochimaru already knew all of this far too well. The basic teachings at the Ninja Academy felt second nature to him, as if they had always been part of his consciousness. The application of the three basic techniques, the clone jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the transformation jutsu, were all ingrained in him, fresh in his mind as though he had been practicing them for years. It seems I've fully inherited all of Orochimaru's abilities, he thought, reflecting on the knowledge and memories that had seamlessly become his own. The Ninja Academy primarily taught basic knowledge, things like chakra extraction, the three fundamental jutsu, and theoretical lessons on ninja combat. But for someone like Orochimaru, who had inherited both talent and knowledge, this was all rudimentary. His parents, though deceased, had been powerful ninjas in their time, leaving him a solid foundation to build upon. The only obstacle right now was his age. At 6 years old, his chakra reserves were naturally limited, making it difficult to perform higher-level techniques. He was reminded of Sasuke Uchiha from the original series, who could perform the fireball jutsu at 12, something that even Kakashi had found impressive. However, 6-year-old Orochimaru's chakra levels were about average compared to his peers. But now, with his enhanced memories and the potential of the mad scientist system, Orochimaru knew his ceiling was much higher than that of most shinobi. Even though he hadn't fully tested the extent of his abilities yet, he was confident that he was already stronger than most genin his age. Aizawa-sensei continued with the lecture. The transformation jutsu allows you to disguise yourself as another person or object, creating confusion for the enemy. I've already explained the principles behind this technique, so there's no need to repeat myself. He scanned the classroom, his gaze eventually settling on Orochimaru. I'll need one of you to demonstrate the transformation jutsu for the class. Most of the students in the class were 6 years old, meaning only a few had fully mastered the technique. Naturally, Aizawa-sensei turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-kun, would you mind giving us a demonstration? Orochimaru blinked, brought back to full attention as his name was called. He stood up from his seat, calm as always. Channeling his chakra according to the precise movements etched in his memories, he performed the hand seals and, in an instant, a puff of smoke enveloped him. When the smoke cleared, Orochimaru had perfectly transformed into Aizawa-sensei. The class erupted in awe. Wow! That looks exactly like Aizawa-sensei. As expected of Orochimaru. Yeah, he's amazing. He always gets it right. Orochimaru-kun is incredible. The children's admiration filled the room, but Orochimaru simply let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was clear now that he had indeed inherited all of Orochimaru's abilities. To be able to execute the transformation jutsu so flawlessly at his first attempt in this new life proved that he had full control over these powers. Aizawa-sensei smiled approvingly and motioned for Orochimaru to return to his seat. TCH, what's so special about that? Jiraiya muttered from the side, annoyed by the praise Orochimaru was receiving. I can do the transformation jutsu too. For some reason, Jiraiya always seemed to harbor a grudge against Orochimaru, constantly trying to challenge him, much like how Naruto would constantly try to outdo Sasuke in the future. Their rivalry was still in its early stages, but the dynamic was already forming. However, Orochimaru, with his adult mind, paid Jiraiya no attention. In fact, even the original Orochimaru hadn't cared much for Jiraiya's challenges. But now, with his newly acquired memories and a much older mentality trapped in a child's body, Orochimaru wasn't about to waste his time on trivial rivalries with a brat. He had bigger things on his mind. Though he had awakened the mad scientist system, Orochimaru knew that in the world of Naruto, personal strength was paramount. Even if he were to delve into scientific research, it would only be to further his own strength and ability. Before diving headfirst into the system's capabilities, he wanted to ensure he had fully familiarized himself with the abilities he had inherited from Orochimaru. In the original series, even without a system, Orochimaru had been the top student in his class, going on to become one of the legendary Sannin. His intellect and cunning were unmatched. Even as his body grew weaker over time, Orochimaru always found ways to survive. If Orochimaru could achieve that in the original timeline, then the current Orochimaru backed by the system would be able to do far more. Speaking of the Sannin, Orochimaru's gaze flicked across the classroom as if searching for something, or rather, someone. But something felt off. Where's Tsunade? He wondered. She should be around here too, right? It took him a moment to remember the details from the original series. Tsunade didn't attend the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru realized. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Like Konohamaru in the future, she had been privately tutored. At this point, Jiraiya hadn't even met her yet. Well, no point worrying about that now, Orochimaru murmured to himself. According to my memories, the Ninja Academy's graduation exam is in a week. With my current abilities, there's nothing here left for me to learn. A devious grin formed on his face as an idea struck him. So, why not test if this invisible fly works? The mad scientist system had gifted him a set of 6 invisible flies, each with impressive surveillance capabilities. It would be a perfect opportunity to test the tools at his disposal while the rest of the class was busy with their lesson. Orochimaru glanced at Aizawa-sensei, who had already turned his attention back to the rest of the students, instructing them on the finer details of chakra control. Seeing the opportunity, Orochimaru discreetly reached into his robe, activating one of the invisible flies. The tiny device buzzed softly as it took flight, becoming completely imperceptible to the naked eye. With a mental command, Orochimaru directed the fly toward the back of the classroom, testing its range and ability. The accompanying contact lenses, which had come with the flies, allowed him to monitor everything the fly saw as it floated through the air, scouting out the area. Chapter 5. 1133 words. He knew that if he wanted to make full use of his second chance at life, the system would be his most vital asset. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary to study and experiment with its capabilities as soon as possible. Discreetly, he reached under his desk, and with a simple flick of his wrist, 6 tiny mechanical flies appeared in his palm. They were no bigger than ordinary houseflies, but their true power lay in their design. Each was a piece of advanced technology granted by the system. With his teacher distracted, Orochimaru put on the matching contact lenses he had received in his starter package. Activate stealth mode, he commanded silently in his mind. The moment the thought passed, the 6 flies began to vanish from his sight, becoming completely invisible. Orochimaru could still feel their tiny, metallic bodies in his hand, but visually, they had disappeared. Just as I thought, Orochimaru whispered to himself, a sly grin forming. This is real high-tech. True invisibility, far better than the invisibility jutsu that ninjas rely on. He gave a mental order, and the 6 invisible flies silently took flight, exiting the classroom one by one. Immediately, 6 different visual perspectives appeared on Orochimaru's retinas, transmitted directly through the contact lenses. This sensation. Orochimaru thought, marveling at the clarity and smoothness of the images in his mind. It reminded him of the Rinnegan's shared vision technique. In the original Naruto series, Pain had used this ability to control his 6 paths of Pain's 6 reanimated bodies, each implanted with Rinnegan, all sharing the same field of vision. It made them nearly impossible to hit, as they could react to attacks from any direction with perfect coordination. And now, Orochimaru was replicating that same effect, except, instead of corpses reanimated by a dojutsu, he was using 6 invisible mechanical flies. This kind of shared vision could be incredibly useful for reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, or even dodging attacks in battle. Feeling a growing sense of excitement at the potential of the system, Orochimaru's interest in technology skyrocketed. Even in a world that relied on chakra, this level of advanced technology had undeniable advantages. The 6 flies were likely on par, if not superior, to the bug detection abilities of the Aburame clan. More impressively, their surveillance capabilities weren't dependent on chakra, meaning they could go unnoticed by even the most skilled sensor-type ninjas. As the flies ventured further from the classroom, covering a wide range of directions, Orochimaru's vision expanded, offering him multiple viewpoints of Konoha village at once. He saw the teaching buildings of the Ninja Academy, residential houses, the hospital, the intelligence department, the armed forces department, and even the Hokage building. On the bustling streets, he noticed various members of prominent clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, and others. None of them seemed to notice the tiny, invisible scouts floating above them, capturing every detail. Amazing. Orochimaru thought, his golden eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The most remarkable feature of these flies was that they were powered by a black tech battery that absorbed ambient light. They didn't require chakra to function, which meant they could evade any chakra-based detection methods. No one in Konoha, not even the most powerful sensor ninja, would be able to detect them. However, there was one small drawback. Controlling 6 different visual feeds simultaneously was mentally taxing. It was difficult to focus on all the different perspectives at once, especially while maintaining the subtlety needed to avoid suspicion from his classmates or teachers. Still, Orochimaru mused, the potential here is undeniable. If used wisely, this technology could make me far more dangerous than anyone realizes. He understood that, like any form of scientific research, developing advanced technology required substantial resources. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had been one of the legendary Sannin and a personal disciple of the third Hokage. He had access to significant funding, equipment, and even the backing of Danzo and his secretive root organization. But right now? Orochimaru was just a 6-year-old child. He had no powerful allies, no significant income, and aside from the starter equipment provided by the system, he was practically broke. Scientific research required more than just knowledge and skill, it needed money. Even simple items like beakers, test tubes, alcohol lamps, and other basic lab tools would be costly. It's going to be a long road. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. He had the system's tools and the knowledge, but building up his research capabilities from scratch was going to take time. Still, time was something he had in abundance. He was patient. After all, power couldn't be achieved overnight. Time passed, and soon enough, school was over for the day. Orochimaru silently retrieved his scout flies, commanding them to return to his system inventory. Ignoring the chatter of his classmates, he left the academy and made his way back to his residence. His home was located in a relatively remote part of the village. It was a large house, much bigger than Naruto's humble apartment in the original series, but its size didn't reflect wealth. It had a somber atmosphere, and Orochimaru could feel the weight of the emptiness left behind by his parents' deaths. They had been powerful shinobi, but now they were gone, and he was left to fend for himself. After rummaging through various drawers and cabinets, Orochimaru managed to scrape together a mere 5,000 ryo. This is pitiful, he thought, shaking his head. And after the graduation exam in a week, I won't even be receiving the village's subsidy anymore. 5,000 ryo can't accomplish anything. I need to make money first. He paused. No, before that. I should use the basic gene enhancement serum I got from the starter package first. With a thought, he accessed his system's inventory, summoning a glass vial that resembled a small test tube. Inside the vial was a light green liquid, faintly glowing in the dim light of his room. This is real. Orochimaru thought, staring at the vial. Everything from the system, including the equipment and tools, was stored in the system's peculiar inventory known as the system warehouse. It was unique in that it could only store non-living objects, unlike the space-time abilities of Uchiha Obito, who could store living creatures in his personal dimension. However, it was far more convenient than the space scrolls most ninjas used to carry supplies. He held the vial for a moment, feeling the cool glass in his hand. This serum will strengthen my body, increase my chakra reserves. It was the perfect first step. Orochimaru was young and had time on his side, but the faster he could increase his power, the more secure his future would be. Without further hesitation, he uncorked the vial and downed the liquid in one gulp. Chapter 6, 1010 words. The technology tree in this world is indeed a bit crooked. While the technology level is generally primitive, you still find bagged bread, boxed milk, and other sealed foods. There are no cars or mobile phones, yet computers, natural gas, and refrigerators exist. Which factory processes the boxed milk? Are computers and refrigerators manufactured in some hidden electrical appliance factory? There are too many inconsistencies and unexplained elements about how things work here. But right now, Orochimaru wasn't concerned about such things. At this point, regardless of which world he was in, he had no family left. The only thing he could rely on, aside from himself, was this system. So, without further hesitation, he drank the bottle of the basic gene enhancement serum in one go. The serum had a faintly sweet taste, nothing unbearable or strange. After drinking it, however, Orochimaru didn't feel any immediate effects. Could this stuff be a dud? It can't be, right? No sooner had he spoken those words than a strange warmth began spreading from his stomach, gradually flowing through his entire body. There wasn't any of the pain he'd half expected. Instead, the sensation was warm and indescribably pleasant. Almost too warm. Sweat began forming on Orochimaru's white forehead, and his skin was secreting gray-black impurities at a visible speed. About 10 minutes passed before the heat finally subsided, and the secretion of black impurities stopped. Orochimaru's entire body was now covered in sticky black gunk, yet despite the mess, he felt incredibly refreshed and energized. Without wasting time, he headed straight to the bathroom to take a bath, and afterward, he felt even more revitalized. Sitting cross-legged as per the method in his memory, he began to extract chakra, checking how much more his body could store. Well, it seemed to have increased by at least 50%. His mind was clearer, too, and he could feel that both his physical and mental energies had significantly improved. What's the significance of a 50% increase in chakra? You see, although Orochimaru didn't originally have a huge amount of chakra, he definitely had more than most. For a ninja without a special bloodline, Orochimaru's chakra reserves were considered above average. He couldn't compare to people like Jiraiya or the Raikage, but his reserves were much higher than those of someone like Kakashi. And now, with this 50% increase, Orochimaru was far beyond his peers. At this age, he could easily cast 3 or 4 C-rank ninjutsu without exhausting himself. When it comes to chakra reserves, there's something important to understand. While a ninja's chakra does tend to increase as they grow older, it's primarily tied to their physical constitution. For some people, no matter how old they get, if their bodies aren't suited for it, their chakra reserves won't increase much at all. Moreover, as people age, their chakra naturally starts to decline. Look at Kakashi from the original series. Even though he grew up to become a jonin, his chakra reserves were still no match for Naruto's, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Or consider the third Hokage. In his prime, he was hailed as a god of Shinobi, but by the time he was old, he could only manage a couple of shadow clones. So, it's clear your physique directly determines your chakra reserves. But back to the matter at hand. After being physically reborn through the gene-enhancing liquid, Orochimaru stood in front of the mirror in his home. The reflection showed a boy with pale skin, long flowing hair, and striking features. A strange feeling welled up inside him. He smiled slightly, and the boy in the mirror smiled back. After a moment, Orochimaru took a deep breath. Handsome, sure. But these golden, snake-like pupils are pretty unsettling, hee. Orochimaru, huh? Later that evening, Orochimaru ate 2 pieces of bread and prepared to head to the training grounds to practice some ninjutsu. After all, while he had inherited the original Orochimaru's memories, he had only used the transformation jutsu so far. He hadn't had a chance to test out any of the other jutsu. In this world, Orochimaru's parents had recently passed away. The child who had once been a normal boy had now grown cold and withdrawn. While he didn't yet have the same obsession with science that the original Orochimaru would eventually develop, strange and dark thoughts had already begun to stir in his mind. For example, why do people die? Where do they go after they die? These were questions even adults would rarely dwell on, yet Orochimaru had found himself thinking about them more and more ever since losing his parents. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Boom, boom, boom. The unexpected sound made Orochimaru, who had been about to leave to practice, frown slightly. Opening the door, he found a girl with a ponytail standing on his doorstep. She had blonde hair, a pretty face, and was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with green shorts. The moment Orochimaru opened the door, the girl flashed a bright, innocent smile. "Hey, Orochimaru." "Tsunade?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked her up and down, quickly confirming her identity. Jiraiya hadn't met Tsunade yet, but Orochimaru had. The reason was simple: he was the top student in their class. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also took his studies more seriously than most of the other kids. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and theoretical knowledge had even surpassed some of the Uchiha clan geniuses in his age group. As the archenemy of the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan's princess, Tsunade, had naturally taken notice of Orochimaru. After all, they were the same age and equally talented. Through her connections with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade had learned about Orochimaru and had sought an opportunity to get closer to him. Her goal? To compete with him, of course. Orochimaru couldn't help but think this reason was a bit ridiculous. "What's the matter? You don't seem too happy to see me," Tsunade teased, her lips curling into a playful smile. Chapter 7, 1072 words. In the current Senju clan, even though the first Hokage has passed away, both parents of the Tsunade are still alive. Moreover, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, hasn't even been born yet. Therefore, Tsunade isn't burdened by the pessimism or sadness that will later characterize her. Instead, she's just a lively, cheerful little girl who already has a love for gambling and a bit of a violent streak. Orochimaru, calm as ever, responded to her presence with, "It's just unexpected. Come in and sit down if you want." After saying that, he turned back to his living room, nonchalantly playing with his ninja tools, paying her little mind. Tsunade, not at all bothered by Orochimaru's indifferent attitude, strolled in, her hands clasped behind her back, her little feet tapping lightly as she walked. But midway into the room, she stopped and wrinkled her nose. "Hey, Orochimaru, why does your living room smell so bad? Didn't you always like to keep things clean?" "A stray cat got in just now," Orochimaru lied smoothly, then walked to the side and opened the window to let the room air out. He knew that what Tsunade was smelling was actually the lingering odor from the impurities his body had expelled after drinking the gene-enhancing serum. But of course, there was no way he would admit to that. Hearing his response, Tsunade looked puzzled but didn't think much of it. "I see. Well, whatever. Let's not talk about that. How about we go to the training ground?" "The training ground? For what?" "Obviously for sparring," Tsunade said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "None of the other kids are any challenge for me. That's why I came to you." As the princess of the Senju clan, she had every right to be confident. Because right now in Konoha village, there were very few children of their age who could match Orochimaru's level. After all, how many regular ninjas could compare to a prodigy from the Senju clan? Jiraiya? At this point, he didn't even know who Tsunade was. Uchiha Fugaku? He was only 1 year old at this time. Hyuga Hizashi? They weren't even born yet. However, faced with Tsunade's eager request for a fight, Orochimaru wasn't particularly interested. "Maybe some other time. I have something to take care of today." "Something to take care of?" Tsunade blinked, confused. What could be more important than improving your strength? "No comment," Orochimaru said as he packed up his ninja tools, slung them over his shoulder, and made his way out of the house. "When you leave, make sure to close the door behind you." "Thanks." Before Tsunade could react, Orochimaru was already out the door, leaving her standing there, stunned. "What's up with him?" "Hey, wait," she called after him, but he was already long gone. Orochimaru hadn't ignored Tsunade to act cold or superior. It was because, as a reincarnator, he now had a very different mindset. In his eyes, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were still just 6-year-old children. Sure, their abilities were far beyond what adults in his previous world could manage, but to him, they were still brats. He had no real interest in sparring with them. Even though this made him seem a bit out of place in this world, Orochimaru's naturally withdrawn personality, which had become even more pronounced after his parents' deaths, meant his behavior wouldn't raise too much suspicion. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he quickly sidestepped to the right. Several pebbles flew past where he had just been standing. Looking up, he saw 3 brats blocking his way, grinning maliciously. "Damn it, we missed," said the kid at the front, wearing a black shirt with a red and white fan, the Uchiha clan symbol emblazoned on the back. His voice was filled with frustration. The 2 kids behind him, both around the same size, were also glaring at Orochimaru with open hostility. "Is that Orochimaru? Hey, he dodged pretty fast." "Yeah, didn't expect that. He looks so weak, but his reaction time isn't bad." Weak? Orochimaru had always looked rather thin and pale, even as a child. His naturally pale complexion and slightly gaunt appearance gave off a sickly vibe. But Orochimaru wasn't bothered by their insults. He knew better than to get riled up by people like this. In any world, when someone tries to mock you, the best way to respond isn't by defending yourself. It's by using your strength to shut them up for good. And right now. Uchiha brats, huh? Orochimaru recognized the group in front of him. The one who had first spoken was a classmate, a kid from the Uchiha clan. This boy often bullied civilian-born ninjas, relying on the reputation of the Uchiha name. According to Orochimaru's memories, the same kid had tried to pick on him 3 days ago, only to end up getting beaten. As for the 2 kids behind him, Orochimaru didn't know them, but judging by their clothes, they were also from the Uchiha clan. They also seemed to be a bit older than him. "Orochimaru, you'd better behave yourself today, or else." The lead Uchiha began to threaten. 3 against 1, is that it? Orochimaru cut him off, his voice calm. Hearing Orochimaru's interruption, the Uchiha kid's temper flared. "You bastard. Just because you're number 1 in the class, you think you're better than me? Big brothers, help me teach him a lesson." "Heh, sorry, kid," one of the older boys sneered as they rolled up their sleeves. "We don't usually bully kids younger than us, but since you messed with our cousin, we'll make an exception." In their minds, Orochimaru was just the child of a civilian ninja. They didn't feel the least bit of guilt about beating him up. But just as they were about to step forward, a loud voice suddenly called out. "Hold it right there. Do the Uchiha clan think it's okay to gang up on someone just because you have numbers on your side?" A small figure with a ponytail came running from behind them, panting heavily as she approached. "Oh? Who do we have here? The little princess of the Senju clan?" Uchiha Shu, the leader, paused for a moment, then smirked. "What? Are you going to stand up for Orochimaru?" It was none other than Tsunade, standing there with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp. Chapter 8 1026 words. Although Uchiha called her princess, his tone was anything but respectful. Orochimaru knew that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had a long-standing feud, so it wasn't surprising that Uchiha Shu recognized Tsunade. It was well known that Konoha village was founded through the cooperation of the Uchiha and Senju clans. But beneath the surface, the 2 clans had irreconcilable differences. The Uchiha clan had fallen into decline after Uchiha Madara left the village. Later, when the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, passed away, his brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, came to power and further suppressed the Uchiha clan. Because of this, the Uchiha clan had always harbored deep dissatisfaction with the Senju-led Hokage lineage. But dissatisfaction aside, with the second Hokage still alive, the Uchiha clan had no choice but to swallow their grievances and endure. However, children didn't have the same level of restraint. So, it was normal for Uchiha Shu to be rude. "TCH, you alone aren't even worth my effort." Tsunade shot back confidently. "I just can't stand watching a bunch of you gang up on someone. What's wrong with the many bullying the few? It's not you we're bullying, so get out of the way." Uchiha Shu retorted, his voice filled with annoyance. Although he was just a child and didn't understand the deeper grudges of his elders, he did know that Tsunade's status wasn't one to be trifled with, and he couldn't just hit her. "I won't move. Hit me if you dare," Tsunade taunted, completely unfazed. "You." Uchiha Shu gritted his teeth in frustration, but knowing he couldn't lay a finger on Tsunade, he turned his attention to Orochimaru instead. "Orochimaru, as a man, do you really plan to hide behind a girl?" "That's right, it's so pathetic," one of the other boys chimed in, sneering. "He's supposed to be the top of the class, but what a coward." The two brats behind Uchiha Shu jeered at Orochimaru, mocking him without any fear, even though Tsunade, the Senju princess, was standing right in front of him. "These little..." Tsunade's face twisted in frustration, and she was about to stand up for Orochimaru when he suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and gently pushed her aside. "Although I don't have the habit of picking on kids, I don't mind stretching my muscles a little if it's to deal with some misbehaving brats." Orochimaru wasn't the type to hold grudges against children, but the boys in front of him weren't just any kids. They were members of the Uchiha clan, known to be arrogant, entitled, and bratty. And for children like that, Orochimaru didn't mind giving them a lesson in discipline. As for whether he could beat them, Orochimaru wasn't the least bit concerned. None of the boys wore forehead protectors, which meant they weren't even genin yet. Even if they bore the Uchiha name, their strength would be limited. After hearing Orochimaru's calm response, Tsunade was taken aback. She was about to say something when Orochimaru raised two fingers in front of him. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, a figure identical to Orochimaru appeared beside him. "Is that a clone?" Tsunade muttered in surprise. She didn't understand why Orochimaru would use a clone at this moment. "Huh? Is this the so-called strength of the top student in our class? How laughable." Uchiha Shu sneered. "Exactly," one of the other Uchiha kids chimed in. "Don't you know that clones are only meant to confuse enemies? What's the point of using one right in front of us without any cover? Since you're so eager to lose, we'll happily oblige. Get ready." Uchiha Shu shouted, not wasting any time. He clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Orochimaru's clone. In his mind, his two older brothers would deal with the real Orochimaru while he'd easily take care of this clone. So, without hesitation, he threw his punch. But Orochimaru's clone moved unexpectedly. "Huh, this punch isn't as fast as I expected," Orochimaru thought as the clone slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the incoming blow. The clone then slowly raised its hand. Smack! With a loud slap to the back of Uchiha Shu's head, the force from his own punch sent him tumbling forward onto the ground. "Damn it! What the?" Uchiha Shu grumbled, but before he could finish his curse, he froze. The other two Uchiha boys, who had been about to step forward, were also stunned. This clone, it's solid," one of them stammered, wide-eyed. How is that possible?" the other whispered, equally shocked. Tsunade, equally astonished, blinked in disbelief. "That's not a regular clone. Is it a shadow clone? Could Orochimaru really use shadow clones? How was that possible? He was only 6 years old. At 6, does he really have enough chakra to pull that off?" A series of questions swirled through everyone's minds simultaneously. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was unfazed by their reactions. To him, this was nothing remarkable. After all, in his memories, Uchiha Itachi had been able to throw shurikens with precision before the age of 4, and by 6, he was already capable of using shadow clones. In comparison, what Orochimaru had just done was hardly impressive. So, after dealing with Uchiha Shu, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward the two older boys standing behind him. He didn't say a word he didn't need to. His cold, golden, snake-like pupils were enough to convey his meaning. "If you want to fight, come on." The two remaining Uchiha boys exchanged glances, then looked at Orochimaru's body and his shadow clone, both standing firm. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. At this moment, they found themselves trapped between a rock and a hard place. Should they charge forward or retreat? Fear took over. Because, as members of the Uchiha clan, they understood the difference between a regular clone and a shadow clone. At the Ninja Academy, students were taught the basics of the clone technique. But clones created through that technique were nothing more than illusions, incapable of dealing or receiving any real damage. Everyone knew this. But a shadow clone. Chapter 9, 1136 words. Shadow clones are completely different from ordinary clones. This jutsu creates a physical entity that can move and fight independently, with its own consciousness and a degree of resistance to attacks. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clones can engage in advanced ninjutsu, making them versatile in both combat and strategy. Not to mention that even some chunin struggle to master the shadow clone technique, so for a 6-year-old to pull this off was remarkable. Combine that with Orochimaru's already above-average strength, and it was no wonder the Uchiha boys were left stunned. Damn, how did this happen? Uchiha Shu mumbled, still in shock. Uchiha Shu wasn't particularly weak, but he had let his guard down, and Orochimaru had capitalized on that. From the look on their faces, Orochimaru could tell exactly what these kids were thinking. Without a word, he deactivated his shadow clone, turned his back on them, and calmly walked away toward the training ground. He had no interest in dealing with people who had already given up. Why could Orochimaru use the shadow clone technique at such a young age? The answer was simple, because his parents had been ninjas. The shadow clone wasn't as restricted as the multi-shadow clone jutsu, a forbidden technique that only a handful of people could use due to its extreme chakra consumption. On the other hand, the shadow clone jutsu was relatively common. Plenty of experienced ninjas, even those specializing in traps and tactics, could master it. Thus, it made perfect sense that Orochimaru's parents would have passed this knowledge on to him. So, Orochimaru mastering it wasn't some extraordinary feat, but rather a natural consequence of his upbringing. That said, shadow clones divide the user's chakra equally between the original and the clone. Because the clone is chakra-based, it doesn't respond as well as the original body, which is why Orochimaru seldom used it. Even if he could create a shadow clone, maintaining it for too long would drain his energy quickly. When it came to chakra control, Orochimaru wasn't quite as skilled as Uchiha Itachi, who had the natural advantage of the Uchiha bloodline. After all, the Uchiha clan possessed an innate reservoir of spiritual energy, even before awakening the Sharingan, giving them a natural edge in chakra manipulation compared to ordinary ninjas. However, now that Orochimaru had used the primary gene enhancement fluid, his physical and spiritual energy had both surged, allowing him to close the gap in talent. Except for the absence of the Sharingan, in every other aspect, Orochimaru was now on par with Itachi. So, there was nothing odd about him using the shadow clone technique on a whim. In his previous life, Orochimaru had often fantasized about being able to use this technique, and now that he could, he naturally wanted to try it out. As Orochimaru strode away, Tsunade, finally snapping out of her shock, ignored the Uchiha brats and chased after him. Meanwhile, atop a tall building in Konoha village, 3 armored ninjas stood on the roof, observing the scene in the streets below through the sunlight, looking dumbfounded. A shadow clone at his age? That's impressive. Sarutobi, this Orochimaru is a real prodigy, one of them said, unable to hide his amazement. Haha, it's truly remarkable. I've never seen anyone use a shadow clone at the age of 6, another chimed in, still in awe. Among this year's students, aside from Tsunade, I'd say Orochimaru is probably the most outstanding one, right? One asked, turning to their companion. Haha, that might not necessarily be true. Hiruzen responded with a knowing smile. Yes, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the man who would one day become the 3rd Hokage. But right now, he was only 24, a young and promising shinobi in Konoha. Standing beside him were Uchiha Kagami and Shimura Danzo, both equally young and full of potential. Hearing the conversation, Danzo remained silent, his gaze fixed in the direction where Orochimaru had walked off, deep in thought. It was currently the 16th year of Konoha. The First Shinobi World War was still ongoing, though it had shifted from large-scale conflicts to smaller, localized battles. While Konoha was busy dealing with the war, it was also focusing on selecting and nurturing talented young ninjas at the academy. Orochimaru was one of those promising seeds. Today, Sarutobi and the others had just returned from a mission when they happened to spot Orochimaru heading out. Upon closer inspection, they saw a group of Uchiha children lying in ambush. Though Uchiha Kagami was initially a little embarrassed to see children bullying others, Shimura Danzo believed that it was natural for kids to have scuffles, and there was no need to intervene unless there was real danger. So, they decided to watch the scene play out. And what they witnessed was truly astonishing. Orochimaru, still oblivious to the fact that he had been watched from afar, continued walking, with Tsunade tailing him like a loyal follower. "Hey, why are you following me?" Orochimaru asked without turning around. "Eh?" Tsunade blinked, then quickly put on a nonchalant expression. "Who says I'm following you? I'm just heading to the training ground too." "It's you who's following me." With that, she shamelessly put her hands behind her back and walked ahead of him, as if she were leading the way. This was the path to the training ground, after all, and she believed Orochimaru was heading there as well. She just had no idea what he planned to do once they arrived. Seeing Tsunade's antics, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. "You're still too young to even lie convincingly." Ignoring her, he continued on his way toward the training ground. 436. 437, 438. Loud, mocking voices echoed from the training ground as Orochimaru and Tsunade approached. "Haha. A kid who doesn't even know ninjutsu or genjutsu thinks he can become a ninja? Ridiculous." "Exactly. Just give up, kid. You're not fit to be a ninja at all. Hey, cut him some slack. At least he's trying hard. What's the use of hard work if you're a loser? No matter how hard you try, a loser is still a loser. Ha ha ha." Curious, Orochimaru stepped into the training ground, followed closely by Tsunade. What they saw was a strange sight. A child about the same age as them was doing sit-ups, sweat dripping from his forehead. He wore a green jumpsuit and a red scarf, his distinctive bowl-cut hairstyle making him stand out. Surrounding him were several other kids, all of them jeering and ridiculing him. "Isn't that Might Guy? No, wait, it's Might Guy." Orochimaru realized, recognizing the boy. Indeed, the child doing sit-ups was none other than Might Guy, the father of the future Might Guy, both of whom would later become legendary in their own right. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. 1084 words. Now was a time of war. Children in the ninja villages entered school at the age of 5 and were eligible to take the graduation exam as early as age 6. Looking at the young boy in front of him, Orochimaru realized that Might Guy, the boy who would one day become the father of Might Guy, was probably no older than himself. In other words, he was just 5 years old and had only recently started school. "Do you know him?" Tsunade asked, noticing Orochimaru's focused expression and feeling a bit curious. "No, it's my first time seeing him," Orochimaru replied, telling a half-truth. This was, after all, the first time he had physically seen Might Guy in this world. But of course, Orochimaru's knowledge of the future told him exactly who this boy was. Might Guy, the eternal genin, the man who would spend 20 years honing the most powerful taijutsu technique, the Eight Gates release formation. Orochimaru would never forget a man like that. But there was no need to share all this with Tsunade. For now, Might Guy was just a 5-year-old boy who had barely started his journey in the ninja world. He wasn't on Orochimaru's radar yet, and Orochimaru had no interest in exchanging taijutsu experience with a child who had yet to prove himself. Shrugging off the matter, Orochimaru made his way to the shooting range and started practicing throwing shurikens, following the technique imprinted in his memory. Even though it was his first time physically throwing shurikens in this body, it felt as natural as breathing, like an instinct he was born with. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 shurikens hit their mark, none missed. Thud. One even struck the bullseye dead center. Orochimaru smirked, pleased with himself. He was already far ahead of most of his peers. This was good. Orochimaru retrieved the shurikens and kunai from the target and began practicing again, honing his skills with repetition. Training could be monotonous, but Orochimaru found himself enjoying it. This was his first real experience getting to grips with ninja tools, after all. As expected from the top student in our class, Tsunade muttered, sitting on the grass nearby, her voice tinged with a hint of frustration. By the way, since you're already at the training ground, why don't you come spar with me for some real practice? Real combat? A taijutsu contest? I'm no match for you in taijutsu, Orochimaru replied honestly, all while continuing to throw kunai. In terms of raw physical strength and taijutsu, even in the future, Tsunade would be one of the greatest. She would eventually be strong enough to shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with a single punch. How many people in the entire ninja world could do that? Even at the age of 6, her talent in taijutsu far surpassed Orochimaru's, and he had no interest in engaging her in close combat just yet. Tsunade, hearing his refusal, looked even more depressed. You won't fight me just because you think you'll lose? I remember you weren't like this before. People change, Orochimaru replied, his focus still on perfecting his kunai throws. Tsunade was speechless for a moment. Well, fine. Since you're really not interested, I won't bother you anymore. But after the graduation exam in a week, we'll be assigned to teams. Then we'll have plenty of chances to fight. Assigned to the same team? You sound so sure of that, Orochimaru remarked, his tone a little skeptical. Of course. The second Hokage is my great-uncle. Tsunade declared, puffing her chest out proudly. The current Hokage was indeed her great-uncle, Senju Tobirama. With such connections, it would be easy for her to pull some strings. If Orochimaru had been a lesser ninja, it might have been more difficult to justify putting them on the same team. But as a genius, he was a perfect candidate for Tsunade's ambitions. I'm telling you, it's a done deal, Tsunade said confidently. Anyway, you keep practicing. I won't disturb you anymore. Bye. She gave him a playful smile, waved, and turned to leave, muttering to herself as she walked off. He's definitely the kind of man Tsunade likes. A genius who works even harder than everyone else. She didn't try to keep her voice down, as if she wanted Orochimaru to hear her on purpose. Upon hearing her muttering, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Teasing men at the age of 6. Kids in this world really are unnaturally precocious, Orochimaru murmured to himself with a sigh. In truth, Orochimaru wasn't surprised at all by Tsunade's straightforward attitude. According to the memories he had inherited, Tsunade had expressed her admiration for him more than once in the past. Of course, her admiration was purely for his talent. It wasn't romantic, not at their age. They were just children, after all, and they didn't really understand such feelings. Their interactions were limited and superficial. But Orochimaru's soul was that of an adult, so he didn't care about these childish games. For him, the most important thing now was familiarizing himself with his abilities and improving his strength. Now that fate had granted him a second chance at life, he was determined not to waste it. He was Orochimaru now, and living the same, pitiful life as in his previous incarnation was simply not an option. If he wanted to rise above, he would need to surpass even the Orochimaru of the original timeline. His goal was simple: master his abilities as quickly as possible, graduate, and then secure the resources he needed to continue his research on the primary gene enhancement fluid. Once he made progress with that, further research would become much easier. And with his growing strength and scientific knowledge, he would climb the ranks, advancing relentlessly. Eventually, he would become so powerful that he could trample anyone who dared stand in his way. With that thought in mind, Orochimaru grabbed a kunai and continued his training with renewed vigor. He performed the hand seals quickly, his hands a blur of motion. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind shot forward, but it wasn't strong enough. The distance and cutting power were lacking, and too much chakra was wasted. Again. Wind release, great breakthrough. This time, it was better, but still not perfect. Again. Orochimaru, completely absorbed in his training, didn't notice that Tsunade hadn't gone far after all. She had hidden herself behind a pillar in the distance, watching Orochimaru silently, lost in thought. Chapter 11. 1119 words. Time passed swiftly as Orochimaru continued his relentless training. Before he knew it, midnight had come. Deciding to balance work and rest, Orochimaru packed up and headed home for some well-deserved sleep. The next morning, Orochimaru made his way to a local grocery store. Without hesitation, he walked in and approached the counter. 5 chakra paper strips. That'll be 500 ryo. Thanks, the fat shopkeeper replied with a friendly smile. Orochimaru handed over the banknotes without batting an eye. 500 ryo was quite a sum, each chakra test strip costing 100 ryo, but in this world, everything related to ninjas was notoriously expensive. Orochimaru was already well aware of this. For example, an ordinary shuriken cost around 300 ryo, and a kunai could set you back 1,000 ryo. Given that, a chakra paper strip costing 100 ryo was still within a reasonable range. As Orochimaru thought of ninja tools, he couldn't help but recall 1010 from the original timeline. Now that he thought about it, she was truly a wealthy person. She would casually toss around various ninja tools during battle. He couldn't fathom how a genin could afford such a vast arsenal. But today, Orochimaru's focus wasn't on ninja tools. He had come to buy chakra paper strips for a very specific reason. Anyone familiar with the world of Naruto would recognize that these strips could be used to test the elemental nature of a ninja's chakra. Chakra attributes were divided into 7 categories: fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang. The chakra paper, however, could only measure the first 5: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. The yin and yang attributes couldn't be detected by these strips. The process was simple: inject a small amount of chakra into the test strip, and depending on the reaction, the user could determine their chakra nature. Fire, the paper will ignite and turn to ash. Wind, the paper will split in 2. Lightning, the paper will wrinkle. Water, the paper will become damp. Earth, the paper will crumble. In Orochimaru's inherited memories, aside from the 3 basic jutsu, clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, and transformation jutsu, he also possessed knowledge of the shadow clone jutsu and the wind release, great breakthrough technique. However, he was unsure whether he possessed any other chakra attributes aside from wind. Testing his chakra was the first step to figuring out which elements he could wield, and in turn, plan his training accordingly. He was fully aware that in the ninja world, the 5-element ninjutsu wasn't necessarily the most practical in battle. Most elemental jutsus were medium to long-range techniques that required hand seals to perform. Given the fast pace of ninja combat, it was common for an opponent to counter your ninjutsu before you could complete the seals. However, elemental ninjutsu were like nuclear weapons in battle. They were not always used, but when your enemy employed them, you needed to be able to respond in kind. Otherwise, you would be at a significant disadvantage. For now, Orochimaru thought it wise to master the basics of the 5-element ninjutsu before delving into the more advanced snake-related jutsus he would eventually develop. He found a quiet spot in the village and, with the chakra test strips in hand, prepared to determine his chakra nature. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office of Konoha village, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was engrossed in handling military affairs. His silver hair and piercing red eyes gave him a formidable presence, and he wore the traditional robes befitting his esteemed position. Standing respectfully before him were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, both dressed in their black combat uniforms. "You two performed admirably on this last mission," the second Hokage said, his voice stern but approving. "The sniper mission was a success, and the pressure on the border has eased significantly. I expect a period of truce to follow." Tobirama paused, his expression softening slightly. "You don't need to take on any more missions for now. Stay in the village. The academy will be holding graduation exams soon, and you'll both serve as mentor jonin for the new graduates. Yes, sensei. Hiruzen and Danzo replied in unison, bowing slightly. Despite Danzo's usual manipulative and scheming nature, he had nothing but respect for Tobirama. It wasn't just because Tobirama was their teacher, but also because of his ruthless and iron-blooded methods. The second Hokage was not a man to be trifled with. Just as Tobirama was about to continue speaking, the door to the office burst open, and a little girl came skipping inside. Uncle! Uncle! Oh, hey, Teacher Sarutobi, you're here too, the girl chirped. The second Hokage's brow furrowed slightly. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Hehe, I came to tell you something important. And what's that? After the graduation exam, I want to be on the same team as Orochimaru. Tsunade declared, her voice full of enthusiasm. Orochimaru? Tobirama repeated, his expression one of mild confusion. Who's that? At this point, Orochimaru had only just begun to show his talents, and Tobirama, as the Hokage, hadn't yet had the opportunity to notice him. He didn't pay much attention to the civilian-born ninjas. He's a genius. Tsunade answered proudly. Genius, you say? Tobirama mused for a moment before responding calmly. If you think he's a genius, then he must be special. Tobirama had watched Tsunade grow up, and although she had her shortcomings, he knew she was no fool. Her standards were high, and for her to recognize someone's talent meant that person was indeed remarkable. Of course. Tsunade boasted, her eyes gleaming. Not only does he have perfect scores in all his basic courses, but just yesterday, he performed a shadow clone jutsu. That alone qualifies him as a top-tier genius, right? Tobirama's usually stoic face showed a rare glimmer of surprise. He can use the shadow clone jutsu? And he hasn't even graduated yet? We witnessed it ourselves yesterday, Hiruzen added, stepping forward. Orochimaru truly is an exceptional child. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already planned to recommend Orochimaru for special training even before Tsunade's request. Now, it just seemed things were happening a little sooner than expected. Tobirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. So you've had your eye on him for a while? Yes, sensei, Hiruzen confirmed. Interesting. Tobirama muttered. It sounds like this boy is something else. So, uncle, does that mean you'll agree to put us on the same team? Tsunade asked eagerly. There's no reason to say no, Tobirama answered with a small smile. Yay! Long live uncle! Tsunade cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. Chapter 12, Chapter 12. 1068 words. Orochimaru had no idea what was happening in the Hokage's office, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He was confident that, without any intervention, he would inevitably become Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple. This was a certainty in his mind. Nothing would change that outcome. He stared at the chakra testing paper in his hand, lost in thought. After the test, Orochimaru noticed that his current self didn't seem to have all the chakra attributes that he recalled possessing in the future. Wind, earth, and water were the only ones that appeared in the test. From this, he speculated that perhaps the reason his future self had all the elemental attributes was because of his later body modifications. However, Orochimaru wasn't sure, and since he couldn't figure it out at the moment, he decided to stop thinking about it. He had never been the type to dwell on problems without clear answers. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the sky. If I want to quickly improve my strength, aside from relying on family bloodline limit, the fastest way would be to become a Jinchuriki, Orochimaru mused. But becoming a Jinchuriki wasn't something he could think about for now. With his current abilities, it was a pointless thought. As for family bloodline limit? Perhaps that was a direction worth pursuing. In other words, should he start conducting experiments right away? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like the right path to take. But then, he remembered something else: he didn't have enough money. Based on his calculations, purchasing the scattered equipment necessary for his initial experiments would cost at least several 100,000 ryo. Hundreds of thousands of Ryo were an astronomical amount for someone like him right now. A genin like Orochimaru could only take on D-rank missions, and the pay for those missions ranged from 5,000 to 10,000 Ryo. The payment would then be split among team members. After getting his share, Orochimaru would only have around 2 to 3,000 Ryo for himself. After covering daily expenses, how many months would it take to save up enough for his experiments? His eyes narrowed slightly. He had never expected that in this world, where strength was the ultimate measure, he would be troubled by something as mundane as money. He had briefly considered selling the enhancement serum he'd received from the system, which could increase chakra by 50%. That would surely fetch a high price. But after some thought, he realized that selling the serum was far too risky. Not only was he unsure if the liquid actually worked on others, but even if it did, how could he explain where it came from? The ninjas of Konoha were no fools. They would likely interrogate him until they forced the truth out, and how would he handle that? He certainly didn't want to go from being the experimenter to becoming the subject of experiments. No, it was better to take things one step at a time. For now, his focus should be on passing the graduation exam and using the time afterward to familiarize himself with the experimental process. With this in mind, Orochimaru returned to his residence and began simulating experiments using the knowledge stored in his mind. School? Who even bothers going to school in person these days? If you don't rely on a shadow clone to learn, can you really call yourself a genius? Throughout the entire Naruto series, only Uchiha Itachi had mastered the art of learning through shadow clones. Even Kakashi, who was also considered a genius, still went to school in person. When Kakashi took the graduation exam at the age of 5, he could already use the forbidden technique to create multiple clones. But the reason he still went to school in the flesh was because he couldn't control his chakra well enough to maintain a clone for an entire day. Uchiha Itachi had achieved it, and now, Orochimaru had too. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 7 days had gone by. During that time, Orochimaru not only consolidated his abilities but also absorbed the information provided by the system. Now, everything was ready, and all he needed was the right opportunity. During these 7 days, he also discovered something extraordinary. The surveillance flies given to him by the system could record the process of other ninjas casting jutsu through their electronic eyes. The recorded footage could even be played back in slow motion, which made it easier for him to analyze and learn those techniques. It was like having 6 extra Sharingan at his disposal. Thanks to these recorded images, combined with his natural talent and the knowledge inherited from his parents, Orochimaru learned a great deal of ninjutsu in just 1 week. He had already mastered a variety of techniques, including the water wave, earth clone, earth mud wall, and wind blade. Even though he knew that these basic techniques weren't particularly impressive, they were still better than nothing. Finally, the day of the graduation exam arrived. The exam involved the 3 basic techniques: substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and clone jutsu, as well as shuriken throwing. The rules were simple enough, and Orochimaru, for once, appeared in person to take the test. "Alright, today is the graduation exam," announced Chunin Aizawa, holding a list in his hand. "When I call your name, come up to the podium." "Hirata." "Present." "Kenta." "Here." "Kenichi." "Present." As the names were called, students walked up to the podium one by one. Since everyone in the class was only around 6 years old, very few were actually expected to graduate. Next up, Jiraiya. The moment Jiraiya's name was called, he jumped up from his seat like he had been injected with adrenaline. "Orochimaru, watch closely. You're about to witness your future master Jiraiya graduate with flying colors." "Haha." With an air of bravado, Jiraiya swaggered up to the podium and effortlessly demonstrated his mastery of the 3 basic techniques. His proficiency immediately drew gasps of surprise from the students in the audience. "Wow. Jiraiya's amazing. Who knew he was hiding this much skill? Mastering the 3 basic techniques after just 1 year at the academy? That's some serious talent." Even Aizawa couldn't help but nod in approval. Jiraiya was one of the few students who had the potential to pass the exam. Chapter 13, 1111 words. Yes, Jiraiya had indeed graduated successfully. Although Jiraiya, like Naruto in his youth, was a bit nervous and excited, he was by no means a failure. The reason Naruto seemed like a loser in the original story wasn't due to a lack of talent. Rather, it was because he had the Nine Tails, the Kyuubi, sealed within him, which disrupted his ability to control his chakra properly. But Jiraiya was different. There was no Kyuubi sealed inside him, and his natural talent wasn't bad. While he couldn't compare to geniuses like Orochimaru or Tsunade, Jiraiya was far above the average student in his class. He fell into that category of being better than most, but not quite at the top level. Otherwise, how could he have graduated at the age of 6 and caught the attention of none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen? What's that you say? Konoha traditionally pairs the top student with the worst one to balance the teams? That's nonsense. That reasoning might apply to other teams, but when it comes to the legendary trio of Sannin? Absolutely not. Even in times of war, anyone who graduates from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6 is considered an undeniable genius. The fact that Jiraiya graduated alongside Orochimaru at just 6 years old spoke volumes about his potential. But back to the story at hand. Standing on the podium, after showing off his mastery of ninjutsu, Jiraiya proudly raised his chin toward Orochimaru, his provocation obvious. And then, it was Orochimaru's turn. With a series of loud bangs, 4 shadow clones suddenly appeared in the classroom. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Jiraiya's smug expression was wiped clean as his eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. What the hell? Even Aizawa, the teacher, was left momentarily speechless. A civilian-born ninja could summon 4 shadow clones at the age of 6. How was that even possible? Aizawa, who was in his 20s and already a chunin, felt utterly embarrassed. However, Orochimaru had shown extraordinary potential since the moment he entered the academy, so even though Aizawa was shocked, it wasn't entirely outside of his expectations. After all, Orochimaru had always been a genius. Amazing. Aizawa muttered before addressing the two. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you two head to the training ground and wait for Lord Hiruzen. Jiraiya, still trying to make sense of what just happened, raised his hand. Teacher, aren't we supposed to be divided into teams? After all, apart from him and Orochimaru, there were other students graduating today, including Uchiha Shu and a few others. Normally, the teacher would create 3-person teams based on their abilities. There's no need for that, Aizawa responded curtly. Why not? Jiraiya persisted, clearly confused. You'll understand when you get there, Aizawa said dismissively. Truth be told, he didn't know the specific reason either. This was a directive from higher up, and he was simply following orders. Okay. Jiraiya replied, still puzzled, but as he saw Orochimaru already walking away, he hurried after him. Hey, Orochimaru, wait up, he called, running after him. At the training grounds, Orochimaru stood in silence, a rare look of anticipation on his face. Finally, he thought, he could start taking missions and earn some money. In this world where strength was everything, money was still crucial. Without it, even the strongest ninja couldn't conduct research or fund their ambitions. As Orochimaru reflected on his next steps, Jiraiya, as usual, was chattering away beside him. Hey, Orochimaru, did you notice that girl back there? Do you think she was looking at me? Hey. Are you even listening? Come on, I'm asking you something. Seriously, man, you're no fun. Well, anyway, I bet she was definitely checking me out. I mean, who wouldn't? I'm Lord Jiraiya. I'm suave, handsome, and adored by all the girls. It'd be weird if she wasn't staring at me. Jiraiya boasted, clearly more interested in girls than anything else. Orochimaru, for his part, paid no attention to him. Instead, he pondered how Jiraiya could be such a chatterbox at 6 years old. And not just a chatterbox, a pervert too. What kind of 6-year-old walks down the street, ogling women? One minute, Jiraiya was pointing out a girl's legs, and the next, he was commenting on another's figure. Orochimaru found it baffling. How could someone so young be so obsessed with women? What could he possibly do at this age? Could he even react? Orochimaru's thoughts were interrupted when a figure suddenly appeared in front of them: Hiruzen Sarutobi, their new teacher. With a smile, Hiruzen greeted them warmly. Well, you two have been waiting patiently. My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, and from today onwards, I'll be your Jounin instructor. But before we get started, why don't we introduce ourselves? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately jumped at the opportunity to speak first. My name is Jiraiya, and my dream is... Once Jiraiya finished his introduction, Orochimaru casually said his name, offering little else. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru and nodded approvingly. He was just about to say something when a cheerful voice called out from the distance. Sarutobi-sensei. It was Tsunade, approaching them with a bright, energetic aura. Upon seeing her, Jiraiya's eyes lit up like a predator spotting its prey. This is Tsunade, Hiruzen explained. She'll be the third member of your team. I'm sure you already know her, Orochimaru. Orochimaru simply nodded. He wasn't surprised to see Tsunade, whether in his memories or in reality, she was always destined to be on the same team as him. Jiraiya, on the other hand, didn't know this. The moment he saw Tsunade, his face beamed with excitement. In an instant, he rushed over to her like a cat catching the scent of fish. Oh, Tsunade. I'm Jiraiya. It's so great to finally meet you. Please take care of me. And, if you have any love letters, feel free to give them to me later. Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin. Tsunade, raising an eyebrow, clenched her fist. Before Jiraiya could process what was happening, she swung at him with all her might. Don't joke around with me like that, she shouted. Bang! Jiraiya flew through the air, crashing several meters away. That punch was Tsunade's special welcome gift for him. Orochimaru watched the scene unfold and was quietly impressed by Tsunade's raw strength. He had known from his memories that she possessed monstrous physical power, but seeing it in action at such a young age was still shocking. Tsunade was only 6 years old, and yet she had just sent Jiraiya, who was bigger than her, flying with a single punch. Incredible! Chapter 14, 986 words. Jiraiya came back with a swollen face, and Orochimaru shot a quick glance at the two of them. As expected, I'm an adult now. I can't play these childish games with them anymore, Orochimaru thought. Compared to this lively, chaotic scene, he much preferred being alone. He couldn't quite tell whether this was his original personality or if it was influenced by the original Orochimaru's demeanor. Damn it, girl. What kind of monster are you? Jiraiya grumbled, rubbing his swollen face, clearly irritated. Humph. Tsunade responded with a dismissive snort. Alright, let's not escalate things any further, Hiruzen interjected, stepping in to settle the matter. This is your first day getting to know each other, and you'll be working together for a long time, so let's focus on building your friendship. Hiruzen's authoritative tone immediately diffused the situation. We're all meeting for the first time today, and I need to get a sense of your abilities, Hiruzen continued once the dust had settled. He then pulled out 2 small bells from his pouch. These bells are key to your task. You'll need to snatch these 2 bells from me, he explained, holding them up for everyone to see. Seeing the bells and hearing the explanation, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. So, the legendary Sannin were tested with the same bell exercise back then? 2 bells? Orochimaru said calmly. That means... Yes, Hiruzen confirmed, smiling slightly. Someone will be left without a bell and won't get lunch. Not only that, but they'll be tied to the wooden stakes over there and will have to watch the others eat. So it was indeed the bell test. Perfect, Orochimaru thought. This will be a good opportunity to test the fruits of my training over the past few days. Next to him, Jiraiya's mischievous grin returned. He quickly turned to Tsunade, full of excitement. Hey, Tsunade, how about this? If I grab one of the bells, will you go on a date with me? Tsunade didn't even hesitate. If you don't get a bell, you'd better stay far, far away from me, she replied nonchalantly, knowing full well Jiraiya didn't stand a chance. Jiraiya's grin widened even more. Alright, it's a deal. His confidence was sky high, not like Naruto or Obito, who had bravado but hid insecurity underneath. Jiraiya was genuinely convinced of his own strength. Hiruzen, observing Jiraiya's enthusiastic attitude, couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then. I'll turn around and count to 10. When I'm done, be prepared to fight. The clock starts now. With that, Hiruzen tied the bells to his waist and turned around. Whoosh! In an instant, all three of them vanished from sight. Orochimaru quickly found a hiding spot, his mind racing. He knew that ever since he transmigrated into this world, everything had changed. He couldn't rely solely on his knowledge of the Naruto storyline because his very presence could create unpredictable butterfly effects. He needed to adapt to the current situation and form his own judgments, rather than blindly relying on memory. He barely even remembered how Naruto's Team 7 originally passed the bell test, much less how the future Sannin did it. But one thing he did know: Hiruzen was incredibly powerful. Ridiculously so. If they wanted to seize the bells, they'd have to outsmart him. With that in mind, Orochimaru flicked his wrist, sending a small fly-shaped surveillance drone into the air. Soon, Hiruzen's every move appeared in Orochimaru's vision. Jiraiya, that idiot, Orochimaru muttered under his breath. In the middle of the training field, Jiraiya had already fallen for one of Hiruzen's most basic traps. He was hanging upside down from a tree, flailing helplessly. How unreliable, Orochimaru thought. He may have graduated, but he's still hopelessly impulsive. His theoretical knowledge is clearly lacking too. Forget it, he's a lost cause. Shifting his gaze, Orochimaru noticed Tsunade hidden in the grass some distance away. After a brief moment of thought, he gestured towards her. Tsunade blinked in surprise but quickly nodded in understanding. Even though they hadn't fought together before, Orochimaru's hand signals were simple and clear. He was indicating that he would initiate the first move, and Tsunade should wait for the right moment to strike. Whoosh, whoosh. Two shurikens sliced through the air, heading straight for Hiruzen. Orochimaru's initial plan was to discuss a proper strategy with the other two and work together for a coordinated 3-versus-1 assault on their teacher. But with Jiraiya caught so easily, only two of them were left to execute any plan. The shurikens Orochimaru threw, however, were effortlessly dodged by Hiruzen. Without even turning around. An attack like that won't work on me, Hiruzen teased with a smile. But just as the words left his mouth. Water release, water wave. A sudden torrent of water surged toward Hiruzen. Orochimaru had followed up the shuriken attack with a water jutsu. Oh? You've already mastered water release on your own? Impressive. Hiruzen praised, deftly evading the wave with a series of nimble somersaults, his movements as fluid and agile as a monkey's. Even as he complimented Orochimaru, he remained one step ahead. Just as he was about to make another comment, his eyes widened in sudden alarm. He had sensed something. Whoosh! A razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the air, striking him dead on. In an instant, Hiruzen was cut clean in half. Jiraiya, still hanging upside down from the tree, was frozen in shock. Sarutobi-sensei was killed. Is this a joke? Tsunade, who had been crouched in the grass and ready to attack, was equally stunned. She had just watched Orochimaru create a shadow clone, use water release as a distraction, and then circle around to flank Hiruzen. The clone had drawn Hiruzen's attention with the shuriken and water jutsu, while Orochimaru's real body took advantage of the opening to unleash wind release, a jutsu with powerful cutting force. Chapter 15. 1140 words. Except for Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya were just as surprised at first. However, they soon breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Hiruzen who had been sliced in half gradually lost his original appearance, his body transforming into two lumps of dirt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Orochimaru's brows furrowed in frustration. As expected, it was an Earth clone. He knew Hiruzen wouldn't be defeated by such a basic ninjutsu, but what puzzled him was when Hiruzen had even cast the clone jutsu. In memory, Orochimaru had seen many battles where it seemed like the enemy captured was a real person, only for it to turn out to be a clone. However, those battles were part of a story, and such instances were rare in reality. In a real battle, you'd usually notice something wrong if an opponent was a clone. Did I miss a detail? Orochimaru wondered. Did Hiruzen use the Earth clone when he first appeared or when he hid his real body somewhere? Amazing. You managed to defeat my clone. Hiruzen's voice came from the nearby woods as he emerged calmly. Looking at the two Orochimaru's real body and the shadow clone, Hiruzen couldn't help but show approval. Orochimaru, you've really surprised me. Your clones can release ninjutsu too? Hiruzen was genuinely impressed. The basic principle of shadow clones was that they equally divided the user's chakra. For an average 6-year-old child, having enough chakra to fight and cast jutsu was already impressive, let alone having a clone that could cast jutsu without dispelling afterward. For Orochimaru's clone to release multiple ninjutsu and remain intact was evidence of an unusually high chakra capacity. This is nothing, Orochimaru replied with narrowed eyes, and, it's not over yet. Without wasting another moment, Orochimaru dashed forward, channeling wind chakra into his movements. Though wind chakra didn't directly increase a ninja's speed, it could reduce the caster's weight by a special release method, making them faster in a roundabout way. This was an innate skill Orochimaru had gained, so it wasn't surprising to him. However, given that he was only 6 years old, the boost in speed wasn't enough to create a lethal threat to Hiruzen, neither in terms of speed nor strength. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements from the basic genetic serum, Orochimaru's mental fortitude had increased significantly. As he engaged Hiruzen in close combat, his reaction speed was just barely able to keep up with his teacher's swift fists and kicks. Punch, dodge, kick. Every movement looked precise and skilled. Wow, so strong. Jiraiya, still hanging upside down from the tree, watched in awe. He couldn't even articulate his thoughts properly, his eyes wide as he observed the taijutsu battle between Orochimaru and Hiruzen. The saying "there's no harm in comparison" rang true. Watching Orochimaru now, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel embarrassed at his own earlier blunder. He was filled with jealousy, watching Orochimaru's fluid movements, while he himself had been humiliated by such a simple trap. He's become much better at taijutsu, hasn't he? Tsunade, who was hiding in the grass, was also impressed. She had known Orochimaru for a while and could clearly see how much he had improved. The strength isn't bad, and the speed isn't slow either. Hiruzen praised once more as he blocked Orochimaru's punch. But you can't do it alone. Before Hiruzen could finish, a loud boom echoed across the training ground, shaking the air. Hiruzen quickly parried Orochimaru's attack and did 2 quick somersaults to dodge the explosion. Before he could react further. "It's now," a voice whispered from the grass. Whoosh! A figure darted out from the grass near Hiruzen, moving swiftly toward him. Ding, ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out as the bells tied to Hiruzen's waist were snatched away. Hee, Hiruzen-sensei. Tsunade grinned, standing before him with the 2 bells in hand. The battle was over. Oh? Hiruzen was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well done. You two worked together perfectly. Although Hiruzen had held back significantly during the fight, the fact that 2 6-year-olds had managed to cooperate so seamlessly and execute such a successful strategy was proof of their exceptional talent. Especially Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru. But tell me, Orochimaru, where did you learn these techniques? Yeah. How did you come up with the idea of attaching the explosive tag to your clone? Tsunade chimed in, full of admiration. Earlier, while Orochimaru and Hiruzen were locked in close combat, It had seemed as if Hiruzen had the upper hand. But just as the fight reached its climax, Orochimaru's shadow clone had rushed in. Tsunade had expected it to be destroyed immediately, but to her surprise, it self-destructed instead, using the explosion to create an opening. The angle of the explosion was perfect, forcing Hiruzen to dodge away right into her path, allowing her to grab the bells. The precision and planning behind it were undeniable. Without that perfectly timed explosion, they wouldn't have won. I just imagined it, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, not wanting to explain too much. Though in truth, he had copied Uchiha Itachi's clone explosion technique from his previous life's memory. Itachi wasn't even born yet. Technically, Orochimaru wasn't lying. Imagined it, huh? Haha. You're quite the genius. Hiruzen laughed heartily, clearly impressed. You've just graduated, and you're already using explosive tags so cleverly. Very good, very good. Hiruzen was clearly pleased with Orochimaru's talent. Jiraiya, on the other hand, wasn't having such a good time. He had been tied to the wooden stake, looking pitiful as Tsunade mocked him mercilessly. Despite it being their first day together, Jiraiya and Tsunade were already bickering. Jiraiya shouted insults like flat-chested, airport, and washboard, while Tsunade fired back with pervert and loser. Hiruzen, standing to the side, tried to calm things down. Alright, that's enough. Tsunade, you and Orochimaru head home for now. I'll have a talk with Jiraiya. Just as Tsunade and Orochimaru turned to leave, Orochimaru suddenly asked, Teacher, when can we start taking missions? Hiruzen blinked, a bit surprised. There's no rush for that. Today's test is enough for now. We'll discuss missions tomorrow. Alright, Orochimaru replied with a nod, turning to leave. Whether it was one day earlier or later didn't make much difference to him. As they walked away, Tsunade suddenly stopped in her tracks, curious. Hey, Orochimaru, you seem really eager to start missions. Why? Money. Tsunade blinked. Money? Are you short on cash? Yes. Seriously? Yes, Orochimaru said bluntly, leaving Tsunade speechless as they continued walking. All Orochimaru could think about was how missions would bring him money, and how money would enable him to fund his experiments. His priorities were crystal clear. For him, the path forward was simple: make money, do experiments, and grow stronger. Chapter 16, 1021 words. As Tsunade walked away, Orochimaru's earlier conversation with her still echoed in his mind. I thought it would be a lot, Tsunade had said casually. It's only 150,000 ryo. Just wait, I'll go back and get it for you. Sure enough, a wealthy family is a wealthy family, Orochimaru mused. For most genin, 150,000 ryo was an astronomical amount of money. Even Chunin had to risk their lives on many dangerous missions to accumulate such a sum. Yet, Tsunade, without batting an eye, offered it to him like it was pocket change. Even though she emphasized that it was a loan, the fact that a mere child could hand over that much money so casually spoke volumes about the financial strength of the Senju clan. To be honest, borrowing money had never crossed Orochimaru's mind. He didn't have close family or friends in this world. Besides, Tsunade was just a little girl herself. How could he, with his adult mindset, even bring himself to ask for a loan? But once the conversation had naturally veered toward money, and Tsunade had offered to lend it, he didn't hesitate to accept. After all, this would save him nearly 2 months of time, and Tsunade could be considered someone under his care now. It was a win-win situation, with neither side losing out. Half an hour later, true to her word, Tsunade returned with a thick stack of banknotes and threw them in front of Orochimaru. 1,000 ryo bills, stacked up to a total of 150,000. Well, here's 150,000 ryo. At that moment, Orochimaru felt a strange sensation, almost as if he were being pampered like some kept boy. The absurdity of it all wasn't lost on him, but he still had to express his gratitude. Thanks. You're welcome, Tsunade replied nonchalantly, waving it off. With your talent, it won't take long for you to make that kind of money yourself. Orochimaru nodded, not disagreeing. It was true, although making money as a genin was slow, advancing to Chunin would open the doors to higher paying missions. And with his current abilities, advancing to Chunin was only a matter of time. After parting ways with Tsunade, Orochimaru set off to purchase the necessary experimental equipment. His home wasn't too small, and now that he lived alone, he had already cleared out space to use as a laboratory 3 days earlier. There was no concern about not having enough room for the equipment he was about to buy. Typically, setting up an ordinary laboratory would require many large machines, and the average private home wouldn't suffice for such large-scale experiments. But for the first experiment creating the basic genetic enhancement serum, the process was relatively simple. The main challenge lay in obtaining rare ingredients, while large, complex equipment wasn't needed. So, for now, Orochimaru's home would suffice. By the time Orochimaru had bought all the necessary materials, it was already evening. The streets were busy with people coming and going, but he remained focused, carrying bags of supplies and equipment back to his home. Despite the lateness of the hour, sleep was the last thing on his mind. He had gone over the experimental steps countless times in his head and couldn't wait to begin. After meticulously setting up all the equipment, Orochimaru finally began the first real experiment of his life, creating the basic gene enhancement serum. He followed the steps that were engraved in his mind, moving with precision. At first, he thought his strong theoretical knowledge would make the process simple. But reality soon proved otherwise. Alright, first, heat this herb slightly. Wait, why is it turning mushy? Let's try again. This fire seems too weak now? Okay, this time should be fine. Wait, too much material again? The harsh truth of scientific research was dawning on Orochimaru's. Successful experiments required countless trials and errors. Every step had to be precise. Every failure contributed to a deeper understanding of the process. Still, Orochimaru wasn't one to give up easily. He had almost memorized all the theoretical aspects, so there was no reason he couldn't figure it out with enough practice. And so, his long journey of trial and error scientific research began in earnest. Day by day, time passed. Orochimaru gradually grew more accustomed to life in Konoha village. The day after his graduation, Hiruzen Sarutobi officially gave him, Tsunade, and Jiraiya their Konoha forehead protectors. At the age of 6, they were now officially genin. During the day, Orochimaru followed Sarutobi on D-rank and C-rank missions, learning various combat techniques and honing his skills. At night, he devoted himself to his experiments. He balanced his schedule with strict discipline, ensuring he went to bed at midnight and woke up at 7 a.m. sharp. Now that he had become Orochimaru, he had no intention of slacking off like an idle otaku. Finally, half a year later, late one night, Orochimaru stood in his dimly lit lab, holding up a test tube filled with light green liquid. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. It should be successful this time. System, check if the serum is qualified. Ding. Beginning analysis. Testing complete. Basic gene enhancement serum, purity, 92%, exceeding the 90% standard. Final verdict, the basic gene enhancement serum has been successfully produced. Next technology available, gene extraction. Would you like to unlock it? Unlock it, Orochimaru said without hesitation. The effectiveness of the gene enhancement solution was determined by its purity. Only serum with a purity of 90% or higher could fully exert their effects. Though Orochimaru wasn't aiming for perfection 100% purity, he knew that the benefits wouldn't significantly increase past 90%, so this result was more than satisfactory. Ding. Gene extraction technology successfully unlocked. Congratulations, host, you've acquired. Another set of experimental equipment appeared in his storage, though this time there wasn't as much as during the first experiment. The new tools were small and specialized. Orochimaru checked the new scientific data. The next area of research was gene fusion. Gene fusion, the process of combining two or more genes to enhance an existing species or create a new one. Chapter 17, 1142 words. Gene fusion? Fusing two or more genes together? As Orochimaru pondered over the concept, his eyes narrowed slightly. This ability sounds impressive, he thought, but without diving deeper into the specifics, he couldn't yet assess its true usefulness. He spent the next 2 hours skimming through the information related to the gene extraction technique. Well, this ability is quite interesting as well, he noted. It contained detailed methods for extracting various genes from living things. Orochimaru nodded to himself, satisfied. Exchange for the genetic detector. The exchange is successful. 1,000 technology points have been consumed. In a flash, a palm-sized gadget appeared in Orochimaru's storage. It resembled a small wireless camera, compact and easily concealable. Orochimaru glanced at his attribute panel, noticing a few changes. Host, Orochimaru. Mastered technology, basic gene enhancement serum. Current stage technology, gene extraction technique. Plant specimens 0 out of 100. Animal specimens 0 out of 100. Next stage, gene fusion. Remaining technology points, 4,000. Equipments, gene detector, capable of analyzing the genetic information of any species. So, I need to extract the genes from 100 kinds of plants and 100 types of animals to complete this phase of the technology? Orochimaru muttered to himself. This shouldn't be too hard. 100 types of living organisms? Between the snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds, and other wildlife in the area, it wouldn't be difficult to gather the samples. As for the plants, there were easily over 100 types of weeds and flowers scattered throughout the village. However, it was already late in the day, and Orochimaru wasn't particularly in the mood to start gathering samples just yet. The next morning, Orochimaru arrived at the training ground as usual. However, his mind continued to wander, reflecting on the hardships he'd faced during the past 6 months while conducting his experiments. The raw materials for the basic genetic enhancement serum had been numerous and complex. Many of them had required careful decomposition, purification, and sometimes fusion. A slight miscalculation in the formula, even by a fraction, often led to failure. Each time he failed, he had to start all over again. At times, even a basic purification experiment would take over 10 days to complete. It was, without a doubt, a difficult journey for someone who had only just begun his foray into scientific research. Still, there were always more solutions than problems in this world. To avoid wasting precious raw materials, Orochimaru had chosen to practice his skills using common plants and food until he became proficient. Once he felt confident, he moved on to using the proper ingredients. Along the way, he'd also frequented Konoha's library, purchasing and reading numerous books related to his work. It had taken him half a year to finally complete what was considered a simple experiment. But simplicity was only in comparison to veteran scientists, people with decades of experience. For a beginner like Orochimaru, it had been anything but easy. As he strolled along the road to the training ground, Orochimaru's eyes drifted to the weeds growing along the roadside. An idea sparked in his mind. The genetic detector he had exchanged for was tucked away on the inside of his arm, concealed under the sleeve of his robe. Pulling out a small test tube, he plucked a random weed and began the analysis. Ding, a mountainweed specimen has been detected. However, the specimen is too low level to provide any energy for fusion. As expected, collecting random weeds works toward completing the task, Orochimaru thought. Ding, plantain specimen detected. This specimen is too low level to provide any energy for fusion. Ding, analyzing. He continued picking up various plants as he walked, testing them with the gene detector. After collecting samples from more than 10 species, he had already gathered several plant genes. Of course, the genetic detector repeatedly informed him that these plants weren't powerful enough to provide energy after fusion, which piqued his curiosity. System, can these plants still be fused, despite their low energy potential? He asked. Yes, host. How does the fusion process work? Please unlock the next technology. The next technology. Orochimaru glanced at the label on his interface that read gene fusion. I see. Gene extraction involved collecting samples from animals and plants, then extracting their genes through various methods such as decomposition, heating, or burning. But gene fusion, this would allow him to combine the extracted genes, creating something new. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If I can fuse animal and plant genes, shouldn't human genes also be capable of fusion? His eyes gleamed with excitement at the idea. The cells of the first Hokage. Orochimaru's mind raced. If he could obtain the cells of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, who had the legendary wood release, gene fusion could open up unprecedented possibilities. His hands clenched at the thought. Hey, Orochimaru. Good morning, a voice called out. Snapping out of his thoughts, Orochimaru looked up and saw Tsunade waving at him from a distance. He had arrived at the training ground without even realizing it. Tsunade had become a familiar presence in his life over the past half-year. After being assigned to the same team, they had spent a considerable amount of time training together. Orochimaru's indifferent demeanor had faded slightly over time, and he now regarded her with a certain familiarity. Morning, Orochimaru replied with a nod, acknowledging her greeting. You seem to be in a good mood today. Tsunade said with a smile, noticing his relaxed expression. She walked closer to him and added, by the way, I've noticed that every time we finish training, you rush off somewhere. Do you have something important to do? I'll explain later, Orochimaru replied calmly, not offering much in the way of details. These advanced technologies were powerful, and given his current age, it wasn't the right time to reveal them. He preferred to keep his work a secret for now. Tsunade blinked, slightly taken aback by his nonchalant response. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. It seems like you're really in a good mood today. To be honest, Orochimaru was quite handsome, especially now in his youth. His fair skin and long, flowing hair made him more attractive than many girls their age. Whenever he walked through the village, he often drew attention from other girls, leaving them blushing after a mere glance in his direction. Because of this, Tsunade had begun to develop a subtle admiration for him. In the original timeline, if Orochimaru hadn't been so reclusive and uninterested in women, Kato Dan might never have entered Tsunade's life. Perhaps Orochimaru and Tsunade would have had the opportunity to grow closer. Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice broke through her thoughts. Can you give me a strand of your hair? Huh? Tsunade blinked, caught off guard. Why would he want that? Chapter 18, 1177 words. Orochimaru's request was both confusing and unexpected. Asking for her hair in the middle of a casual conversation? Tsunade couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Why do you want someone else's hair? She stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly. Could it be? Tsunade's thoughts started running wild. Does he want to keep it as some kind of keepsake? A token of love, maybe? She already had a growing crush on Orochimaru, and in her mind, hair was something personal, even intimate. Given how shy she already felt around him, it was only natural that her imagination ran wild with possibilities. If it's inconvenient, forget it, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, his calm demeanor showing no sign of ulterior motives. You. Tsunade, who had been shy moments ago, was now irritated by his total lack of awareness. How could he be so casual about asking for something like that? You're so arrogant, asking someone for something so personal. Nevertheless, Tsunade reluctantly plucked a strand of her hair and handed it to him. Here. Had it been anyone else, she probably would have been furious, but since it was Orochimaru, she begrudgingly complied. This guy is such a straight-laced fool, she thought. Orochimaru took the hair calmly, his expression still as unreadable as ever. Thank you, he said, his voice even and polite. No. You're welcome. Tsunade stuttered, surprised by his sudden politeness. She wasn't used to Orochimaru being so formal with her. Without saying another word, Orochimaru slipped the strand of hair into the sleeve of his robe, where his genetic detector was hidden. Ding, human hair specimen detected. Quality, medium. Slight life energy can be extracted upon fusion. Huh. Tsunade's gene quality is only medium? Orochimaru murmured to himself. Just a little life energy? I was hoping for more, perhaps the legendary vitality of the Senju. After months of experimentation, Orochimaru had come to understand a lot more about how the gene extraction process worked. While hair could offer some genetic material, it wasn't as accurate or potent as samples taken from flesh and blood. But even with the limitations of hair, the results here were still valid. The realization struck him that Tsunade's genetic potential wasn't as high as he had initially assumed. Tsunade's genes really are just average? It made sense when he thought about it. The Senju clan had indeed been powerful, but there were only a few standout figures known throughout history. In Tsunade's generation, even her parents didn't achieve any particular fame. In fact, Tsunade's own chakra reserves weren't all that impressive unless she used the Yin seal. Without that technique, her chakra capacity was arguably lower than even Jiraiya's, an average civilian-born ninja. With that in mind, the system's analysis seemed accurate. Only a little life energy, Orochimaru pondered. After a moment of thought, he decided he would save these genes for later, once he unlocked gene fusion. He could then choose the best genes for fusion, aiming to maximize his benefits. Hey! Why are you two still standing around here? A loud voice called from a distance. Orochimaru and Tsunade turned their heads simultaneously. Jiraiya, what do you want? Tsunade asked. Hiruzen-sensei's busy today, Jiraiya said with a grin, so he told me to let you know we're disbanded for the day. What? Orochimaru was lucky, and not just because of his status. Being one of the future legendary Sannin meant he had a bright future ahead. But from the moment he transmigrated into this world, his position had been unique. In the harsh world of ninja villages, ordinary civilian-born ninjas were often looked down upon or bullied. But neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya had to deal with that. Why? Because they had a teacher, and their teacher Hiruzen was a disciple of the second Hokage. Thanks to this connection, no one dared bully them, not even the Uchiha clan members who usually held themselves in high regard. After all, who would risk offending the Hokage's disciple? Taking advantage of this rare free time, Orochimaru said his goodbyes to Jiraiya and Tsunade. He had more important matters to attend to, specifically, gathering plant and animal specimens for his experiments. Tsunade and Jiraiya, accustomed to Orochimaru's solitary habits, didn't think much of it as he wandered off. He's always doing his own thing, Tsunade remarked. Yeah, but hey, I've got something to show you. Jiraiya grinned, an air of excitement in his voice. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Something to show me? What is it? Jiraiya's confidence radiated as he pulled out a kunai, nicked his finger, and quickly began forming hand seals. Watch this. Summoning jutsu. With a loud slap on the ground, black runes spread out from the point of contact, and in an instant, white smoke billowed around him. As the smoke cleared, a small toad appeared in front of him. Tsunade blinked. This is... Jiraiya puffed out his chest, arms crossed proudly. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? I've learned how to summon toads from Mount Myaboku. Impressed yet? Ever since he had signed the contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya had been eager to show off his new abilities, especially to Tsunade. He wanted her to see that he wasn't just a slacker, he was powerful, too. Tsunade had originally been slightly impressed. However, the moment she saw Jiraiya's smug expression, her pride kicked in, and she rolled her eyes. It's just a summoning jutsu. What's the big deal? I can do that too. What? Jiraiya immediately deflated, his excitement crashing into disbelief. You can do it too? Of course. Watch. With a similar motion, Tsunade bit her finger, performed the seals, and slammed her hand to the ground. A second plume of white smoke appeared, and when it dissipated, a small slug stood next to Jiraiya's toad. This is... Jiraiya was stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tsunade had summoned something too? Tsunade grinned smugly. How about that? Did I lie to you? Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, unable to process what had just happened. He had been so proud of his new skill, only to discover that Tsunade, who hadn't bragged about it at all, could do the same thing. But... Jiraiya stammered, still trying to salvage his pride. Even so, I'm definitely stronger than Orochimaru. Tsunade gave him an unimpressed look. You'd better stop dreaming. Even if you know the summoning technique, I'm sure Orochimaru knew it a long time ago. He's just not as showy as you. No way. Jiraiya's world was collapsing. How's it impossible? If you don't believe me, go ask him. I will. Jiraiya's confidence was shattered as he stormed off, determined to find out if what Tsunade said was true. Meanwhile, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle at his frustration, knowing full well that Orochimaru likely did know the summoning jutsu and that he was the type to keep such abilities to himself. Poor Jiraiya, she thought with a smirk. He's got a long way to go. Chapter 19. 1171 words. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an ant specimen. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining. Orochimaru's mind churned as the system continued its updates. Does the same species only count as one specimen? He wondered aloud. After listening to the system's explanation, he realized something important. It seemed that in order to complete the task of gene extraction, each unique species would only be counted once, regardless of how many individuals he collected. For example, if he gathered cells from several humans, they would all still count as one species. The same logic applied to animals. He could collect different varieties of the same species, but they wouldn't count toward new tasks. That makes sense, Orochimaru mused. It didn't affect his research at all. For someone like him, collecting 100 species was child's play. Well, this should be easy enough, he muttered, his golden eyes glinting with confidence. As he continued walking, something in the distance caught his attention: a cemetery. It seemed eerily familiar to him. After a moment, realization struck. Ah, of course. This was the resting place of his parents in this world. No wonder it stirred a sense of familiarity within him. With a slight pang of nostalgia, Orochimaru made his way to the Yamanaka clan's flower shop, purchased a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, and returned to his parents' grave. He laid the flowers before the stone with a sense of quiet reverence. Even though I'm not the Orochimaru you once knew, he said softly, bowing deeply in front of the tombstone, I still owe you this respect. Consider it my filial duty. After paying his respects, Orochimaru turned to leave. But as he was about to step away, something white behind the tombstone caught his eye. Curiosity piqued, he moved quickly, stepping behind the stone and picking up the strange object. What's this? Snakeskin? But, it's white, he mumbled. Before he could examine it further, a familiar voice called out from a distance. Hey, Orochimaru. Looking up, he saw Jiraiya running toward him. Orochimaru quickly stuffed the white snakeskin into his robe, concealing it from view. What's up? Orochimaru asked, his voice calm and even. I need to ask you something. Jiraiya began. Summoning jutsu? Orochimaru repeated, blinking in mild surprise as Jiraiya explained. That's right, he had been so busy with his experiments that he had nearly forgotten that all three of the future Sannin had their own signature summons. Tsunade had already mastered her slug summoning, and now it seemed Jiraiya had learned to summon toads. How could I have overlooked this? Orochimaru mused. Tsunade told me you already knew how to summon creatures too, but I didn't believe her. Jiraiya said, his tone slightly accusing. So I came to ask for myself. Hey, show me if you can do it. I can't, Orochimaru replied bluntly, not wanting to waste any time. What? You really can't? Jiraiya's disbelief was evident on his face. I have no reason to lie to you. Huh? Jiraiya burst into laughter, his pride swelling. See? Jiraiya-sama, had to work so hard to master summoning, and you, Orochimaru, have never even done it before. I knew it. Jiraiya's glee was almost palpable as he pranced around, clearly reveling in his victory. Orochimaru, however, had no interest in entertaining his antics. He simply turned and began walking away, uninterested in Jiraiya's childish celebration. Hey! Where are you going? Don't leave. Let's have a chat, come on. Jiraiya called after him, but Orochimaru waved him off dismissively. Boring, Orochimaru muttered, making it clear he wasn't going to engage further. Later that night, Orochimaru lay on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts as he stared at the white snakeskin he had retrieved from the cemetery earlier. Though he had acted indifferent during the day, Jiraiya's words had left a small impression on him. Tsunade probably learned summoning from her family, Orochimaru thought. The slug's size is directly proportional to the amount of chakra used, so she can summon it no matter how small her reserves are. As for Jiraiya, he had learned the summoning technique from Hiruzen. The fool had used the technique without a contract and had accidentally been transported to Mount Myaboku, the land of the toads. But what about Orochimaru? There were plenty of scrolls in my parents' inheritance, but none contained the summoning technique, let alone any mention of summoning snakes. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that because I'm a reincarnator, the opportunity that should have belonged to the original Orochimaru is gone? Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the house, jolting Orochimaru from his thoughts. What was that? He muttered, quickly sitting up. Another thud followed soon after. This time, Orochimaru pinpointed the source of the noise. It was coming from the living room. In a few quick steps, he made his way out of his room and into the hallway, his senses sharp as he approached the living room. Boom! The sound rang out again. Orochimaru's golden eyes scanned the room, searching for the source. It's coming from under the floor. Is something hitting the floor from below? A sudden thought struck him. Could there be a hidden basement beneath the house? It wouldn't be unusual for a ninja family to have secret passageways or basements. Orochimaru's parents might have dug the basement before he was even born, and he simply hadn't known about it. Without wasting any time, Orochimaru began scanning the floor for any signs of a trapdoor or secret entrance. As a ninja, searching for hidden passages was a basic skill. After moving a few pieces of experimental equipment into his system's storage, he found the source of the noise, a thick wooden panel in the far right corner of the room. The muffled thudding was coming from beneath it. Orochimaru knocked on the panel, confirming it was hollow. Cautiously, he drew a kunai and slipped his hand into the gap at the edge of the floorboard, ready for whatever might come. Squeak! The floor panel lifted easily, revealing a secret compartment below. A massive python, as thick as an adult's calf, reared its head from the dark hole beneath the floor. The creature's body was covered in intricate flower-like patterns, and its golden eyes, with vertical slits, locked onto Orochimaru's. It hissed, flicking its tongue menacingly. Orochimaru's first instinct was to retreat and defend himself, but something held him back. The giant snake didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. Instead, it stared at him intently, its gaze almost assessing. After a few tense moments, the python opened its mouth, revealing something unexpected, a scroll. The large serpent dropped the scroll onto the floor in front of Orochimaru, then slithered back into the darkness beneath the house. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he bent down and picked up the scroll, feeling its weight in his hands. A summoning scroll? He wondered. As he slowly unrolled it, the truth became clear. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. 1170 words. The unexpected joy from Orochimaru discovering the white python overwhelmed him momentarily. His instincts, however, did not lead him to attack. Instead, his first thought was to step back. Why attack a snake when I should be one of them? He mused. If he attacked the snake, how could he expect to forge a bond with them later? Luckily, the flower-patterned python didn't seem hostile, but Orochimaru remained cautious. After all, sudden kindness from a snake wasn't something to be taken lightly. Glancing at the scroll the python had dropped, he quickly formulated a plan. While keeping a wary eye on the snake, he reached for the scroll. Upon inspecting it, he found that the scroll itself wasn't particularly unique, save for what it recorded the origin of this snake. Was this snake raised by my parents? Orochimaru thought aloud, his golden eyes narrowing. Could it be that they implanted a spiritual mark in its subconscious, so it wouldn't attack me? His gaze returned to the massive snake. Orochimaru was well aware that each of the Sannin had their own signature summon creatures. Jiraiya had the toads of Mount Myaboku, Tsunade had her slugs from Shikatsu Forest, and he, Orochimaru, would eventually summon the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. But this snake in front of him? It wasn't speaking, unlike the high-level toads or the intelligent slug Tsunade summoned. Most snakes from Ryuchi Cave didn't have the gift of speech unless they were particularly special. It can't speak? Orochimaru thought, pondering the situation. So how did the original Orochimaru control these snakes? His mind worked through the possible explanations. Do I need to sign a summoning contract first? Orochimaru muttered. That makes sense, but how do I go about signing the contract? Do I need to visit Ryuchi Cave? Just as these thoughts were crossing his mind, the flower-patterned python reacted. Bah! The python hissed and gestured toward the basement, seemingly asking him to follow. Do you want me to go down with you? Orochimaru asked tentatively. Bah! The python nodded, or at least it seemed to. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, but quickly decided to follow. With my current strength, I should be able to handle anything unexpected. He walked down into the basement, fully aware of his surroundings. The basement was small, and the lighting was poor. Realizing the darkness would hinder him, Orochimaru quickly returned upstairs to fetch a candle. Once lit, the soft glow of the flame illuminated the space, revealing two objects sitting before him. One was an intricately detailed scroll, and the other was a long iron box. Orochimaru sat cross-legged in his living room, the two items placed beside him. Behind him, the flower-patterned python coiled quietly, its tongue flickering in and out as it watched him obediently. The creature's docile nature surprised Orochimaru. It seemed surprisingly loyal and calm in his presence, an unexpected contrast to the snake's usual aggressive reputation. This snake is unusually well-behaved, Orochimaru thought, though he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. There were more pressing matters at hand. He turned his attention to the two objects in front of him. Even with all his experiments and experiences, he couldn't help but marvel at what he had found. So my father had a summoning contract with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave too? Orochimaru's mind raced. It seemed that this python had been summoned by his father to guard these two treasures. Orochimaru recalled that in the basement, there had been a tunnel leading out of Konoha village, allowing the python to leave to hunt for food. That explained how the creature had survived in hiding for so long. The python had been living beneath the house for a year, sustaining itself by catching prey from the outside. What a pleasant surprise! Orochimaru said to himself, his voice filled with rare emotion. He calmed his excitement and examined the long iron box next to the scroll. The box wasn't locked but had a simple seal that required chakra to unlock. Orochimaru channeled a bit of chakra into the seal, and soon the box creaked open. Inside the box was a shining silver sword, its blade gleaming in the dim candlelight. Orochimaru's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. It really is Kusanagi. In his memories, this very sword had been used by him to kill both the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and his former master, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. While the Kusanagi sword wasn't a divine artifact, it was incredibly sharp and could extend, shorten, and transform at will, making it a formidable weapon. Beside the sword lay a letter. Orochimaru opened it slowly. Countless words appeared before his eyes, written in a familiar hand. Boy, if you're reading this, it means I'm no longer in this world. There was no doubt this was a letter left behind by Orochimaru's father. The letter explained how his father had obtained the sword by chance. Before heading to the battlefield, he had a premonition that he might not survive. Fearing that the sword would fall into enemy hands, he hid it away in the basement, entrusting it to the care of the python. The letter warned Orochimaru of the sword's immense value and power, advising him to only use it once he was strong enough. His father cautioned him never to display the Kusanagi in front of others until he was capable of wielding it effectively. So that's why Orochimaru in the original timeline always kept this sword inside his body. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. He remembered vividly how the original Orochimaru would summon the Kusanagi by having a snake regurgitate it from his mouth, a sight that was as bizarre as it was unsettling. Disgusting, Orochimaru thought with a grimace. The original Orochimaru must have altered his body through countless experiments, turning himself into something less humane. That won't be me. Orochimaru decided firmly. He had no intention of becoming a grotesque snake-human hybrid. His experiments would be different. Placing the Kusanagi sword to the side, he picked up the scroll. As expected, it was a summoning contract. His father's name was written at the top, marking him as a summoner of Ryuchi Cave. According to the instructions on the contract, Orochimaru would need to sign his name on the bottom and then leave a bloody handprint to finalize the agreement. It was a simple process, one that he had been familiar with from his knowledge of the original story. Without hesitation, Orochimaru followed the instructions. He pricked his finger, signed his name, and placed a blood-stained handprint on the scroll. As the blood seeped into the scroll, Orochimaru felt a sudden shift within his mind. Something foreign yet familiar embedded itself into his consciousness, a connection to Ryuchi Cave and its serpentine inhabitants. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, please issue your command." Orochimaru blinked in surprise. The voice belonged to the flower-patterned python coiled behind him. "So, after signing the contract, I can communicate with these snakes telepathically?" Chapter 21, 1137 words. The python took the contract scroll, and with a puff of white smoke, disappeared from Orochimaru's room. Orochimaru looked down at the snake skin in his hand, murmuring to himself, "I felt the aura of this white snake skin, and couldn't resist coming up from the basement? How fascinating. Could this snake skin have belonged to the White Snake Sage?" The White Snake Sage, ruler of Ryuchi Cave, was one of the three legendary sages, alongside the Slug Sage and Toad Sage. The snake skin in Orochimaru's possession exuded a unique aura, one that could only be associated with a creature as powerful as the White Snake Sage. But as far as Orochimaru remembered, the White Snake Sage was enormous, far beyond the size of the snake skin he held in his hands. The pieces didn't seem to fit together. Forget it, Orochimaru shook his head, dismissing the thought. I can't access Ryuchi Cave now anyway. Thinking too much won't lead to answers. With no clear direction to investigate the mystery, Orochimaru decided to shelve the matter for now. After all, Ryuchi Cave was a sacred and hidden place accessible only to those who knew its location. Unlike the toads of Mount Myaboku, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave couldn't use reverse summoning techniques to bring others to their domain. In the end, Orochimaru knew that if he wanted answers, he would have to find Ryuchi Cave himself someday. For now, he could only wait and focus on his current goals. His next issue was the Kusanagi sword, which he had recently acquired. While he wasn't particularly skilled in swordsmanship, Orochimaru recognized the sword's immense value as a weapon. He had obtained it and didn't intend to just hand it over to someone else for free. However, a new problem arose: where to store it. The idea of storing it inside his body, like the original Orochimaru did, crossed his mind. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Keeping a sword inside his body felt both unsightly and unnecessary at this point in time. The Kusanagi sword wasn't as critical to him now as it might have been later in his life. Sealing it in a scroll was an option. But scrolls were external objects. If lost, the Kusanagi sword would be lost too. This was clearly not an ideal solution. Then, he considered placing it in the system warehouse. This option seemed promising. However, it had one drawback: When retrieving objects from the system, the process involved a spatial fluctuation, something akin to the spacetime ninjutsu used by Uchiha Obito, not the white smoke seen with conventional space scrolls. While the spatial principle was intriguing, using such a technique at his current age might draw unwanted attention. People might become suspicious if a 6-year-old was suddenly able to access another dimension. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before coming to a conclusion. It doesn't matter. I don't need to use the Kusanagi sword often, so where I store it isn't important for now. With that decision made, Orochimaru waved his hand. A ripple in space occurred, and the Kusanagi sword disappeared into the system warehouse. After securing the summoning technique contract and the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru felt much better. His mood improved, as he now possessed tools for future growth. He knew that all 3 sacred lands, Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave, taught Senjutsu sage techniques. Senjutsu was essential for dealing with the Otsutsuki clan in the later stages of life. In the original series, Orochimaru's body was too damaged from his numerous experiments, and his repeated body swapping through living corpse reincarnation caused rejection between his soul and his physical form. This made it impossible for him to learn Senjutsu, leaving him dependent on absorbing Senjutsu chakra from Kabuto. But now, everything was different. This younger version of Orochimaru still had plenty of potential. His body was untainted by the severe side effects of his future experiments, and he was filled with endless possibilities. He had big plans to surpass even the Orochimaru of the original timeline. The next morning, Orochimaru headed to the training grounds, continuing his usual routine. But before he even arrived, he could already hear a familiar voice bickering in the distance. I'm telling you, Orochimaru doesn't know how to summon anything. You didn't believe me yesterday, so do you believe me now? I asked him myself, and he said it. How can that be? Even you, an idiot, can summon. There's no way Orochimaru can't. Tsunade's voice retorted, disbelief clear in her tone. Idiot. Did you just call me an idiot, you flat-chested washboard? Jiraiya shot back, clearly offended. Flat chest. Say that again if you dare. Tsunade's face contorted with fury as veins bulged on her forehead. Her fist clenched tightly, her anger bubbling over. Jiraiya wasn't backing down. Yeah, you heard me. You're just a flat-chested, unfeminine. You're dead. Bang. Tsunade's punch shot out like a missile, but Jiraiya was already prepared this time and dodged it, grinning as he taunted her. Did you really think you could hit me again? You blockhead. Naya. Jiraiya made faces as he sprinted away, trying to stay one step ahead of Tsunade's wrath. Seeing that she couldn't catch him, Tsunade kept up her chase, clearly frustrated. But then... Oh, Orochimaru? Tsunade's eyes landed on Orochimaru, who had just arrived at the training grounds. She came to a halt, surprise evident on her face. Orochimaru. You're here. Tell her, you can't summon anything, right? Jiraiya ran up to Orochimaru like a man pleading for backup. Tsunade, now equally interested, turned her gaze to Orochimaru. She, too, was curious about the answer. Orochimaru remained calm. I can. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, you heard it. Wait, what? Jiraiya's triumphant smile faltered as his brain caught up to what Orochimaru had just said. You can? But that's not what you said yesterday. Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling as though he'd just been played. Orochimaru glanced at him. I couldn't summon anything yesterday. But today I can. What? Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at him, stunned. Learning to summon creatures overnight? What was going on? Ignoring their bewilderment, Orochimaru looked around. Where's Hiruzen-sensei? Oh, Hiruzen-sensei isn't coming today, Jiraiya replied, finally snapping out of his shock. He told us to wait for you and then head to the Konoha hospital to help out. The hospital? Orochimaru paused, his mind racing as a thought came to him. I see. Let's go, then. Without waiting for the others, he turned and began walking toward the Konoha hospital, his mind already planning his next steps. The hospital. A perfect place to obtain blood samples from various ninjas. Hey, Orochimaru. Wait for us. Tsunade called after him. Man, this guy really doesn't understand teamwork, does he? Jiraiya grumbled as he hurried to catch up. Chapter 22, 1395 words. Konoha Hospital. Hiruzen was there, busy helping out, given the influx of injured ninjas. Bed 11 needs another blood transfusion, a medic shouted. This wound is deep and almost infected. Didn't you disinfect it while on the front lines? Another nurse asked, her tone full of concern. We tried, but the medical facilities on the front lines are limited, replied the injured ninja, grimacing in pain. At that moment, Hiruzen noticed Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya entering the hospital and quickly stood up to greet them. Ah, you're here. Come on, help out. You're not skilled enough to handle advanced treatments, so just focus on bandaging for now. He turned to a young woman wearing a white coat with a brown ponytail tied neatly behind her back. Biwa, have the three of them help with the bandaging. The woman, none other than Biwako Sarutobi, Hiruzen's wife, looked up and replied, got it. There's plenty of bandaging work, so I'll have them assist the nurses. At this point, Biwako was only in her 20s and already dedicated to her work as a medic. Orochimaru took a quick glance around the hospital. The number of injured people today was staggering, far more than he had ever seen on his previous visits. Why are there so many wounded? Orochimaru asked, clearly puzzled by the overcrowded state of the hospital. Hiruzen smiled slightly, though there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. You're quite observant, Orochimaru. Well, it's no secret now, so I'll tell you. The fighting on the front lines has eased, and we've managed to transport some of the more seriously injured soldiers back to the village for proper treatment. Ah, I see, Orochimaru nodded in understanding. The sheer number of wounded was indeed the consequence of the ongoing war. The injured were being brought back from the front lines, those who had narrowly escaped death but still bore the marks of battle. This is war. Jiraiya muttered, looking at the injured shinobi with a pained expression. It's awful. Tsunade, standing beside him, wore a similarly somber look as she observed the wounded. For Orochimaru, however, the sight didn't evoke the much emotional reaction. He had mentally prepared himself for this, knowing full well the harsh reality of war. While he helped with the bandaging, he couldn't help but covertly scan the hospital for something else, his prey. It wasn't long before Orochimaru's eyes locked onto the hospital's blood storage room. Given how chaotic the hospital was today, no one would notice if he slipped in for a moment. That night, after a long day of helping at the hospital, Orochimaru returned home. He was exhausted but far too eager to rest just yet. On his desk were more than a dozen small syringes lined up neatly, each containing a small amount of red liquid blood samples Orochimaru had carefully extracted from the hospital's blood storage room. Despite his fatigue, he immediately began his testing. After everything he had learned so far, his interest in genetic research had only deepened. How could he possibly rest when such invaluable samples were at his disposal? Ding! It has been detected that this sample contains water attribute energy. Fusion will grant the power of water. Orochimaru's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As expected. Blood is the best genetic sample. He knew the results being detected reflected the chakra attributes of the blood donors. Previously, when he had tested Tsunade's hair, the system had only extracted a small amount of life energy. But now, with blood samples, he could unlock the chakra nature of other ninjas. Tsunade herself had chakra with 4 different attributes: water, fire, lightning, and earth. This difference between the energy extracted from her hair and blood made it clear to Orochimaru just how much more potential lay in the use of blood for genetic analysis. The tests continued. Ding! This sample contains 2 chakra attributes, fire and lightning. Fusion will grant the power of fire and lightning. Ding! This sample contains the wind attribute. One blood sample after another, each providing Orochimaru with valuable data. Some contained only a single attribute, while others had 2 or even 3. Then suddenly, ding! A special human gene sample has been detected. Fusion can grant the genetic traits of this sample. Special genes? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in curiosity. System, check the details. Holding the syringe with the special blood sample in hand, Orochimaru's heart began to race as he awaited the analysis. Host, please wait. The system is analyzing the sample. Analysis complete. The gene belongs to the Uchiha clan. Fusion with this gene will grant the traits of the Uchiha, including the potential to awaken the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan? Orochimaru murmured, his golden eyes gleaming with excitement. When he had tested Tsunade's cells earlier, the system had only granted him a small portion of life energy, nothing particularly noteworthy. But now, this blood sample from the Uchiha clan promised something entirely different: the ability to inherit the traits of the Uchiha, possibly even the Sharingan. But why the difference? Why had Tsunade's hair yielded only a small amount of life energy, while this Uchiha blood sample promised the potential for far more powerful abilities? Senju and Uchiha are supposed to be genetically equal. So why did Tsunade's sample result in such a minor gain, while the Uchiha sample offers something far greater? Is it simply the difference between hair and blood? No. The reason lies in the activation of genetic traits. Tsunade has not awakened the sage body, which is why you cannot gain that ability from her genes. However, the owner of this Uchiha blood has awakened the Sharingan, which is why you can gain the power of the Uchiha through fusion. As the system explained, Orochimaru quickly grasped the concept. It wasn't just about having the right genes, it was about whether those genes had been activated. Tsunade had the potential for the sage body, but since she hadn't awakened that ability, it wasn't available for extraction. On the other hand, the Uchiha donor had already awakened the Sharingan, which meant that power was ripe for the taking. Orochimaru's knowledge of genetics and biology had grown immensely, and he understood that transplanting cells often resulted in rejection. But what made the Uchiha clan so special? Of course, it was the Sharingan, that dazzling, coveted dojutsu that many sought after but few could wield properly. The spiritual energy within the Sharingan was so potent that most people couldn't handle it. Only those with Uchiha blood could fully control the power of the Sharingan. Those like Kakashi, who had a transplanted Sharingan, couldn't activate or deactivate it at will. But now, if Orochimaru could successfully fuse this Uchiha gene into himself, he would not just transplant the Sharingan, he would awaken it as if he were born with Uchiha blood. 7 days later, the gene extraction task was complete, and the system had unlocked new data, the gene fusion process, as well as something called gene fusion fluid. With this new information, Orochimaru's suspicions were confirmed. He could now fuse the genes of others and gain their powers. This process was far more advanced than the crude cell transplants seen in the original series. It wasn't just about inserting cells from one person into another's body. It was about true fusion, extracting the genetic material of one individual, processing it, and then merging it with another person's genetic code using the gene fusion fluid. In other words, Orochimaru could now combine the traits of 2 different beings into one. If he mastered this technique, he could gain the power of anyone's bloodline. He could fuse Uchiha genes to awaken the Sharingan. He could fuse Hyuga genes to awaken the Byakugan. He could even fuse the genes of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to awaken the sage body. Yes, awaken, not merely transplant. This was the key difference. By using gene fusion, he could naturally awaken the powers of other bloodlines within his own body. Gene fusion fluid can perfectly merge 2 different sets of genes? Orochimaru mused, his grin widening. Haha. So, if I truly master this technique, I could give anyone the Sharingan. I could give anyone the wood release. I could even extract the chakra of Azura and Indra and cultivate my own Rinnegan. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. 1212 words. The next task for Orochimaru was the creation of the gene fusion fluid, a scientific breakthrough that would bring him 8,000 technology points upon completion. But as Orochimaru glanced over the technology points he had accumulated, he realized that they held little immediate value for him. Most of the items he could purchase with them were auxiliary tools useful, but not essential at this point in time. His focus had shifted entirely toward his current project. The subsequent unlocked technology, the gene repair fluid, didn't hold much appeal either, at least for now. The gene repair fluid could supposedly repair any severely damaged genes or cells, but Orochimaru's attention was focused on something else: the gene fusion fluid. With his priorities set, the next few months for Orochimaru were simple: a strict routine of research and missions. His days revolved around two main activities: completing the missions assigned by Hiruzen, and then immediately returning home to immerse himself in genetic experiments. Everything else happening in the world seemed irrelevant to him. The First Ninja World War was still raging, but as a genin, Orochimaru remained largely untouched by the direct consequences of the conflict. He felt no urgency, especially since the war was nearing its conclusion and Konoha had ample fighters at the ready. If the war had been more desperate, even genin like him would have been forced into the Chunin exams and sent to the battlefield. But for now, Orochimaru had time. Time to train, time to study, and time to pursue his scientific goals without distraction. And so, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the end of Konoha Year 18, Orochimaru was 8 years old. His home had transformed into a veritable laboratory, filled with a wide variety of animal and plant specimens. He smiled with satisfaction as he surveyed the rows of bottles and jars filled with preserved snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds, and other creatures. His experiments had yielded significant progress, and his house now resembled a full-fledged research facility, albeit a small one. In these 2 years, with the assistance of the system, Orochimaru had evolved into a genuine genetics expert. He had developed basic gene enhancement serums, gene repair fluids, gene extraction, and, most importantly, gene fusion fluids. His understanding of genetics now far surpassed anything this world had ever seen. Weapon technology had also been unlocked early in the process, but developing weapons required much larger equipment and access to rare minerals. With his current limited resources, there was no way for him to delve into weaponry. So, for the past 2 years, Orochimaru had dedicated himself entirely to genetic research. As Orochimaru studied genetics further, he had learned a crucial lesson: something he had once believed, based on human fantasy, was a myth. For example, he had once thought that simply transplanting ant genes into a human would grant that person hundreds of times the strength of an ant. But in reality, the strength of ants was due to their unique body structure, where bones encased their muscles in a way that allowed for tremendous proportional strength. This had nothing to do with genetics. Human and ant body structures were fundamentally different, and ant genes couldn't be utilized in the way he had once imagined. Moreover, Orochimaru had learned that while the gene enhancement serum was incredibly potent upon first use, its effects diminished with each subsequent dose. Even improving quality of the basic genetic enhancement serum to higher levels would only result in marginal improvements, nothing that could compare to the natural strength and resilience of a Senju clan member's cells. As he reviewed his stockpile of genetic drugs in the system warehouse, Orochimaru frowned slightly. It seems, it's time to strike a deal with Konoha. For a while now, Orochimaru had been working on the gene fusion fluid, but his research had hit a bottleneck due to insufficient blood samples. After nearly a year and a half of trial and error, he had finally succeeded in developing the first gene fusion fluid. Yet, even that was not enough to propel his research forward. He needed more inspiration, more samples. After completing the fusion fluid, he unlocked the gene repair fluid, followed by the intermediate gene enhancement serum. These two projects were relatively simple, extensions of his earlier research. It had taken him only 4 or 5 months to finish both. Orochimaru believed that with his newfound experience, recreating the gene fusion fluid would now take him no more than a few days. Scientific research was difficult, but once you crossed a certain threshold and had enough knowledge, it became easier to achieve breakthroughs with minimal effort. That was Orochimaru's current reality. If not for the help of the system, even he wouldn't have been able to make such immense progress in just over 2 years. But just as he immersed himself in his thoughts, a rapid knock sounded at his door. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the voice called urgently. Orochimaru sighed, walking to the door. He opened it to find Jiraiya standing outside, his usual hyperactive energy practically radiating off him. "Why are you yelling?" Orochimaru asked, slightly irritated. "I challenge you. Come on, let's go to the training ground." Jiraiya pointed enthusiastically in the direction of the training ground. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Jiraiya grabbed him by the arm, trying to pull him along. "Challenge?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and smoothly pulled his hand out of Jiraiya's grip. "No." Over the past 2 years, Hiruzen had arranged for numerous sparring sessions between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Each time, Jiraiya had been utterly outmatched, failing to land even a single decisive blow on Orochimaru. As a result, Orochimaru had grown tired of these one-sided fights. After all, continually beating an opponent who couldn't challenge him was boring. Hey! I learned a new move this time. I can definitely beat you now," Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin, clearly excited by the idea. "And once I defeat you, Tsunade will have to become my girlfriend. Just thinking about it gets me all fired up." "Keep dreaming," Orochimaru replied flatly, pouring cold water on Jiraiya's fantasy. "Even if you win, Tsunade still won't be interested in you." Orochimaru wasn't just speaking from memory. After spending so much time with Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had come to understand Tsunade's taste in men. Tsunade's 2 main criteria for a partner were simple: strength and looks. As the princess of the Senju clan, it was only natural that Tsunade would have high standards. She herself possessed immense strength, and while her beauty was undeniable, she had every right to be selective. Jiraiya? He had decent strength, but his looks, well, they left a lot to be desired. Strength alone isn't enough, Jiraiya. Even if you manage to improve, that face of yours isn't going to win her over, Orochimaru said with a hint of amusement. Jiraiya frowned, his confidence deflating for a moment before his usual bravado returned. "TCH, what do you know? Just wait and see. I'll get her to notice me, no matter what." Orochimaru sighed inwardly. He knew how determined Jiraiya could be, but he also knew that some things weren't going to change no matter how hard Jiraiya tried. Chapter 24, 1235 words. Orochimaru's sharp words hit Jiraiya hard, but Jiraiya was notoriously thick-skinned. He wasn't going to let Orochimaru's comments knock him down so easily. "How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? I believe that if I persist, I'll be able to win her over one day," Jiraiya said, his voice filled with stubborn optimism. Then, he quickly changed the subject. "So, are we going to fight or not?" Orochimaru didn't hesitate for even a second. "Not interested." His refusal was blunt and definitive. Orochimaru had more important things to do. He had no time to waste on Jiraiya's silly challenges. His days were filled with experiments and advancing his knowledge, not indulging Jiraiya's fantasies. Jiraiya looked deflated. He had trained for days, hoping to test out his new techniques, but here was Orochimaru, shutting him down with zero interest. It felt like throwing a punch into cotton. No resistance, no impact. Just utterly frustrating. "You." Just as Jiraiya was about to argue further, something caught his eye. His gaze wandered toward Orochimaru's open door, and his expression quickly changed to one of curiosity. "Hey, Orochimaru. What's going on in your house?" Jiraiya's attention was completely diverted now. He noticed the various glass jars, test tubes, and other experimental equipment scattered around the room. "Whoa, what are all these? Seriously, what are you doing in here?" This wasn't the first time Jiraiya had been to Orochimaru's house, but he'd never really been inside before, nor had he seen what Orochimaru was up to. Usually, Orochimaru kept the door shut tight and ensured no one could peek in. But this time, perhaps by accident, Or maybe just because Orochimaru was no longer trying to hide it, the door was open, revealing what looked like a laboratory inside. Though all the advanced scientific equipment provided by the system was neatly stored away, the standard Konoha-grade tools and supplies were enough to leave Jiraiya stunned. Bottles filled with strange liquids, jars containing mysterious specimens, and piles of books were neatly arranged around the room. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. At only 8 years old, the sight of so much scientific equipment was dazzling. These are all yours? Of course, Orochimaru answered flatly. What the heck are you doing with all this stuff? Jiraiya asked, still in shock. Improving my strength, Orochimaru responded matter-of-factly. Improving your strength? Jiraiya blinked, then let out a laugh. What kind of nonsense is that? Everyone knows the way to get stronger is by training every day, not playing with bottles and jars. What could this possibly do? Orochimaru gave him a withering look. With your intelligence, I wouldn't be able to explain it. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. What are you, huh? What's this? At that moment, Tsunade suddenly appeared, dropping down from the roof and walking straight through the open door. She looked around the room, her eyes widening with surprise. She had seen many things in her young life, but this? This was unexpected. Tsunade hadn't known that Orochimaru was conducting research. She looked at the various bottles and jars, her curiosity piqued. Her eyes then drifted to a pile of genetics books sitting on the nearby table. Without thinking, Tsunade grabbed one of the books, flipping through a few pages. This is amazing. You actually understand all this? I didn't understand it at first, Orochimaru replied calmly, but now I do. When he had first started his research, Orochimaru had indeed been confused by much of the scientific jargon. It had taken him half a year just to develop his first batch of primary gene enhancement fluid. Now, after 2 years of intense study and practice, he could make multiple batches in just a few days. Wait, you started studying this stuff a long time ago? Tsunade quickly grasped onto what Orochimaru had just said. Orochimaru nodded slightly. With 2 years of rigorous training under his belt, Orochimaru's strength had grown significantly. He no longer felt the need to hide his activities from Tsunade or Jiraiya. Besides, Konoha already had medics and scientists researching similar fields, so his work didn't seem too outlandish. What set Orochimaru apart, though, was the fact that his research, guided by the system, was far more advanced than anything Konoha's researchers could dream of. Tsunade was stunned. A memory came rushing back 2.5 years ago, shortly after they had graduated from the academy. Orochimaru had borrowed some money from her. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it since Orochimaru had repaid her so quickly. Now, though, she realized he had probably used that money to fund these experiments. Oh my god, this is incredible. You were only 6 years old back then, and you were already researching all of this? Tsunade's mind raced, trying to process how a child one of her peers, no less, could have been doing such advanced research at such a young age. She couldn't help but wonder, was this because Orochimaru had lost his parents? Was his obsession with science a way of coping with that loss? Tsunade's empathy kicked in, and she immediately began to rationalize Orochimaru's actions. As expected of you, Orochimaru. You're incredible, she said with genuine admiration in her voice. But Jiraiya, having heard enough, couldn't hold back his skepticism any longer. What's so great about it? We're ninjas. Our strength comes from training and fighting, not from messing around with weird experiments like this. Jiraiya had conveniently forgotten that, just moments ago, he had been praising Orochimaru's skills. But now, seeing Tsunade admire Orochimaru's research stung him in some strange way, even if he couldn't quite understand why. Tsunade immediately shot back, even if you don't understand it, that doesn't make it any less impressive. Besides, anything is better than what you do, idiot. Yeah, I'm an idiot. But no matter how dumb I am, I'm still better than you, you flat-chested. Before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade's temper flared. What did you just say? Jiraiya, you're dead. I'm dead? Ha! Come and catch me first. Jiraiya laughed, backing away with a smug grin. Enough, Orochimaru interjected sharply, his voice cold. Don't cause trouble in here. Tsunade and Jiraiya froze in their tracks. Even at 8 years old, Orochimaru had an aura that commanded attention and respect. His tone was enough to stop their bickering, at least for now. Jiraiya smirked, see? Orochimaru said not to cause any trouble. So stop picking fights with me, Tsunade. Tsunade, still seething, looked ready to throw another punch, but she held back, glancing at Orochimaru instead. Orochimaru, sensing the tension, decided to change the subject. Tsunade, Orochimaru said, I have to go see Hiruzen-sensei. Want to come with me? Of course, she replied quickly, seizing the opportunity to leave. The trio set off toward the Hokage's office. When they arrived at the Hokage building, Hiruzen greeted them almost immediately. He had a serious expression on his face. You came at just the right time, Hiruzen said. Based on your good performance in the village, I've decided that it's time for you to be deployed to the front lines. You'll get some real-world experience on the battlefield. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Go back and prepare yourselves. We'll be leaving in an hour, Hiruzen added, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hearing this, Orochimaru knew immediately that his plans would have to be postponed. The battlefield awaited. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. 1179 words. The First Ninja War, despite being called a war, was more like two villages locked in a prolonged battle of attrition, Konoha versus Kumogakure, and Kirigakure versus Iwagakure. Compared to the large-scale conflicts that would occur in the future, this war was relatively monotonous. Still, the fighting dragged on for years, and Orochimaru couldn't quite understand how these small forces, with only a few thousand on each side, could sustain such a lengthy conflict. Are they really that cautious, dragging things out for years? Orochimaru mused to himself, though he quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't his place to question the strategies of warlords or generals from centuries past. He originally had plans of his own to exchange a weakened version of the basic gene-enhancing fluid he had recently developed in exchange for Konoha's support in furthering his scientific research. He also had hopes of gaining access to the remains of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, whose cells were of great interest to him. But with the sudden arrival of a mission, those plans had to be put on hold. An hour later, fully armed, Orochimaru stood at the entrance of Konoha village alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. All three were dressed in standard ninja gear, forehead protectors, ninja uniforms, weapon pouches, scrolls, leg wraps, and ninja shoes. This wasn't their first mission, but until now, their tasks had been mundane D-rank missions like picking up garbage, weeding fields, catching cats, and delivering letters. On rare occasions, they had gone on missions outside the village, but those were just to deal with local bandits, hardly a challenge for any of them. In fact, they had never even encountered a true wandering ninja, much less an enemy of notable strength. The bandits they did fight were weak, the kind of scum that even Naruto's shadow clones could defeat in seconds later in the timeline. But this mission was different. When Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya arrived at the entrance of Konoha, they found Hiruzen already waiting for them. He, too, was fully armed, wearing black battle armor that gave him a commanding presence. Despite his serious appearance, there was a glint of pride in his eyes as he looked at his three students. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, especially when it came to Orochimaru. The boy's natural talent and dedication made him a prodigy, one that Hiruzen was proud to call his disciple. Let's go, Hiruzen said simply. There were no inspiring speeches or fiery words. Just those simple words to kick off the mission. As they traveled, Hiruzen briefed them on the details of the mission. According to his information, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had already returned to the front lines with a force of seasoned ninjas. The enemy cloud ninjas from Kumogakure had begun to retreat. With the most intense fighting over, the battlefield was now less dangerous. Still, Hiruzen wanted his students to experience the reality of war. They were the future of Konoha, and he had a duty to prepare them for what was to come. He wanted them to see firsthand just how brutal the battlefield could be. As they moved swiftly through the forest, the four of them jumped from tree to tree, moving like shadows through the foliage. The scenery on both sides blurred as they sped toward the front lines. Finally! Jiraiya said with excitement, barely able to contain himself. We're going to the battlefield. I bet we're the youngest ones out there, huh? Indeed, at barely 9 years old, the three of them were quite young to be deployed to a battlefield during the First Ninja World War. However, Orochimaru, who knew the future, couldn't help but think that their age was rather late compared to the standards that would come in future wars. In the original timeline, Uchiha Itachi was brought to the battlefield at the age of 4, and Kakashi graduated from the academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, immediately seeing combat. Compared to those prodigies, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya's age didn't seem particularly early at all. The closer they got to the front lines, the more signs of battle they encountered. They arrived at the northeastern defense line of the Land of Fire, and immediately, the devastation of war was apparent. Trees were splintered and swayed ominously, and rocks were shattered into fragments. The ground was littered with kunai, shuriken, and broken ninja swords, signs of the intense battles that had taken place there. If one looked closely, they could even spot corpses that hadn't yet been removed. This is war. Jiraiya muttered, his voice much quieter now. His earlier excitement was completely gone, replaced by an uneasy silence as he took in the carnage around him. The sight of the corpses, their eyes wide open, their faces twisted in pain, was enough to unsettle even Tsunade. She had trained to become a strong kunoichi, but no amount of training could prepare a person for the horrors of war. Both she and Jiraiya had grown up in a peaceful village, and this was their first real taste of the battlefield. Orochimaru, however, remained calm. Whether it was because of the mental fortitude he had developed in his previous life or because he had mentally prepared himself for what he knew was inevitable, he wasn't shaken by the scene before him. In fact, he felt a strange detachment. This wasn't the first time he had seen death, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Be careful, Hiruzen said after checking the condition of the nearest corpse. We're still half a day's journey from the front line, but things can change quickly. The three young ninjas nodded, their senses sharp and alert. They were about to continue when suddenly whoosh. 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 6 figures appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air filled the clearing. Jiraiya and Tsunade were startled, quickly assuming defensive positions. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, observing the 6 figures that had surrounded them. He focused on the forehead protectors they wore. One of our own? Orochimaru murmured under his breath. In the chaos of battle, identifying friend from foe was crucial. The forehead protector was the first line of identification. Even if an enemy used transformation jutsu, they wouldn't attack someone wearing the same village's protector unless they were absolutely sure. The leader of the group, a ninja wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. Is that you, Hiruzen-sama? The man asked. Hiruzen smiled slightly. Ah, Aburame Takuya. It's good to see you. Hearing their leader's name called, the other 5 ninjas visibly relaxed. They lowered their weapons and dispersed slightly, allowing the tension in the air to ease. Identity confirmed. Stand down, Takuya ordered his men. Orochimaru, watching all this unfold, realized just how tense and dangerous the battlefield really was. It was much more rigorous than he had imagined. Even in seemingly safe territory, trust was something fragile and easily broken. This was the reality of war, a reality they would soon face firsthand. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. 913 words. The primary function of a forehead protector isn't actually to protect the forehead. Its main use is to distinguish the ninja's allegiance on the battlefield. After all, even within the same village, many ninjas may not know each other personally. And during the chaos of battle, who has time to closely inspect every face? When 2 teams of ninjas encounter each other in the wild, they'll first confirm their allegiances and exchange passcodes to ensure they're on the same side. At this moment, Aburame Takuya heard Hiruzen call his name, instantly reassuring him that this wasn't a trick from the enemy. After all, Takuya was just an ordinary member of the Aburame clan. There's no way the enemy would know his name unless they were intimately familiar with his people. Once the two sides confirmed their identities, Hiruzen and Takuya quickly exchanged information before continuing their march towards the front line with Orochimaru and the others. War, it's terrifying. Jiraiya muttered under his breath as they ran. The scene of the blood-soaked battlefield still lingered vividly in his mind. The sheer brutality of what he had witnessed left a deep impression, something that could shock even a seasoned fighter, let alone a child. At 8 years old, Jiraiya's mental fortitude was limited. It was his first time seeing the battlefield, and in truth, even many adult ninjas would be scared stiff by such carnage. Tsunade, running beside him, nodded in agreement. Yeah, hearing stories is one thing, but seeing it in person, it's different. War is always like this, Hiruzen said, trying to comfort them. You'll get used to it. He had already witnessed countless similar scenes, and over time, they had dulled his emotions. After reassuring them, Hiruzen's gaze drifted toward Orochimaru. Outwardly, there was no noticeable change in Orochimaru's expression before or after the battle. Was this kid just naturally born to be a ninja? Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder. At the Konoha border, within the military outpost. Oh? Monkey, you've arrived? The second Hokage, clad in blue armor, greeted the four as they landed. His expression was serious as he finished preparing his gear. Several prominent Konoha shinobi stood by his side, each a pillar of the village's strength. Among them were the rotund Akimichi Tofu, Uchiha Kagami wearing his clan's emblem, and Danzo, with a noticeable scar etched on his chin. This wasn't Orochimaru's first time seeing these individuals, but he had never been so close to them before. Now that he had a chance to examine them up close, he could feel the immense strength radiating from these veterans. However, it was the second Hokage that stood out the most. Even though he wasn't intentionally exuding his power, Orochimaru could still feel the overwhelming aura he possessed. Hiruzen nodded at his teacher, the second Hokage. Sensei, I brought them to the battlefield. Before the second Hokage could respond, Danzo interrupted with a sharp retort. Hiruzen, what are you doing bringing children here? Do you know where you are? Though they were teammates, Danzo and Hiruzen were also rivals, locked in a perpetual struggle for dominance. They pushed each other, sometimes out of genuine competition, and sometimes out of mutual animosity. The second Hokage rarely interfered in their squabbles, believing that rivalry bred progress. As for why Danzo was so opposed to the children being here, well, any ninja forced to go to the battlefield at the age of 6 or 7 could understand. It wasn't ideal by any means. If it were up to him, no child would set foot on the battlefield. Is this really Danzo? And now, here they were. Haha, don't worry so much, Danzo, Hiruzen responded with a hearty laugh, a stark contrast to the cold and calculating demeanor of his future self. These kids are more capable than you think. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Danzo scoffed, clearly unconvinced. You'll regret it when something does happen. Enough, the second Hokage interrupted. What's done is done. Let's focus on the task at hand. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru, who felt the weight of the Hokage's stare. Hiruzen, I'm leading the main force to strike at their vanguard. You take a team of ANBU and clean up the remaining stragglers. Yes, sir. The ANBU was a specialized unit created under the second Hokage's reign. Their full title was the Assassination and Tactical Special Forces, a team of elite ninja handpicked from the village's finest. Their responsibilities ranged from safeguarding the Hokage and the village from external threats to carrying out high-risk missions such as reconnaissance and assassination. The tasks were often dangerous, and sometimes mundane, such as guarding high-priority captives. Due to the sensitive nature of their missions, ANBU members always operated wearing white animal masks to conceal their identities, with all mission details kept highly classified. The ANBU reported directly to the Hokage, and orders were issued through the squad leader, who would then lead the team to execute their objectives. For now, Hiruzen had been temporarily entrusted with command over one such 5-man ANBU squad. The team, all clad in dark uniforms and animal masks, consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. Including Hiruzen and Orochimaru, the group now totaled 9. Their mission was to locate and eliminate Kumo ninjas, who, like themselves, were operating in small tactical squads. Hiruzen-sama, one of the masked ANBU, spoke up hesitantly. Are you sure bringing these children along is wise decision? Chapter 27, Chapter 27. 988 words. Hiruzen-sama, are you sure it's a wise decision to bring these children here? As they moved stealthily through the dense jungle, one of the ANBU members glanced over at Orochimaru and the others, his voice full of doubt. The ANBU squad was directly affiliated with the Hokage and usually handled highly specialized tasks, so they didn't often cross paths with others. They knew of Tsunade being a member of the prestigious Senju clan, but they had no idea who Jiraiya and Orochimaru were. On the battlefield, age wasn't the only concern. What truly mattered was whether someone had the strength to hold their own in a fight. Would these children be able to keep up, or worse, would they become liabilities in the heat of battle? Tsunade, being a Senju and a direct descendant of both the first and second Hokage, was an exception. Even if her strength wasn't fully developed, no one could completely disregard her potential. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru? They were clearly from civilian backgrounds. How much combat ability could children of commoners really possess? Eagle, don't underestimate them, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight smile, understanding the ANBU captain's skepticism. If a fight breaks out, you might be surprised. You could end up being no match for them. ANBU members each had codenames, and this captain's was Eagle. Eagle's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction at Sarutobi's words. With all due respect, Hiruzen-sama, I know they're your disciples, but don't you think that's a bit much? That's right, they're just kids, one of the other ANBU chimed in. I mean, it's not like they've seen real battle yet, another added. Several ANBU members immediately voiced their agreement, their dismissive tones making it clear they didn't think much of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. After all, no matter how talented these 2 civilian children might be, what could they really do at just 8 years old? Even prodigies from prominent clans wouldn't be expected to match the skills of trained ANBU members. To them, it was laughable that these kids were even here. Sarutobi, however, only chuckled lightly. Eagle, Fox. After all your years as ninja, surely you've realized by now that geniuses do exist in this world, right? Geniuses? Eagle scoffed, his skepticism palpable. Maybe, but no matter how much talent they have, there's still a limit to what children can do. They can't be that powerful. Isn't that the truth? Another ANBU muttered in agreement. Before the conversation could continue, Tsunade and Jiraiya, having overheard everything, couldn't hold back their frustration any longer. Hey, uncles from ANBU, don't look down on us like that. Jiraiya snapped. That's right. We're stronger than you think. Tsunade added, her eyes narrowing in defiance. The 3 young ninjas had always been exceptionally talented. Even though they were still young, their skills already surpassed many of their peers. In fact, they had the raw potential to surpass many experienced chunin. For context, chunin were the most common rank of ninja in every village. Even among the ANBU, there were numerous standout chunin. Sarutobi's claim wasn't an exaggeration. The only thing these 3 lacked was experience in real battlefield conditions. Haha, the kids sure are confident, aren't they? One of the ANBU said with a mocking grin. Yeah, let's see if they're still so bold when they're face to face with an enemy. Hope they don't wet their pants, another laughed. Ha ha ha. You. Before Tsunade could fire back, Orochimaru, who had remained quiet up to this point, suddenly interrupted in a cold, calm voice. Everyone, stop. There are enemies ahead. At once, the entire group went silent, and all eyes turned to Orochimaru. Even Hiruzen was surprised. Sarutobi raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Orochimaru, what is it? There are enemies up ahead, Orochimaru repeated, his voice steady. One of the female ANBU, the squad's designated sensory ninja, was visibly confused. Enemies? Kid, don't make things up. I'm the censor here, and I haven't sensed any weight. She froze mid-sentence as her expression changed. Oh no. There are enemies. Everyone, get ready. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the group of 9 turned into blurs, swiftly moving to find cover amidst the thick foliage. As they settled into their positions, hidden behind trees and rocks, many of the ANBU cast sidelong glances at Orochimaru, their expressions no longer filled with skepticism but rather with a glint of recognition. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were less surprised, knowing that Orochimaru possessed an innate sense for danger, but the ANBU members were dumbstruck. Is this kid also a sensory type? One of them muttered, his voice full of admiration. The female ANBU censor, codenamed Nightingale, was particularly stunned. She prided herself on her perceptive abilities. While not the strongest censor in the village, she was skilled enough to be placed in ANBU. Yet, this young boy had detected the enemy before she had? Did that mean Orochimaru's perception abilities were stronger than hers? However, what none of them knew was that Orochimaru's actions weren't entirely due to his natural talent. He had secretly employed a technique of his own, a small swarm of nearly invisible flies, part of a technology unique to him. He had released them ahead of the group to scout for any potential threats in the dense forest. In a war zone, where enemy ambushes could occur at any moment, vigilance was key. While the rest of the group had to rely on their senses, Orochimaru's flies could move faster and detect enemies far ahead. That's how he had managed to pinpoint the enemy's location before even Nightingale could. Swish! Before anyone could dwell too long on the matter, 3 figures suddenly appeared from the trees ahead, dashing through the undergrowth. As they stepped into view, the sunlight glinted off the metal of their forehead protectors, which bore the unmistakable symbol of the village hidden in the clouds, Kumogakure. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. 1167 words. Konoha Border, Kumo Ninja Village Defense Line. In the dense jungle, a group of about a dozen swift and agile figures darted through the undergrowth with practiced ease. Among the group, both men and women were easily recognizable by their dark skin and the sophisticated ninja swords strapped to their backs. Their attire and demeanor marked them as the elites of the Kumo Ninja Village. Damn it, what is the Raikage thinking, compromising with Konoha like this? One of the men suddenly grumbled, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. Judging by his voice, it was clear that he was not pleased with their leader's decision. Exactly. After all this time and fighting, how can a mere agreement erase the hatred between us? I agree. Those Konoha ninjas deserve to die, another added angrily, his voice full of venom. Several other ninjas in the team nodded in agreement, their expressions dark. Enough. The man leading the group, a ninja named Shai, interrupted with a stern voice. I know some of you lost family to Konoha, but Raikage-sama gave us orders, and we must follow them. TCH, I know, one of them grumbled, but before we leave, we're going to have one last bit of fun on this battlefield. That's right. We can at least kill a few more Konoha dogs before we retreat. Exactly. I hope we meet some. Hold on. Shai, now crouched on a tree branch, raised his hand abruptly, signaling the group to stop. Everyone immediately halted in their tracks, their movements disciplined and silent. What's wrong, Captain Shai? One of the ninjas behind him asked. With a wicked grin, Shai responded, it seems we've found ourselves a little mouse. Oh? The ninja who had spoken returned the grin. Kai, sense anything? The ninja named Kai, a wiry man, nodded and knelt to the ground, placing 2 fingers lightly on the soil. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. How many can you sense? Shai asked, his voice tense with anticipation. 9 people, Kai answered confidently, his eyes still closed. It was clear that Kai was the team's sensory ninja, and in the dense forest where visibility was limited, It was often these perception-based abilities that determined victory in battle. By identifying the number and positioning of enemies, a proper strategy could be devised. Only 9? Shai smirked, glancing at his own group of 12. Seems like we've got the advantage. I'll take 2 of you with me to lure them out. The rest of you, lie in wait for the right moment to strike. Understood. Whoosh. Ding ding ding. 3 Kumo ninjas appeared in the clearing, and Konoha's group immediately launched an attack. Several shurikens were hurled in quick succession. The 3 cloud ninjas, who had anticipated the ambush, easily deflected the projectiles. Huh. You Konoha cowards, come out and fight us, one of the Kumo ninjas shouted mockingly, his voice full of contempt. Ha ha ha, did you really think you could ambush us? As they taunted their enemies, the Kumo ninjas skillfully dodged the attacks while throwing kunai equipped with explosive tags in return. Boom. The explosions rocked the Konoha team's hiding spots. Hiruzen, watching the unfolding chaos, narrowed his eyes. Their sensory ninja is quite skilled. Eagle, stall them for as long as you can. Understood, the ANBU ninja known as Eagle responded. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release, rock attack. Immediately, sharp, jagged rocks shot up from the earth, hurtling toward the Kumo ninjas like a volley of bullets. Hiruzen glanced back at his 3 young students. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, just fight as you normally would, but be cautious. Got it, all 3 responded in unison. Hiruzen then turned to the rest of the group. Everyone else, come with me to engage the enemy. Yes, sir. In a flash, Hiruzen's form blurred into an afterimage as he led the charge toward the battlefield. The battle began in earnest, and chaos erupted as every Konoha ninja found themselves face to face with an opponent. Hiruzen himself was quickly engaged by 3 Kumo ninjas, their combined attacks forcing him to stay on the defensive. Meanwhile, Jiraiya watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with fear. He swallowed hard, clearly unnerved by the intensity of the battle. Just as he was about to speak, Orochimaru grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward. Stop daydreaming, Orochimaru's cold voice cut through the noise as he dragged Jiraiya to safety. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the ground right where Jiraiya had been standing just moments ago. That was close. Jiraiya gasped, clutching his chest in relief. He was about to thank Orochimaru when... Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 Kumo ninjas suddenly landed in front of the trio, 2 men and 1 woman. Oh? What do we have here? Just 3 little brats, one of the men sneered. Ha ha ha, shouldn't kids your age still be sucking at their mother's tits, the other man mocked. The female ninja, however, was less amused. Quit fooling around. They may be kids, but they're still our enemies. Let's finish this quickly. On the battlefield, age didn't matter. If you wore the forehead protector of the enemy, you were a target to be eliminated. With a cold smile, the female ninja drew her sword and leapt into the air, shouting, "Since you're here on the battlefield, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die, little brats." Her blade glinted under the sunlight as she performed a powerful move, cloud-style, crescent moon slash. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air, speeding mercilessly toward Orochimaru and the others. The Kumo ninjas, well-versed in close combat and known for their mastery of lightning-based jutsu and sword techniques, believed that once they closed the distance, victory was assured. Most Konoha ninjas were weaker in melee combat, and only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had the power to reliably counter such direct attacks. For these 3 Kumo ninjas, it seemed like an easy win. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the female ninja's attack was blocked. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Blocked? By this brat? Nanny. Orochimaru, his face expressionless, had intercepted the strike with his own blade. Without a word, his left sleeve suddenly burst open, and countless snakes shot out from his arm. Hidden shadow snake hands. The snakes lunged at the Kumo ninjas with terrifying speed. Jiraiya! Orochimaru shouted. Got it. Jiraiya finally snapped out of his daze, quickly forming hand seals. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Spikes of hardened hair shot out from Jiraiya's head, creating a defensive barrier as sharp as steel. Watch out, one of the Kumo ninjas yelled. But before they could react, Tsunade, with a battle cry, charged forward and slammed her fist into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked under her punch, sending tremors rippling through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, one of the Kumo ninjas shouted, "Your opponent is me. Let's see if you can survive this." Chapter 29, Chapter 29. 1520 words. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. This was Orochimaru's signature technique. After receiving the summoning jutsu 2 years ago, Orochimaru had developed this technique as an extension of it. For him, learning ninjutsu had become far easier compared to the complex process of scientific research. Scientific projects, even the simplest ones, could take anywhere from half a year to a couple of years to complete. Even with his expertise in creating genetic enhancement serums, it still took him 2 months to develop the genetic repair fluid he had been working on. But ninjutsu? That was a different story. The principles behind most ninjutsu, excluding secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai bloodline limits, were relatively straightforward. With a teacher to guide him, Orochimaru could learn new techniques in a day, maybe 2 at most. Even without a teacher, if he studied a technique independently, it rarely took more than 3 days. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands was a summoning-based ninjutsu. Orochimaru, with his vast intellect, had taken just 3 days to create the technique using necromancy principles and his extensive knowledge of summoning. While this technique might not have seemed overwhelmingly powerful in the grand scope of things, and it was rarely lethal in the original works, its true value lay in its utility. The countless snakes that erupted from Orochimaru's arm each served a distinct purpose: intimidation, binding, and capturing. The best part? The jutsu required no hand seals, making it incredibly convenient and fast to execute. Unless you were a speed-type ninja, dodging this technique was nearly impossible. At this moment, the female Kumonin was no slouch. She wasn't slow and hadn't underestimated her opponents, but she never anticipated that Orochimaru would be able to block her swift sword strike with just a kunai. Even more, she never expected Orochimaru to attack her with such an unusual method. She was completely caught off guard. The moment her sword was parried by Orochimaru's kunai, the serpents from his sleeves lunged at her, biting and constricting her. In that instant, she realized something was terribly wrong, but it was already too late. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From Jiraiya's head and body, countless white strands of hair shot out like needles, sharp and dense as rainfall. The female Kumo ninja, trapped by Orochimaru's serpents, had no time to evade. The white hair needles, with their immense penetrating power, tore through the air toward her. She tried to struggle, but Orochimaru's snakes had her completely bound. She couldn't move. Unlike Tsunade and Sakura, who possessed monstrous strength, most ninjas couldn't break free from such a tight bind. Her teammates saw her predicament and tried to rush to her aid, but Tsunade blocked their path with a devastating punch to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered under her fist, sending chunks of rock flying in all directions. Puff puff puff. Almost simultaneously, Jiraiya's needle Jizo rained down upon the female Kumo ninja, turning her into a bloody pincushion. She didn't even have time to scream before she was reduced to a lifeless husk. Damn it! These brats! The 2 remaining Kumo ninjas were enraged. They had underestimated these kids, thinking the battle would be a simple task. They never imagined that one of their own would be killed so swiftly. Bastards, Eru! What's happening over there? The Kumo captain, Shai, heard the death cry of his comrade from across the battlefield. Mid-fight, he called out angrily, trying to make sense of how one of his adult ninja had been taken down by mere children. They hadn't even decided the outcome of their own fight yet, and these kids were already handling their side of the battle? It didn't make sense. He needed answers. Iru, one of the remaining Kumo ninjas, grit his teeth in frustration and fury. These aren't ordinary brats. damn it, I'm going to kill them. His voice was filled with rage and disbelief. Both Iru and his remaining teammate gripped their ninja swords tightly, their eyes locked on the 3 young Konoha ninjas in front of them. They could no longer afford to underestimate these kids. They had to avenge their fallen comrade. At the same time, Orochimaru calmly observed the situation. His eyes flickered toward his kunai, which now had a noticeable chip in its blade from blocking the enemy's attack. He was impressed by the sharpness of the Kumo ninja's sword. Glancing at Jiraiya, who was still frozen in shock, Orochimaru's frown deepened. "Jiraiya, what's wrong with you?" Orochimaru asked, his voice sharp with irritation. Jiraiya, pale and trembling, muttered, Did I really kill someone?" He was only 8 years old. Up until now, the missions they had been assigned merely involved subduing or capturing enemies. Never before had Jiraiya taken a life. The realization that he had just killed someone for the first time sent a chill down his spine, shaking his young heart to the core. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was unfazed. It was his first time experiencing this, too, but unlike Jiraiya, the act of killing didn't disturb him. If anything, he felt a strange excitement, as if something inside him had been unleashed. The hatred, the frustration he carried, it had found an outlet, and killing the enemy only amplified that feeling. "What of it?" Orochimaru said coldly, his voice devoid of sympathy. "If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Didn't you undergo mental training for this?" Tsunade, though slightly more compassionate than Orochimaru, was also quick to snap Jiraiya out of his shock. "Jiraiya, now's not the time to hesitate. This is war." Growing up in the Senju clan, where generations of warriors had fought and died, Tsunade had come to terms with the harsh realities of battle faster than Jiraiya. She knew that mercy and hesitation could be fatal on the battlefield. But, Jiraiya stammered, still struggling with his conscience. "There's no but. They're coming." Orochimaru interrupted harshly. The 2 remaining Kumo ninjas, enraged by their comrade's death, were already charging at them with their swords drawn, ready for revenge. The 3 young Konoha ninjas quickly fell back, trying to maintain some distance as the Kumo ninjas pressed forward. Meanwhile, the battle around them was becoming more intense. Elsewhere on the battlefield, other ninjas were beginning to suffer casualties. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath one of the Kumo ninjas suddenly turned soft and slippery, forming a river of mud that dragged him down. Before he could react, his legs were caught in the mire, making it impossible for him to escape. Cloud style, downward slash. In another part of the battlefield, a Konoha Anbu ninja was struck by a Kumo ninja's blade, a deep gash opening across his chest. Blood splattered as the ninja grunted in pain, stumbling backward. Shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags flew through the air, detonating across the forest as the sounds of battle filled the entire area. Hiruzen, after quickly dispatching one of the Kumo ninjas, glanced over at the 3 children who were still engaged in a fierce fight with their opponents. His eyes narrowed with concern as he noticed that the 2 remaining Kumo ninjas seemed to be gaining the upper hand. "Orochimaru. Now's your chance, use it," he shouted, signaling to his student. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with understanding. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, pulling out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it and hurling it toward the enemy. Boom! The explosion forced the 2 Kumo ninjas to retreat, momentarily creating a gap between them and the young Konoha ninjas. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya immediately regrouped, standing back to back. Without a word, they bit their thumbs, drawing blood, and began forming hand seals in perfect synchrony. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu. In unison, they slammed their palms onto the ground. Bang! 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 3 enormous clouds of white smoke exploded from the ground, billowing up and covering the battlefield. As the smoke quickly dissipated, 3 gigantic summons appeared in front of the stunned enemies. But that wasn't all. There was a 4th summon. Standing tall beside the 3 young summons was Hiruzen's own summon, the powerful Monkey King Enma. The Kumo ninjas stared in disbelief as the massive creatures loomed before them. Orochimaru's massive snake, Jiraiya's toad, Tsunade's slug, and Sarutobi's monkey king were now all on the battlefield. TCH. Damn it, one of the Kumo ninjas cursed under his breath. He knew the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. These were no ordinary brats, they were clearly prodigies trained by one of the greatest ninjas in Konoha. The odds of winning had just plummeted. Get ready! Shai, still locked in combat Hiruzen, shouted to his team. We can't back down now. With their summons backing them, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade prepared for the next phase of the battle. The real fight was about to begin, and this time, the Kumo ninjas were up against forces far beyond what they had anticipated. With a confident smirk, Orochimaru gripped his kunai tighter, his cold eyes fixed on the enemy. Let's finish this. Chapter 30, 1217 words. Summon beasts? These kids are incredible. Amazing. The Konoha ANBU, though fully engaged in their own battles, couldn't help but notice out of the corner of their eyes the massive figures that appeared alongside the young Sannin. Their hearts swelled with admiration for the three children they had previously doubted. At this moment, they finally recognized the strength and potential of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. After all, not every ninja had the ability to summon ninja beasts. And having a combat-ready summon on the battlefield significantly enhanced a ninja's strength, especially in prolonged engagements. The ANBU knew this all too well from their own experiences. Hateful. The Kumo ninjas, once filled with confidence, now stood frozen, gripping their swords tightly, their faces filled with terror as they looked up at the three ninja beasts summoned by the Konoha brats. Two of the summoned creatures, a toad and a slug, didn't appear particularly threatening at first glance. The slug seemed passive, and the toad didn't look like much of a fighter either. But the enormous flower-patterned python? It radiated menace, its thick body coiled and ready to strike, and its sharp eyes gleamed dangerously. Tsunade-sama. The voice of the slug, Katsuyu, was soft and melodic, instantly calming anyone who heard it. Jiraiya's summon, a small toad, sighed deeply before speaking. Jiraiya, I was enjoying some peace and quiet, and you call me out now? TCH, wait. Have you brought me to a battlefield? As soon as the summoned beasts appeared, they immediately spoke to their summoners. However, Orochimaru's python said nothing aloud, simply hissing in anticipation. Deep within Orochimaru's mind, the serpent's voice slithered into his thoughts, acknowledging him, Master. Before Orochimaru's defection, the bonds between the three young ninjas were truly remarkable. Even Orochimaru, who rarely showed much sentimentality, couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia and camaraderie as he stood with his teammates. For 2 years now, under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three of them had trained side by side, building not just strength but mutual trust. Their teamwork had only grown stronger. The hidden shadow snake hands combined with Jiraiya's needle Jizo, for example, was a deadly combination they had perfected through practice. The synchronization they had with their summoned beasts was no different. Signing a blood contract was the key to summoning beasts, and the size and power of the summoned creature often depended on the chakra capacity of the ninja. Tsunade's slug, Katsuyu, could adjust her size depending on the amount of chakra Tsunade poured into the summoning. Similarly, Orochimaru's snakes and Jiraiya's toads would vary in species and strength according to the chakra available. At the tender age of 8, the Sannin still had limited chakra reserves. Consequently, the summoned beasts they summoned weren't as large as the ones they would summon in the future. Currently, Tsunade's slug and Jiraiya's toad were only slightly taller than an adult human. Orochimaru's summoned snake, while formidable, was about 7 to 8 meters long, its body thicker than a grown man's thigh. That being said, Orochimaru had already taken intermediate gene enhancement serum, which had doubled his chakra capacity over the past 2 years. His real strength far surpassed what he was showing now. However, to keep pace with Tsunade and Jiraiya, he had opted for a smaller summon, knowing that summoning a larger snake might create unnecessary complications. In truth, Orochimaru had to be cautious when summoning snakes, especially when it came to summoning the largest and most dangerous one, Manda. Unlike the other summoned creatures, the snakes from Ryuchi Cave were notoriously vicious and independent. Even Manda, who had intelligence far beyond an ordinary beast, was cruel, cold-blooded, and often defiant. If Orochimaru ever summoned Manda, he would likely need to wrestle with the snake to establish control. At this stage, that wasn't necessary, nor did Orochimaru have the time or inclination to deal with such a rebellious creature. Returning to the battle at hand, the Kumo ninjas who once held the advantage in numbers now found themselves evenly matched. Worse yet, they had underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen and, by extension, his students. Hiruzen had already eliminated one enemy ninja, and the young Sannin trio had quickly dispatched another with their surprise attack. Now, the Kumo ninjas had only one extra member on their side. But as soon as the four summoned beasts appeared, their numerical advantage vanished. Hiruzen Monkey King Enma, in particular, struck fear into the hearts of the remaining Kumo ninjas. Enma was a nightmare for anyone who faced him in battle. His immense strength and sharp claws could tear through even the strongest defenses and, as the Kumo ninjas quickly learned, he could grab their ninja swords directly with his powerful hands. Ding ding. Bang bang. Tsunade, get out of the way. Orochimaru shouted. Got it. Tsunade responded instantly, pushing off the ground with her toes and leaping back gracefully, giving Orochimaru and Jiraiya space to move. The two boys quickly formed hand seals, preparing to launch a combined attack on the Kumo ninjas now entangled with the summoned beasts. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire and wind combined in perfect harmony, the wind fanning the flames into a massive inferno that surged toward the remaining Kumo ninja. Whoosh! The fire roared across the battlefield like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. Within moments, screams echoed from the flames as the Kumo ninjas were caught in the searing heat. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and the roars of summoned beasts filled the battlefield with a cacophony of sound and fury. The overwhelming difference in power between the Konoha ninjas and their Kumo opponents became painfully clear as the fight drew to a close. White-haired ape. Damn it. You're Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Kumo jonin shy, after witnessing the white-haired furred monkey King Enma and recognizing Hiruzen's combat prowess, finally realized who he was up against. His voice trembled with anger and fear. The image of Hiruzen had been imprinted deeply into the minds of the Kumo ninjas from previous battles. But it wasn't just Hiruzen himself, it was the fearsome white-haired ape that haunted them most. Hiruzen, his face calm but resolute, glanced at the remaining Kumo ninjas and spoke softly, "This war should have ended long ago. Why are you still so stubborn?" Ended? Shai's voice cracked with bitter laughter. You're so naive. Die. With a roar of desperation, Shai gripped his sword and rushed at Hiruzen once more. He knew full well that he was no match for the man in front of him. But retreat was not an option. Looking around at the bodies of his fallen comrades, Shai realized that the miscalculations he had made in underestimating Hiruzen and his students had cost his entire team their lives. What would be the point of returning now? He had nothing left, no teammates, no family. Rather than continue living with the shame of this failure, it was better to die here, on the battlefield. He had made peace with his fate. Ninjas should die on the battlefield. Whoosh! With a single swift motion, Hiruzen's kunai pierced Shai's heart from behind, gleaming with cold finality as it delivered the killing blow. The battle was over. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. 1190 words. Bang, bang, bang. As the last Kumo ninja hit the ground, the four summoned beasts disappeared in clouds of white smoke, leaving the battlefield eerily silent once again. The once tranquil forest was now a chaotic mess, the earth torn and scarred, trees uprooted, and the ground littered with debris, an all too familiar scene in the aftermath of a battle. The Konoha ANBU quickly moved in to assess the battlefield, checking for any signs of lingering danger. "You kids did an amazing job," one of the ANBU members approached the trio, his voice filled with admiration. To think that these were just children who had shown such combat proficiency and teamwork on their first real battlefield experience. It was simply unbelievable. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you really are something special. Where? No way. Jiraiya stammered awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Tsunade and Orochimaru handled the compliment calmly, but Jiraiya couldn't help feeling ashamed. He had panicked the most during the battle. If Orochimaru hadn't been there to pull him out of danger, he likely would have been seriously injured or worse. Still, Jiraiya was no coward. He had managed to hold his ground after that initial panic, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was still lagging behind his teammates. Meanwhile, Orochimaru ignored the praise and the small talk. His gaze shifted to the Kumo ninjas who had been incapacitated but were still alive, groaning on the ground. A strange, inexplicable feeling surged within him. He gripped his kunai tightly and began walking toward the injured Kumo ninjas. Hey, Orochimaru! What are you doing? Jiraiya shouted, his voice laced with concern. Thud. Without answering, Orochimaru slashed one of the downed Kumo ninjas across the neck, blood spilling out as the enemy ninja's life quickly faded away. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Tsunade also flinched, a trace of unease flickering across her face. This was different. Although they were enemies, these Kumo ninjas had already lost the ability to fight. Was there really a need to kill them in cold blood? Hiruzen, watching from a distance, noticed Orochimaru's actions. He raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised, but quickly returned to his usual expression. This was war, after all. Such actions weren't uncommon. Only the ANBU captain, Eagle, showed a more pronounced reaction. Behind his mask, a cold smirk formed. This kid, he's perfect for ANBU. Shaking his head, Eagle called over one of his uninjured subordinates. Together, they moved across the battlefield, mercilessly finishing off the rest of the incapacitated Kumo ninjas. It was ANBU's job to clean up loose ends, and this was no different. Hiruzen didn't stop them. He wasn't soft-hearted as the future might suggest. During his prime, Hiruzen was an elite jonin, having killed countless enemies. Sparing incapacitated foes? That was simply not an option in war. They couldn't afford to let any enemies escape or report back. However, for Tsunade and Jiraiya, witnessing ANBU's clinical efficiency and cold execution was a sobering moment. It was as if the reality of what it truly meant to be a ninja had finally sunk in. So, this is what it means to be a real ninja, Jiraiya muttered to himself. Once the battlefield was cleared, Eagle approached Hiruzen to report, "What are the casualties?" "One seriously injured, 2 slightly injured," Eagle replied crisply. "No deaths." Hiruzen frowned slightly. "A serious injury?" "Tsunade." "Yes, sensei." Tsunade immediately stepped forward, understanding what Sarutobi wanted without needing further instruction. "Check the injured." Hiruzen ordered. "Understood." Tsunade nodded before quickly moving to where the seriously injured ANBU member, Fox, lay. The last 2.5 years had been a period of intense growth for the 3 young ninjas. After graduating, they spent the first half of that time mastering fundamental skills, but the next 2 years had been different. Each of them had begun developing specialized talents. Orochimaru delved deep into scientific research and experiments, Jiraiya trained in senjutsu, and Tsunade honed her skills in medical ninjutsu. Success wasn't just about talent, it was about hard work and dedication. And the 3 of them embodied this perfectly. That's why they had already begun to rise above their peers. Fox's injury was severe. His chest had been slashed by a Kumo ninja, and the cut was so deep that his ribs were visible. Blood poured from the wound, and it was clear that his condition was critical. Eagle watched Tsunade work with efficient precision, his admiration for the young kunoichi growing with every passing moment. She's a medical ninja? And she's also this strong in combat," another ANBU murmured in disbelief. It was incredibly rare, almost unheard of, for a medical ninja to be so proficient in battle. Medical ninjutsu was still a relatively underdeveloped field in most villages, and Tsunade was clearly breaking new ground with her skill set. Tsunade ignored their comments, focusing entirely on her task. She quickly assessed Fox's condition and frowned. His wound is extremely deep. He needs surgery right away. Surgery? Can you do it here? Eagle asked, a hint of concern in his voice. It's difficult, but I'll do my best, Tsunade replied, her voice steady. Then hurry. We don't have much time. Hiruzen urged. As Tsunade readied her tools for surgery, Hiruzen ordered the uninjured ANBU to spread out and secure the area. Now, in the middle of the forest clearing, it was just Tsunade, the wounded, and Orochimaru. Jiraiya, standing nearby, watched Orochimaru's calm demeanor and Tsunade's skillful movements. He couldn't help but feel out of place. Both of them had such defined skills, Orochimaru with his cunning intellect and experiments, and Tsunade with her medical expertise. As Tsunade adjusted her breathing and prepared for surgery, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Tsunade, give him this, it'll make the operation easier, Orochimaru said, holding a small vial of clear liquid. Orochimaru? What is this? Tsunade asked, momentarily startled. It's a formula that accelerates wound recovery, Orochimaru replied casually, handing her the vial. Tsunade looked at the liquid, unsure for a moment. She trusted Orochimaru, but this wasn't a normal medical item. Still, there was no time to hesitate, the wounded ANBU's life was on the line. All right, Tsunade said, handing the vial to Fox. Drink this. It should help. Trusting Orochimaru was second nature to her, just as trusting Hiruzen was. And she had faith that this would work. Bear with it, she warned Fox as he drank the liquid, her hands immediately returning to her surgical tools, pulling out disinfectants, gauze, and sutures to begin the procedure. While Tsunade worked, Orochimaru observed Fox's wound with keen interest. The gene repair fluid he had given the ANBU member was a product of his experiments, designed to rapidly heal or regenerate damaged cells. It wasn't an expensive concoction, at least, not for Orochimaru. He could even purchase the raw materials separately from his system, depending on the points he accumulated from his research. The fluid wasn't something Orochimaru used often, but this was the perfect chance to test its effects on a seriously injured human subject. Chapter 32, 1119 words. How is this possible? Tsunade stared in shock at the slowly healing wound before her eyes. All she had done was disinfect the area and clean the wound, but now it was visibly healing on its own. At first, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. But no, it was really happening. The vial given by Orochimaru worked wonders. Fox's wound was recovering slowly but surely, and although it wasn't quite as fast as the healing abilities of someone with an immortal body, it was eerily similar to the effect of biting Karen in the original series. Others, hearing Tsunade's exclamation, quickly gathered around. What's wrong, Tsunade? His wound, it's healing on its own. As everyone heard the news and looked closer, they saw it too. The wound was closing up slowly, mending itself. How is this happening? Incredible. The most astonished among them was Hiruzen. His jaw dropped, and he was momentarily speechless. He had only ever witnessed such automatic healing in one other person, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. While Fox's healing was slower than Hashirama's, it was still occurring without any external intervention. No surgery, no medical ninjutsu, just the Fox's body healing itself. At this rate, the wound won't even need surgery. Hiruzen thought, unable to hide his amazement. He composed himself and, after understanding the situation, called Orochimaru aside, his voice measured and serious. Orochimaru, did you really make this? Hiruzen's tone was unusually careful, as though he was treading on new, unknown ground. His young disciple had consistently impressed him, from graduation until now. Orochimaru's talent in combat, battlefield adaptability, and now, his scientific research abilities, each one was extraordinary. But this? A fluid that could induce healing similar to the first Hokage's fabled regeneration? This was beyond impressive. The first Hokage's power. Hiruzen thought, his mind reeling. Hashirama was called the god of shinobi for a reason. His ability to heal without hand seals, without medical ninjutsu, was a power that no one else had ever been able to replicate. Until now. Could Orochimaru have, at only 8 years old, achieved something even Tobirama, the second Hokage, had never been able to accomplish? Yes, sensei, Orochimaru replied calmly, his voice betraying none of the emotions he felt inside. While Orochimaru had planned to use his research to gain access to Konoha's experimental labs, this situation presented an unexpected but still favorable outcome. Now that his work had caught the attention of his teacher, Hiruzen, Orochimaru could proceed with his plan without needing to hide anything. Unbelievable, Hiruzen muttered, his eyes wide with awe. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. It was one thing to be a talented ninja, but Orochimaru's level of excellence bordered on the unnatural. As one of the key leaders of Konoha, he knew that there was a limit to an individual's strength. Even the most powerful ninja had boundaries. But Orochimaru's potential in scientific research could change that. He could drastically alter the balance of power not just in Konoha, but throughout the entire ninja world. If word of Orochimaru's talent in this area reached an enemy nation, or worse, if Orochimaru decided to turn against Konoha, it could lead to disaster. Hiruzen was a wise leader. At this moment, he was already thinking far ahead, weighing the potential risks and benefits of having such a genius in their village. Eagle, take the 3 of them back to the village, Hiruzen commanded. Having witnessed the healing with his own eyes, Hiruzen's priorities shifted. Originally, he had intended to keep Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade on the battlefield to familiarize them with real combat situations. But after what Orochimaru had demonstrated, he couldn't take the risk of leaving him exposed in a dangerous situation. If Orochimaru truly has mastered this kind of healing technology, then his life becomes incredibly important to the village. Understood, Lord Hiruzen. Eagle, one of Sarutobi's trusted ANBU, nodded without hesitation. He too had seen the healing and understood why Sarutobi was suddenly being cautious. With that, Eagle led Orochimaru and his teammates, Jiraiya and Tsunade, back to Konoha. Jiraiya and Tsunade seemed to realize that something unusual was happening, but they remained silent for the entire trip. Even the battle-hardened coldness Orochimaru had displayed earlier seemed to fade from their minds, replaced by a newfound respect for his abilities. 3 days later, the group arrived back in Konoha. As soon as they returned, Eagle turned around and headed straight back to the front lines, leaving the 3 young ninjas with some unexpected downtime. Orochimaru, for his part, took the opportunity to rest. After all, he had plans to push forward as soon as Konoha's higher-ups returned from the battlefield. The next morning, he found himself reclining on a large tree branch, staring up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The peace of Konoha was a stark contrast to the battlefield they had just left, and for a moment, Orochimaru allowed himself to relax. Next to him, a massive python coiled lazily on the branch. Orochimaru didn't even glance at it. The snake had been raised by his parents, so its presence didn't bother him in the slightest. If I can gain access to Konoha's high-level experimental labs, I should have a chance to come into contact with the first Hokage's cells. Orochimaru mused. According to his memories, he would eventually have access to those cells, but that would take years if he followed the normal course of events. He needed to accelerate his timeline if he wanted to start experimenting on Senju Hashirama's cells sooner. This was precisely why he had revealed his research results to Hiruzen. It was a calculated move to earn the trust and interest of Konoha's top brass. Orochimaru. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, Orochimaru saw Tsunade standing beneath the tree, blinking up at him. "What's up?" he asked, his tone neutral. It's nothing, really. I just heard there's a new barbecue restaurant at the end of the village. Do you want to check it out?" Tsunade was still clearly in awe of the gene repair fluid, even though her expertise in medical ninjutsu was different from Orochimaru's scientific research. She understood just how significant that fluid was. Although she had come to discuss its implications further, she decided to soften her approach by suggesting a casual meal first. Orochimaru smirked and jumped down from the tree. Sure, why not? Wait for me. Tsunade hurried to catch up with him. As the two walked away, the massive flower-patterned python that had been lounging on the tree branch vanished into a puff of white smoke, disappearing from sight. Chapter 33, 1134 words. Orochimaru's straightforward demeanor made Tsunade feel a bit uneasy, but she quickly brushed it off and caught up with him. At the new barbecue restaurant, the food was mouth-wateringly delicious. The tender, juicy meat was a welcome change from the battlefield rations they had eaten over the past 10 days. Even Orochimaru, usually composed and reserved, found himself indulging, his appetite larger than usual. After all, they had been out in the field for quite some time, moving between the battlefield and the search party. Good food like this was a rarity when you were fighting for your life. This is so good, Tsunade said between bites, clearly enjoying herself. I wonder where Jiraiya's run off to. If he were here, we could all enjoy this together. Orochimaru smiled for the first time in a while, a rare sight. Noticing his smile, Tsunade paused and blinked at him, feeling a bit flustered. Why are you smiling? Orochimaru didn't respond immediately, and when he did, his tone was casual. Nothing. Orochimaru's smile was a rare occurrence. In the 2 years they had known each other, Tsunade could count the number of times she had seen him smile on one hand. For some reason, Orochimaru continued, seeing you eat like this brings a sense of calm to me. Tsunade was taken aback by his words, her cheeks reddening slightly. Why are you so weird, she muttered, feeling awkward. But she quickly shrugged it off and resumed devouring her food with gusto. Though Orochimaru enjoyed the peaceful moment, he had larger plans in motion. He needed to get Konoha's attention, specifically the attention of its higher-ups, so he could gain access to the village's research facilities and resources. If he could position himself as an invaluable asset in scientific research, they would have no choice but to grant him access to the materials he needed. And from there, everything he wanted would be within his grasp. However, for the moment, the village's leaders including the second Hokage were still out on the front lines. Orochimaru would have to be patient and wait for their return before he could make his move. But to his surprise, that wait turned into a month. One morning, while conducting a new experiment in his makeshift lab at home, Orochimaru was deep in concentration. Tsunade, fascinated by his work, sat nearby, watching closely. Ever since she had learned about Orochimaru's ability to create what she and Jiraiya had started calling the Super Recovery Potion, her respect for him had grown immensely. Even Jiraiya, who loved to argue and bicker, had been awestruck by Orochimaru's scientific prowess. Though Jiraiya lacked any talent or interest in medical research, he had come to admire Orochimaru's abilities. That said, his fascination with Orochimaru's research hadn't distracted him from his training. Jiraiya spent most of his time training or traveling back and forth between Konoha and Mount Myaboku, the land of the toads. Tsunade, on the other hand, was different. She had a natural affinity for medicine and healing. It was clear that she was destined to become Konoha's greatest medical nin, though at this stage, she was still just a curious student. She was utterly captivated by Orochimaru's research, particularly his gene enhancement and healing experiments. Orochimaru, do you think this herb could be substituted with a different one? Tsunade asked, crouching down and pointing to some green leaves simmering quietly in a beaker. Of course, Orochimaru replied, nodding slightly. While the potency might be a little weaker, the overall effect would remain the same. Tsunade's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, you're so knowledgeable. Even better than the director at the hospital. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile wryly. It's just different fields of expertise, Tsunade. Well, I still think you're amazing, Tsunade said, eyes gleaming with genuine admiration. Before Orochimaru could respond, the sound of commotion from outside interrupted them. What's going on? Orochimaru muttered. Tsunade, equally curious, jumped to her feet and dashed outside to investigate. It didn't take long for her to piece together what had happened. The war had ended, and Konoha had emerged victorious. The village's ninja forces were returning, and the villagers had organized a large-scale welcoming ceremony for them. Konoha streets were now filled with returning shinobi, greeted by their emotional families. Many families embraced their loved ones, their tears falling freely, overwhelmed with joy and relief. But not everyone was so lucky. For some, their family members had returned in body bags, leading to a different kind of tear-filled reunion, one filled with sorrow and heartbreak. Even though Konoha had won the battle, war was always accompanied by pain and loss. Tsunade watched the scene, a complicated expression on her face. "It's strange," she murmured. "Even after a victory, it still feels so sad." Orochimaru, who had followed her outside, stood next to her. "This kind of war will go on for many years. You'll get used to it." Tsunade looked up at him, her brow furrowed. "Will it really last for many more years?" Orochimaru nodded without hesitation. "Of course. You didn't think that the end of this war would suddenly bring peace to the world, did you?" He spoke with such calm certainty, but the truth in his words weighed heavily on Tsunade. In his mind, Orochimaru could already picture the endless conflicts to come: the Second Great Ninja War, the Third, and even the Fourth. Corpses would continue to pile up in every war, and peace would always remain elusive. Tsunade remained silent, still processing his words, when Orochimaru suddenly spoke again, his voice low. "Strange. Why hasn't the second Hokage returned yet?" Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts, blinking in confusion. "That's true. Not only hasn't my granduncle returned, but Hiruzen-sensei is missing too." Her concern rising, she ran up to a nearby ninja who had just returned. "Sayama-senpai." The man turned at the sound of her voice, his expression brightening. "Ah, little Tsunade. What can I do for you? Do you know where Lord Hokage is? Didn't he come back with the rest of the troops?" "Oh, the second Hokage?" Sayama paused, then smiled. "Lord Hokage and several other higher-ups went to the border to sign an alliance agreement with the Land of Lightning. They'll be back in 2 days." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Sayama-senpai." Tsunade replied cheerfully, her initial worry fading. But while Tsunade seemed reassured, Orochimaru's mind was spinning. The second Hokage went to sign an alliance agreement with the Land of Lightning? He thought, frowning. Why does that sound so familiar? Then, in a sudden moment of clarity, it hit him. The Kinkaku Force coup. The Gold and Silver Brothers. The second Hokage was about to walk straight into a deadly trap. The second Hokage is going to die. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. 1159 words. To be honest, Orochimaru wasn't particularly impressed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. During his time in Konoha, Orochimaru had rarely seen the second Hokage in person. The only time was when he accompanied Sarutobi to the front lines. The day-to-day tasks of their squad were mostly delegated to Hiruzen, their direct instructor. As for Orochimaru, other than seeing the second Hokage give the occasional large lecture from a distance, he had no direct interactions with him. The demands of the war kept the second Hokage busy, and it was rare for genin like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to even get close to the Hokage, unless it was a matter of utmost importance. Because of this, Orochimaru didn't feel particularly connected to the second Hokage. So, when he pieced together that Tobirama was about to meet his tragic end at the hands of the Gold and Silver Brothers, he could only offer a silent apology in his heart. Would Orochimaru try to prevent the second Hokage's death? Not likely. He would have liked to alter the course of history, sure, but certain things were beyond his control. Some events were meant to happen, and others weren't worth the risk of changing. Even though Orochimaru had grown stronger far beyond the average genin, he was still only 9 years old. No one would take a child seriously if he suddenly ran up to them, declaring that the second Hokage would be killed in a coup orchestrated by the Gold and Silver Brothers. They'd look at him like he was crazy, and he might even end up locked away in a cell or worse, subjected to interrogation and experimentation for how he possessed such knowledge. Even if Hiruzen backed him up, the higher-ups might still view him with suspicion. After all, how would a boy know something like that? Besides, if he were completely honest with himself, what did Senju Tobarama's life or death have to do with him? Orochimaru wasn't the person he used to be, not after everything he'd gone through. The hard lessons from his previous life had taught him that good people often meet unfortunate ends, while those who are ruthless survive. Orochimaru had no interest in playing the hero or meddling with fate. He had no personal attachment to the second Hokage, and getting involved would only endanger his own future. Sure enough, Orochimaru's predictions came true. 7 days after the ninja had returned to the village, Hiruzen and the other higher-ups returned as well. But with them, they brought Uchiha Kageme's body. Then, just 3 days later, Konoha received the second Hokage's body, transported back from the Land of Lightning. With that, the winds of change swept through Konoha village. First, there was the grand funeral for the second Hokage. Every Konoha ninja, Orochimaru included, was present. The atmosphere was somber, with an overwhelming sense of disbelief hanging in the air. Many of the villagers couldn't wrap their heads around what had happened. How could the second Hokage have died in battle when they had won the war? Hadn't the Land of Lightning already surrendered? What most didn't know was that the Land of Lightning was also a victim of treachery. Their second Raikage had also perished during the negotiations, a result of the coup led by the Gold and Silver brothers. Next came the official appointment of Hiruzen as the third Hokage. The second Hokage had named him his successor in the final moments of his life, making it clear who would carry on the mantle of leadership in Konoha. However, despite the second Hokage's dying wish, Hiruzen's ascension to the position of Hokage was not without opposition. Within Konoha, power struggles simmered beneath the surface. Many were dissatisfied with Hiruzen becoming the next Hokage. Among those who harbored resentment was none other than Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen's longtime friend and rival. Danzo had always dreamed of becoming Hokage himself. Ever since their days as students, he and Hiruzen had been locked in fierce competition. But now, due to a single order given by the second Hokage before his death, Danzo's hopes were crushed. He had no chance of claiming the title of Hokage as long as Hiruzen was alive. And it wasn't just Danzo who was disgruntled. The Uchiha clan, one of the founding clans of Konoha, was also deeply dissatisfied. The village had been built through the combined efforts of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, yet not a single Uchiha had ever been named Hokage. They could understand the first Hokage being a Senju, since Hashirama and Madara had fought side by side to create the village. The second Hokage's position was also accepted, given his bloodline as the younger brother of Hashirama. But Hiruzen? He had no such lineage. He wasn't a Senju or an Uchiha. So why should he be named Hokage? Unfortunately for the Uchiha, their discontent was muted. After years of harsh treatment under the second Hokage's rule, the clan had grown quiet, unwilling to voice their grievances too openly. Fear of further persecution kept them in check. With the funeral behind them, it was time for Hiruzen to solidify his position as Hokage. One morning, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat wearing the Hokage robe for the first time, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. Behind him stood Danzo, his closest confidant, though the tension between them was palpable. "Danzo," he said, his tone soft yet apologetic, "I'm truly sorry about what happened. The second Hokage appointed me, and I had no choice but to accept the position. I know this is something you've always wanted." Danzo's face twisted in anger, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "Don't apologize, Hiruzen. It's meaningless now. Our teacher made his decision, and I will respect it. But tell me this, how do you plan to keep your position as Hokage?" Hiruzen frowned, sensing an underlying hostility in Danzo's words. "What do you mean by that, Danzo?" Danzo sneered. "Don't tell me you haven't noticed the voices of dissent in the village? Do you think everyone is going to sit back quietly while you take the title of Hokage?" Hiruzen chuckled confidently, waving off Danzo's concerns. I believe that with time and effort, I can earn the trust of everyone in Konoha. I'll show them that I'm worthy of this position. But Danzo's patience snapped. He slammed his fist on the table, glaring at him. Stop being naive, Hiruzen. Konoha was founded by the Senju and the Uchiha. Your last name is neither. If you don't quell this opposition, you won't last long as Hokage. Sarutobi's expression darkened. And what exactly are you suggesting, Danzo? Give me control of ANBU, Danzo said coldly. I'll make sure to silence anyone who dares to oppose you. Hiruzen looked at him with a mix of disbelief and anger. He knew Danzo was ruthless, but was this really the solution? Chapter 35, 1197 words. Danzo truly was ruthless in his approach, always favoring the most extreme measures to solidify his influence. As soon as Hiruzen assumed the mantle of Hokage, Danzo's thoughts immediately turned to eliminating dissenters. No, you can't do that. Hiruzen said firmly, understanding the implication of Danzo's suggestion right away. His tone left no room for compromise. Danzo's plan was simple and brutal: send the opposition on dangerous missions where the likelihood of survival was slim. They'd either die at the hands of enemies or through unfortunate accidents arranged by their own comrades. It would be clean and efficient just as Danzo liked it. Hiruzen, however, was the inheritor of the first Hokage's ideals. While he could be ruthless to enemies of the village, he found it difficult to condone the unnecessary deaths of his own people, especially over political disagreements. We are all ninjas of Konoha, Hiruzen said, his voice strained with frustration. We must not turn on our own like this. Danzo, unfazed by Hiruzen's moral objections, calmly replied, Hiruzen, you are not suited for this position. His voice was steady, his gaze cold. A village cannot survive on light alone. It must also have its darkness. You are too naive to see that. The two men, longtime friends but now divided by ideals, stood at an impasse once again. Hiruzen believed in a future for Konoha built on trust and cooperation, while Danzo saw only the need for control and fear to ensure the village's security. Danzo, as always, was prepared to do whatever it took to maintain stability, even if that meant resorting to covert killings. In his mind, the ends justified the means. He had no qualms about creating a shadowy underbelly for the village if it ensured its survival. But with Hiruzen now in charge, Danzo had no choice but to relent, at least for now. He couldn't openly disobey the new Hokage. Grudgingly, he agreed to Hiruzen's insistence on taking a less aggressive approach for the time being. However, Danzo had another idea in mind. If not that, then at least let me establish an independent ANBU training unit, Danzo suggested, his voice devoid of emotion. I'll take charge of training them, leaving you free to focus on the larger issues of governance. It will take the burden off your shoulders. Hiruzen was taken aback by this. ANBU training class, he repeated, as if he hadn't heard correctly. Danzo's proposition felt like a bid for more power, something that would allow him to operate freely and without much oversight. Danzo nodded. Yes. You're Hokage now. You'll have a lot on your plate, too much for you to handle alone. Leave the more delicate matters to me. Hiruzen closed his eyes, wrestling with the decision. He knew what Danzo was truly after: autonomy, a way to build his own faction within Konoha. He had always wanted to be Hokage, and while that dream had been snatched from him, this was Danzo's way of gaining influence in the village through other means. An independent ANBU unit? A power separate from the Hokage's direct control had never existed in Konoha since its founding. It would set a dangerous precedent. Hiruzen hesitated. He didn't want to create a political rival right under his nose, but at the same time, he understood Danzo well. If he rejected this outright, Danzo might resort to something even more drastic, something irreparable. After much internal deliberation, Hiruzen finally agreed. Alright, but we need to discuss this with Koharu and Hamura first. Danzo's expression barely changed, but inside, he was pleased. Of course, he said. He knew the two elder advisors wouldn't oppose his plan. Koharu and Hamura had no family backgrounds of note, and they owed much of their positions to the second Hokage. They would side with Sarutobi, and they wouldn't challenge Danzo's ambitions, not as long as it didn't threaten their own positions. Thus, Root, an ANBU unit independent of the Hokage's regime, was formed under Danzo's command. Its purpose would remain secret, known only to a select few. Meanwhile, in front of Orochimaru's house. Orochimaru. Tsunade's voice broke the silence. What is it? Orochimaru responded, his tone indifferent. Will you take a walk with me? Orochimaru paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. The two of them strolled down the streets of Konoha, the midday sun casting long shadows behind them. Orochimaru wore his usual white robe adorned with Magatama symbols, while Tsunade was dressed in green, with short sleeves and shorts, her waist tied with a blue sash. After a moment of silence, Tsunade spoke again, her voice filled with a strange melancholy. When do you think this war will end? Her question was out of the blue, catching Orochimaru off guard. But as he glanced at her, he saw the sadness in her eyes. She had seen so much loss on the battlefield, and it had clearly weighed on her mind. I don't know, Orochimaru replied honestly. But I do know one way to end all wars. Tsunade looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected a real answer, much less from someone as young as Orochimaru. Oh? What's that? Without missing a beat, Orochimaru's reply was cold and direct. Unification. Unification? Tsunade repeated, her brow furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? Only through unifying the 5 great ninja villages can true peace be achieved, Orochimaru said, his tone devoid of any humor or jest. Tsunade blinked, stunned by the seriousness in his voice. You're joking, right? The 5 great villages have been at each other's throats for years. You think unifying them is possible? Orochimaru shrugged. It's not easy. But it's not impossible. Tsunade shook her head in disbelief. You sound like a madman. Orochimaru didn't respond. Instead, he changed the subject, his tone casual. Forget it. Let's go get some roasted chicken. I'll treat you. The abrupt shift in conversation threw Tsunade off. Huh? How did you know I like roasted chicken? I've seen you sneaking off to buy it by yourself more than a few times, Orochimaru said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Tsunade flushed, embarrassed. I didn't think you noticed. It's hard not to. Tsunade laughed, the somber mood lightening. I didn't think you paid attention to other people, Orochimaru. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing special. And if I remember correctly, Jiraiya asked you to eat with him plenty of times. Ugh, I'd never go with that big pervert. Tsunade exclaimed with a scoff. He doesn't know how to behave. Besides, someone like you is far more tolerable. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Tsunade smirked playfully. Of course. If I had to pick between you and him. Well, let's just say you'd make a better boyfriend. Orochimaru muttered, seemingly uninterested. Tsunade blushed again, though she tried to hide it. I'm just saying, when we grow up, maybe. Maybe, Orochimaru replied vaguely. But let's see what the future holds. Tsunade's face brightened, but she quickly tried to play it off. So you agree, huh? Orochimaru simply gave her a small, mysterious smile and continued walking, leaving her to wonder what exactly he meant by that. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. 941 words. Facing Tsunade's direct question, Orochimaru was momentarily caught off guard. If both of them were adults, perhaps he might have flirted back or even indulged in his darker thoughts. But now, he was still a child, and no matter how advanced his intellect or how strengthened his physique was, that didn't change his age. At least, not in ways that mattered for this situation. He gave Tsunade a casual, dismissive response and changed the subject quickly. Together, they arrived at the village's well-known grilled chicken restaurant. Hey, look at that, Tsunade muttered as they entered the shop. As soon as they stepped inside, they spotted an acquaintance. Oh? Orochimaru? Tsunade? Haha. What brings you here? Come, come. Join me. A young man with white hair, dressed in a white outfit, stood up from his table and waved enthusiastically at them. Hirako? You're eating here alone? Orochimaru asked as they approached. Tsunade chimed in after him, Where's Jiraiya? Didn't he come? Hirako laughed and replied, That guy? He's off doing some special training as usual, right? Yeah, probably off somewhere trying to perfect that weird technique of his, Tsunade said with a casual shrug. While the three of them Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were usually together for missions, their individual pursuits often kept them apart. Jiraiya was busy mastering sage techniques, something that had once been a closely guarded secret but had since become something of an open secret among their circle. Hirako smiled. Well, I'm not eating alone. I came here with Dai. He just stepped out for a moment. As if on cue, a young man wearing bright green tights emerged from the restroom and walked over to their table. He was none other than Might Dai. Now, let me introduce you properly, Hirako said, turning to the man in green. This is Might Dai, a fellow shinobi. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Of course, no introduction was necessary. He already knew Might Dai. But what surprised him was the connection between Hirako and Dai. The two seemed like such an unlikely pair. But then again, maybe it wasn't that surprising after all. Hirako, 1 year younger than Orochimaru, had become something of a follower of the Sannin trio ever since Jiraiya had once stood up for him. Meanwhile, Might Dai, despite his later legendary status, was known as the perpetual underdog during these early years, often teased for his lack of ninjutsu skills. It made sense that the two of them, both outcasts in their own way, would form a bond. Orochimaru watched Might Dai closely, studying him. While Dai was known as a failure among his peers, Orochimaru knew better. This was the man who would one day master the 8 gates and push his body beyond its limits to protect those he loved. His legacy would be passed on to his son, Might Dai, who would become one of Konoha's most formidable shinobi. Nice to meet you both. Might Dai said, bowing respectfully. I've heard a lot about you both. Please teach me. Tsunade, clearly a bit flustered by Dai's intense respect, scratched the back of her head awkwardly. You don't have to be so formal. We're all comrades in the same village. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Might Dai responded earnestly, making her even more uncomfortable. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained silent, observing the interaction. This party is something special. 2 dead last, and 2 geniuses. 2 types of people who would normally never come together, but due to various circumstances, they've ended up sitting together by chance. However, Orochimaru, who knows the storyline, naturally won't underestimate these 2 dead last. Might Dai, the founder of the 8 Gates released formation. On the other hand, Hirako was unwilling to remain mediocre. In order to catch up with the Sannin, he developed a forbidden technique called Chimera Jutsu. This forbidden technique allows him to fuse ninjas or summoned beasts with his own body, and it can even integrate Kekkei Genkai. It can be said that this is extremely similar to Orochimaru's genetic fusion. Although his Chimera technique is fundamentally different from Orochimaru's genetic fusion, the fact that he can achieve this on his own is undeniably impressive. When Orochimaru first encountered Hirako, he had already added him to his list of potential experimental subjects. He just hadn't decided yet whether Hirako should be his test subject or his subordinate. Of course, no matter which it is, now is not the time. After a lively meal, during which Hirako insisted on paying the bill, the 4 of them left the restaurant together. As Hirako and Might Dai waved goodbye and walked off, Tsunade nudged Orochimaru with her elbow. Hey, Orochimaru, she began. That guy in green. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? We all live in the same village, Tsunade. It's not strange to run into familiar faces, Orochimaru replied casually. No. I mean, he seemed familiar in a different way. Tsunade frowned, trying to remember where she had seen Might Dai before. Orochimaru raised his hand to respond, but just as he was about to speak. Whoosh! Two ANBU shinobi appeared in front of them, seemingly out of nowhere. Their sudden appearance interrupted the conversation. Orochimaru, you've been summoned by the Hokage, one of the masked shinobi said, his voice monotone yet urgent. Orochimaru smirked slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Looks like they've finally decided to acknowledge me, he muttered under his breath. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, confused. What's going on? Orochimaru waved her off. Don't worry. I've been expecting this. With that, he followed the ANBU toward the Hokage's office. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. 1,150 words. Hokage Conference Room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table, draped in his Hokage robe, signifying his role as Konoha's leader. Flanking him were the three elders of the village, Koharu Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura. Together, these four individuals held significant influence over the village's governance. However, missing from the group were two prominent figures, Akimichi Tofu and Uchiha Kagami, both disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Akimichi Tofu, though respected, represented the interests of his clan, making him unsuitable for Konoha's upper political echelon. As for Uchiha Kagami, he had perished on the battlefield. Even in life, despite his loyalty and being trusted by Tobirama, his Uchiha heritage would have barred him from truly entering Konoha's highest ranks. The Uchiha clan, long viewed with suspicion, was always kept at arm's length from positions of ultimate power. The subject of today's discussion had finally shifted to Orochimaru, Hiruzen's prized pupil. After resolving the finer points of Danzo's newly established division, route, the focus turned toward the young prodigy's groundbreaking research. You're telling me that the potion developed by Orochimaru can give people an extraordinary recovery ability? Danzo's expression was one of deep skepticism as he addressed Hiruzen. His voice, typically calm and collected, now betrayed a hint of incredulity. Having been entrenched in diplomacy following the peace agreement with the Land of Lightning, and then dealing with the funeral arrangements for the second Hokage, Danzo and the others had only just returned to normalcy. Now, Hiruzen was speaking of Orochimaru's latest discovery, something that echoed the legendary regenerative powers of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Indeed. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Hiruzen said, his tone serious. The recovery rate of ANBU members using Orochimaru's serum was remarkable. It didn't just heal minor wounds, it expedited the healing of deep injuries. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, clearly unsettled by the news. If true, this potion could revolutionize Konoha's medical practices and bolster its military might. Danzo, however, remained unconvinced. It's impossible. Hashirama's healing power was the result of his unique bloodline. Many researchers, even Orochimaru's seniors, have tried and failed to replicate that kind of ability. How could an 8-year-old boy accomplish what seasoned experts could not? Hiruzen sighed, understanding Danzo's reluctance to accept the truth. You know I wouldn't bring this up lightly, Danzo. If you're skeptical, why not investigate it yourself? I will, Danzo replied, his voice sharp, I need to see this with my own eyes. Hiruzen knew that Danzo's curiosity, mixed with his hunger for power, would push him to scrutinize Orochimaru's research thoroughly. Danzo was never one to let a potential weapon slip through his fingers. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking filled the room as Orochimaru, dressed in his casual attire, entered the conference room. He carried himself with a calm confidence, his eyes observing the room carefully. Teacher, Orochimaru greeted Hiruzen with a respectful bow, acknowledging the elders as well. Ah, Orochimaru, Hiruzen said with a warm smile, I'm glad you've come. You probably have an idea of why we've summoned you today, don't you? Indeed, teacher, Orochimaru replied smoothly. He had been waiting for this moment. Hiruzen leaned forward, his tone more serious. We've been discussing your remarkable work, the healing serum you created. I must say, it's extraordinary. Your potential for research is beyond what any of us could have predicted. Orochimaru's gaze remained steady. Thank you, teacher. I have always believed that scientific research could open new doors for the village. Danzo, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, Tell us, Orochimaru. How did you develop something that rivals the first Hokage's legendary healing power? Orochimaru expected this line of questioning. He had long anticipated that his research would attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he explained, the serum's development came from extensive study of various herbs and medicinal plants. Some ingredients are rare, and while I have succeeded with this batch, the scarcity of certain materials might limit further production. The room fell silent as the elders processed what he had said. Danzo was the first to break the silence, his eyes narrowing. Scarce ingredients, you say? So, it's not something that can be easily mass-produced? Orochimaru nodded. Correct. I've identified 2 specific herbs that are critical to the serum's effectiveness, and they are not easy to come by. Replacing them might reduce the serum's potency. Hiruzen and the others felt a wave of both relief and disappointment. While the potential of Orochimaru's research was undeniable, its limitations were also clear. Danzo leaned back in his chair, clearly still skeptical but intrigued. We will have to investigate this further. For now, your research will remain confidential. You'll continue to develop it under the supervision of Konoha's top scientists. Orochimaru gave a slight nod, accepting their decision. He had expected this. By keeping his cards close and revealing just enough of his abilities, he had secured a place within Konoha's inner research circle. Very well, Hiruzen concluded, Orochimaru, you may return for now. We'll finalize the arrangements and let you know how we'll proceed. With a polite bow, Orochimaru turned and left the conference room. As he exited the building, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Things were moving just as he had planned. After Orochimaru left, Danzo excused himself as well, his mind still racing with possibilities. His first stop was to find Eagle, one of the ANBU members who had witnessed the results of Orochimaru's serum firsthand. Eagle was patrolling the outskirts of the village when Danzo approached. Lord Danzo, Eagle greeted with a respectful nod. Danzo wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I need you to confirm something for me. 2 months ago, you accompanied Hiruzen on a mission to eliminate the Kumo Ninja Division, correct? Yes, that's right, my lord, Eagle responded, his posture rigid. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he continued. And during that mission, several of your team members were injured. Orochimaru used some sort of serum to heal them. Is that correct? Eagle hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, my lord. His serum was unlike anything I've ever seen. It sped up the healing process in a way that shouldn't be possible. Even deep wounds healed quickly. Danzo's mind raced. Could it be true? Could Orochimaru have stumbled upon something revolutionary? If so, it was something Danzo wanted to control whether Hiruzen liked it or not. Very well, Danzo said finally, turning away. That will be all. As he walked away, a plan began forming in Danzo's mind. Whether Hiruzen realized it or not, Orochimaru's talents were far too valuable to be left unchecked. And if Hiruzen wasn't willing to take the necessary steps, then Danzo would. After all, Konoha needed more than just light, it needed the darkness, too. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. 970 words. Danzo, after listening to Eagle's recount of Orochimaru's experiment, quickly formulated his own thoughts. He had to suppress the growing sense of amazement as he considered the implications. Without a word, Danzo left and made his way to the ANBU headquarters, where he found the injured fox. Inspecting the fox's wounds, Danzo confirmed Eagle's account. A wound that had once been deep enough to expose bone now bore no trace, not even a scar. Even the old, long-standing injuries had vanished, as if they had never been there. It was as though the serum had not just repaired the damaged cells but had somehow regenerated them entirely. Regeneration at the cellular level? Danzo's eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary medical achievement, it echoed the legendary healing abilities of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru had somehow unlocked the secret to advanced regeneration, and at such a young age. Unbelievable. Danzo muttered, barely able to contain his excitement. In that moment, Danzo's view of Orochimaru shifted. He had already noted Orochimaru's intelligence and talent, but this? This was a breakthrough that could change the very nature of warfare. It had the potential to make Konoha invincible. Danzo was both in awe and deeply intrigued. Danzo resolved to keep an even closer eye on the boy. Orochimaru's potential was too vast to ignore. If cultivated properly, he could become an irreplaceable asset to Konoha or to Danzo's ambitions. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, was lost in his own thoughts. Despite the admiration from Konoha's top brass, Orochimaru was not overly impressed with his own work. In truth, he considered the gene repair serum to be relatively basic compared to what the future held. In the world of Naruto, there were many techniques that far surpassed the effects of his gene repair solution. The healing abilities of the sage body possessed by Hashirama, or the powers of Karen Uzumaki's bloodline, were significantly more advanced. There were also other abilities that could provide exaggerated regenerative effects which could resurrect someone even after a fatal injury. Not to mention the monstrous healing potential of Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, which could restore her even after catastrophic damage. In comparison, Orochimaru's serum was just a stepping stone. But to the untrained eye, especially in a village like Konoha, it was nothing short of revolutionary. The village elders had no idea of the true scope of his plans, and for now, Orochimaru was content to keep it that way. His primary goal was to gain more resources and access to advanced materials for further experimentation. As he wandered the crowded streets, Orochimaru sighed quietly. Konoha, despite its role in the recent war, was still full of life. The bustling markets, the laughter of children, and the chatter of the villagers filled the air. This village was not only the military powerhouse of the Land of Fire but also a symbol of peace and prosperity, built on the hard work of countless civilians and ninja alike. In Orochimaru's eyes, however, the village was just a means to an end. Orochimaru! Orochimaru! A familiar voice called out, interrupting his musings. Turning around, Orochimaru spotted Tsunade waving at him from a nearby food stall, looking as excited as a child. She stood in front of a skewer stand, the savory scent of grilled meat wafting through the air. He walked over, raising an eyebrow. "What is it now?" Tsunade pointed eagerly at the skewers. "Can you buy me some skewers? Please?" Orochimaru sighed, realizing what was going on. "I just left the Hokage's office, and you're already hungry again?" Tsunade, in her usual straightforward manner, didn't even try to hide her hunger. "I didn't get enough to eat with Bairi and the others earlier. You know how it is, I have to keep up appearances." Orochimaru let out a chuckle. He knew all too well about Tsunade's massive appetite. Even though she came from the prestigious Senju clan, she often ate like a commoner, especially when it came to her favorite foods. With a resigned smile, he handed some money to the vendor and bought 10 skewers. As he passed them to Tsunade, he turned to leave. "Hey, wait up!" Tsunade called after him, running to catch up. "Aren't you going to eat some too?" "I'm heading to the training grounds to practice ninjutsu," Orochimaru replied, brushing off her offer. "You can eat without me." Tsunade grinned, clearly enjoying her meal. "Then I'll come too." "Let's go." At the training grounds, Jiraiya lay on the grass, completely spent from his own training. He stared up at the sky, his brow furrowed in frustration. Why am I working so hard?" Jiraiya muttered to himself. Every ninja needed a reason to fight: money, power, love, or something more personal. But Jiraiya, at that moment, was struggling to find his own motivation. Suddenly, the memory of Tsunade's casual dismissal came to mind. She had told him, more than once, that Orochimaru would make a better boyfriend than him. The words echoed in his mind, stinging more than any punch or kick. Tsunade, she really likes Orochimaru. Jiraiya clenched his fists, a look of realization crossing his face. Then the answer is simple. He leaped up, his face lighting up with determination. I'll become the strongest ninja. I'll make Tsunade and every other girl admire me. Just as he was about to dive back into training, he noticed something in the distance: Orochimaru and Tsunade walking toward him, side by side. Tsunade was happily munching on a skewer and occasionally offering a piece to Orochimaru, who accepted it reluctantly. Jiraiya's heart sank. Why do you always do this to me, Tsunade? Jiraiya groaned, dropping to his knees in despair as he watched the scene unfold before him. Chapter 39, 886 words. Jiraiya was on the verge of going mad. Orochimaru, I challenge you, he shouted, his voice full of determination. At the Konoha training ground, Jiraiya, with his wild white hair, stood fiercely in front of Orochimaru. His face was twisted in frustration and determination, his eyes burning with the desire for a duel. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked calm, almost indifferent. It didn't take much for Orochimaru to piece together what had happened. Jiraiya must have seen him and Tsunade together just moments ago, with Tsunade teasing him as usual. The sight had probably triggered Jiraiya's burning need to prove himself, and here he was, demanding a fight. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Orochimaru, fight me like a man. His voice was full of passion, reminiscent of their days at the Ninja Academy when he would challenge Orochimaru almost daily. Before Orochimaru could even respond, Tsunade, who was lazily munching on a skewer, scoffed, Jiraiya, give it a rest. With your current strength, you're no match for Orochimaru. Tsunade's words hit Jiraiya hard, but his determination didn't waver. I don't care. I'll fight him, no matter what. Jiraiya's stubbornness had fully kicked in. He was in full second-year syndrome mode, shouting dramatically, Orochimaru. Come on, let's settle this right now. Idiot, Orochimaru muttered under his breath. He had no interest in humoring Jiraiya's ridiculous challenge. He knew exactly what was going on in Jiraiya's head: jealousy, insecurity, and a desperate need to prove himself. But there was no point in indulging this. Come on, Orochimaru. Jiraiya yelled again, determined not to let Orochimaru walk away. He stepped forward, fists raised. Hit me. Fight me like a real ninja. Orochimaru sighed. He knew Jiraiya wouldn't give up unless he got what he wanted. As Jiraiya lunged at him, Orochimaru sidestepped smoothly, dodging his punch with ease. With a swift counter, Orochimaru delivered a sharp kick to Jiraiya's midsection, sending him flying backward. It was the same move he had used against Uchiha before, but with Jiraiya, he held back, not intending to cause any serious harm. Jiraiya crashed onto the ground but quickly recovered, landing on his feet with a hard slide that left a trail of dust behind him. Damn, he's stronger than I thought. He clenched his arm, still feeling the numbing force of Orochimaru's kick. Give it up, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said coldly. You're not ready for this fight. Jiraiya's face twisted in frustration. No way. I've been training hard these past 2 months. I'm not the same person I was before. With newfound resolve, Jiraiya quickly formed a series of hand seals. Fire style, flame bullet. A massive stream of fire erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, a blazing inferno that shot toward Orochimaru. The sheer heat of the flames warped the air around them, and the roaring fire raced to engulf Orochimaru. Tsunade, who had moved off to the side to watch, raised an eyebrow at the sight. Looks like Jiraiya's not holding back. Despite the intensity of Jiraiya's attack, Tsunade remained calm, almost bored. She knew Orochimaru far too well to be worried. In fact, she was so unconcerned that she sat down on the grass to watch, as if it were a casual show. The flames engulfed Orochimaru entirely, creating a massive wall of fire that seemed almost impenetrable. Jiraiya watched the fire rage on, but he didn't relax. He knew Orochimaru wouldn't be taken down that easily. As the flames slowly died down, there was no sign of Orochimaru. Where did he go? Jiraiya muttered, his eyes scanning the training ground. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in. Without thinking, Jiraiya leapt forward, narrowly avoiding a sneak attack from beneath the ground. Orochimaru's figure emerged from the earth, rising out of the dirt like a phantom. He had used Earth Release to burrow underground and avoid Jiraiya's fire attack entirely. Earth Release? Jiraiya frowned. Orochimaru had mastered the multi-element jutsu of their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, long ago. He knew how dangerous Orochimaru could be with that knowledge. It seems I won't get any peace until I defeat you today, huh? Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. That's right. Jiraiya grinned, biting his thumb and quickly forming seals again. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru, remember this day. This is the day that I, the great and handsome Jiraiya, defeat you once and for all. A loud bang followed by a puff of white smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a large toad stood beside Jiraiya, its face twisted into a frown of annoyance. Jiraiya. Why do you always summon me during my nap time? The toad grumbled. Quit complaining. I need your help to defeat Orochimaru. Jiraiya shouted back, full of confidence. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he saw Jiraiya summon a toad from Mount Myaboku. So, you're serious about this, he murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands together, preparing his own summoning. Summoning Jutsu. Orochimaru called out. Another bang filled the training ground, and out of the smoke appeared a massive flower-patterned python, even larger than the toad. Its scaly body shimmered in the sunlight, and it hissed ominously as it coiled itself beside Orochimaru. Tsunade, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh. Oh great, they've both gone all out now, she said, taking another bite of her skewer. Chapter 40, Chapter 40. 986 words. Orochimaru didn't recognize the name of the toad Jiraiya had summoned, nor did he know its specific species. He only knew one thing: no matter which toad Jiraiya managed to call upon, it wouldn't stand a chance against his snake. After all, snakes were the natural predators of toads. Unless Jiraiya could somehow summon the two great sage toads, Fukasaku and Shima, from Mount Myaboku, no matter what toad he summoned, it would only get beaten. Sure enough, when the flower-patterned python behind Orochimaru hissed and flicked its tongue, the toad that Jiraiya had summoned began to tremble, sweat dripping down its forehead. The toad seemed to regret being summoned, internally cursing its fate. In its mind, Jiraiya was sending it into the lion's den, or rather, the snake's den. It had already endured plenty of training sessions with Jiraiya, but now, being thrown into a fight against Orochimaru's snake was far from ideal. Why do I always get dragged into these battles? The toad muttered internally, bracing itself for the inevitable. Onlookers around the training ground couldn't help but gasp in astonishment as they watched the clash between the two young ninja prodigies. At their age, they're already summoning creatures with ninjutsu, one student exclaimed. That's Orochimaru, right? He used to be in our class. Yeah, he's always been incredible, but Jiraiya? I didn't think he had it in him to summon something like that. Other students, standing at a safe distance, marveled at the spectacle. Witnessing two kids barely out of the ninja academy engaging in such advanced techniques left them in awe. Most of them were only beginning to master basic jutsu, and seeing summons at play was a sight they couldn't even dream of achieving anytime soon. Among the crowd, some of the more timid students began to back away, intimidated by the sight of the giant snake that Orochimaru had summoned. Its scales shimmered ominously in the sunlight, and its gaze was fixated on the toad with predatory intent. Meanwhile, in the trees surrounding the training ground, two shadowy figures observed the battle with heightened interest. Hidden by the dense foliage, they blended seamlessly into their surroundings, wearing the signature animal masks of the ANBU Black Ops. One of the ANBU operatives held a monocular up to his eye, keeping a close watch on the ongoing fight. It's unbelievable that these two are still just genin, one of the operatives murmured in amazement. Yeah, the other replied. Most shinin can't pull off what these kids are doing. It's no wonder Danzo-sama ordered us to keep a close eye on them. With power like this at their age. Wait, something's happening. The first operative interrupted, noticing movement. Back in the middle of the training ground, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He had just leaped through the air, riding on the back of his summoned toad, but the giant flower-patterned python swung its tail with terrifying speed, knocking both Jiraiya and the toad through the air like ragdolls. As they flew through the sky, the toad voiced its frustrations. Jiraiya, if you summon me again for a fight like this, I swear I'm done with you. Before the toad could say anything else, it disappeared in a puff of white smoke, leaving Jiraiya to crash land into the ground, creating a shallow crater upon impact. Ugh. Damn it. Orochimaru's too strong. Jiraiya groaned as he sat up, rubbing the back of his head. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to use Genjutsu on him and the toad so suddenly. Although the illusion had only lasted a moment, it was enough for the snake to take advantage and deliver a devastating blow. Jiraiya had barely managed to break the illusion and defend himself, but the snake's strike had left him dazed and in pain. Orochimaru stood calmly, observing the outcome of his Genjutsu. Using a basic illusion technique like demonic illusion, Hell viewing technique had worked well enough against Jiraiya, but he knew that such simple illusions wouldn't be effective in a real battle against stronger opponents. Genjutsu is all about disrupting the opponent's chakra flow and creating a window of vulnerability, Orochimaru mused. He recalled the principles taught by his sensei, the third Hokage, Hiruzen. Genjutsu required great spiritual power to interfere with the chakra system of the target. The stronger the caster's spiritual energy, the more effective the illusion. However, when facing high-level opponents, especially those with vast amounts of chakra, simple Genjutsu wouldn't suffice. It would take far too long to disrupt their chakra flow, and in the meantime, they could easily break free or counterattack. The true masters of Genjutsu, like the Uchiha, use their Sharingan to amplify their spiritual power, making their illusions far more dangerous. Orochimaru's thoughts wandered to legends like Uchiha Madara and the unimaginable power of techniques such as Tsukuyomi and Izanami illusions that transcended the normal limitations of Genjutsu. Still, for now, using Genjutsu against someone like Jiraiya was enough. Alright, you can go back now, Orochimaru whispered to the snake in his mind. The python flicked its tongue before vanishing in a puff of white smoke, leaving Orochimaru standing alone in the middle of the training ground. As the snake disappeared, an idea sparked in Orochimaru's mind. Since I've already signed the blood contract with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, most of them obey me unconditionally. Could I use my genetic research to create a more powerful snake? A snake even stronger than Manda? Perhaps something 100 times more formidable? He could already picture it, a snake with monster strength, one that could surpass even the greatest summons in the ninja world. System, is there any genetic technology that allows me to create a custom-made summoning beast? Orochimaru asked in his mind, his curiosity piqued. Yes, host, the system replied. Really? What is it? Biological genetic evolution fluid, the system answered. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. 999 words. The system's answer was simple and straightforward. As long as Orochimaru continued to experiment, all scientific research materials would be provided from the shop. There was no need for him to develop everything from scratch. Orochimaru realized this was like being handed down the results of predecessors' hard work, enabling him to take a significant shortcut on the road of scientific research. Without this support, even with his deep knowledge of genetics, creating any groundbreaking genetic solutions would have been extremely difficult. Just look at the experts of this world. Even developing a single genetic enhancement fluid could easily take a lifetime. Orochimaru. What exactly did you just do? Tsunade, who had been munching on the 2 remaining skewers in her hand, was a bit lost in thought. She still hadn't fully grasped what had happened during the battle earlier. The fight between Orochimaru and Jiraiya had seemed intense, but she had failed to understand the crucial moment. Why hadn't the toad moved when the snake attacked it? Wasn't this different from how such battles normally played out? Orochimaru casually replied, "Oh, that? I just used an illusion." An illusion? Tsunade was caught off guard. Then, as the realization hit, she quickly recovered. Wait, since when did you start using illusions in battle? I've always been able to use them, Orochimaru said calmly. I just never saw the need. I figured I'd give it a try this time, on a whim. In the original timeline, although Orochimaru was famously defeated by Itachi's Genjutsu, his own abilities in illusion were not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how would he have managed to terrify the 3 kids of Team 7 with just a glance? His prowess in Genjutsu was considerable, it was just that when facing prodigies with advanced techniques like Sharingan, the gap became evident. But with no Sharingan or prodigious Uchiha around, Orochimaru's mastery over Genjutsu was more than sufficient to be a formidable weapon. Tsunade was left speechless for a moment. So, you used Jiraiya as a practice dummy? She asked, incredulous. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had crashed into the ground and was still lying there, groaned miserably. He had finally honed his skills, formed a partnership with his toad, and was all set to showcase his abilities against Orochimaru. Yet, before he could even unleash his technique, he was taken down with a Genjutsu? It was beyond frustrating. I still can't beat that snake-like guy, Orochimaru. Jiraiya gazed up at the sky, filled with melancholy. He had a crush on Tsunade, and it was no secret. Everyone knew about his feelings. Unfortunately, it was just as well known that Tsunade didn't reciprocate those feelings. In fact, she often beat him up in response to his antics. He knew that Tsunade had a thing for Orochimaru, and this realization was what spurred him on to get stronger. But no matter how hard he trained, he was always getting beaten. It was like he was stuck in a never-ending cycle of defeat. Damn it. No matter what I do, I can't beat Orochimaru. But even as thoughts of giving up crossed his mind, Jiraiya quickly brushed them aside. No. I am the great Jiraiya. I can't give up. I'll find a way to surpass him and win Tsunade's heart. With that, he closed his eyes, falling deep into contemplation. He wouldn't give up, he would keep training, no matter how long it took. In the original timeline, Jiraiya did eventually become strong enough to rival Orochimaru through hard work, talent, and a little bit of luck. After learning Senjutsu, he could stand toe-to-toe with his old friend. But it had taken him years to master sage techniques, and it didn't seem like Orochimaru would be sitting idle during that time either. Orochimaru and Tsunade continued to spar at the training ground until evening. Once they were done, they parted ways, with Orochimaru heading back to his home. Once inside, he pulled up the status panel from his system. Unlocked technology, basic gene enhancement serum, gene extraction, gene repair fluid, gene fusion, intermediate enhancement serum. Current technology, cell transplantation. Next unlock, splinter cell. Technology points, 23,000. Orochimaru took one look at the panel and dismissed it, not paying it much mind for now. He knew that while cell transplantation was a useful technique, it wasn't something he was in a hurry to explore. What interested him far more was gene fusion. Gene fusion allowed for the perfect integration of genetic traits, whereas cell transplantation merely stitched together parts in a crude manner, often leading to inefficiencies or deformities. The results were clear. Yamato, who had undergone cell transplantation with the first Hokage's DNA, had only managed to harness a fraction of the original would-release abilities. His power paled in comparison to the actual first Hokage. The only advantage cell transplantation had was that it was cheap and easy to perform. All it took was some basic surgical skills and medicine. But gene fusion, on the other hand, was far more intricate and powerful. Orochimaru sighed. Well, I'll wait to see what Konoha's higher-ups decide before rushing into anything. With that, he lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. For the next few days, Orochimaru lived a relatively relaxed life. He spent his time exploring the village, eating, occasionally training, and even enjoying the public baths. With no pressing missions or urgent experiments, he found himself with plenty of free time. Finally, on the 4th day, Hiruzen summoned Orochimaru to his office. As Orochimaru entered, Hiruzen smiled warmly. Orochimaru, after thinking long and hard over the past few days, I've come to a decision. You are both my most talented disciple and a gifted researcher. Orochimaru nodded, listening carefully to his sensei's words. Hiruzen continued, but before making any decisions, I wanted to hear your thoughts. Where do you see yourself going? What path do you want to pursue moving forward? Chapter 42, 676 words. Hiruzen's words left Orochimaru stunned. What do you mean by this, teacher? Oh, I didn't make it clear. Hiruzen laughed. What I mean is, although you have exceptional talent both as a ninja and in scientific research, a person's energy is limited. If you focus on one field, you can achieve greatness in that area. You're still young, so it seems you can manage both for now. But as you grow older, it will become increasingly difficult. As your teacher, I feel it's my responsibility to guide you correctly. Orochimaru, understanding the implication, asked, Are you suggesting that I should choose one and give up the other? It was akin to choosing a major in modern times. With talent in both fields, focusing on one would likely yield better results. Trying to balance both might lead to failure in each. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. Can't I choose both? Orochimaru asked tentatively. He knew Hiruzen's concern was well-intentioned, and the reality was as Hiruzen had described. Balancing two completely different fields like ninjutsu and scientific research was indeed challenging. However, Orochimaru had a system that provided him with over 95% of the necessary knowledge instantly. He could absorb this information in an hour or two, allowing him to focus on scientific research without interfering with his ninja training. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and replied with some worry, It's possible, but it's very risky. He truly didn't want Orochimaru's potential to go to waste. It's okay, teacher. Orochimaru said calmly. I've always been focused on improving my strength. Studying these things is just a hobby. Hobby? Hiruzen was taken aback, then twitched his lips. You're only 8 years old and have already developed such an advanced recovery potion as a hobby? How do you expect the top researchers in Konoha to feel? But Hiruzen, as Hokage, refrained from saying anything too harsh. Instead, he thought about it and realized Orochimaru's dedication. Since graduating, Orochimaru had consistently attended every gathering, training session, and mission. Each time, he performed exceptionally well. Could it be that he was indeed managing to make these breakthroughs in his spare time? In awe, Hiruzen took a deep breath and praised him, It's astonishing. Well, now that you've made your decision, I will support you no matter what. He then knocked on his desk, and an ANBU agent wearing an animal mask appeared holding a money box. The ANBU handed the box to Sarutobi Hiruzen and then disappeared. Hiruzen pushed the money box towards Orochimaru. Here are 2 million ryo. Though it's less than what your scientific research results are worth, take it for now. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best to help. Thank you, teacher. Orochimaru responded without hesitation. He did not refuse the money, as he knew he deserved it. Despite the 2 million ryo being meager compared to the value of his technology, it was a start. Orochimaru had managed to find substitutes for rare medicinal materials and was confident in the value of his technology. Well then, you may go. I'll arrange for someone to contact you later. Yes. Orochimaru took the money box and left. After Orochimaru's departure, Danzo emerged from the lounge adjacent to the office. Hiruzen, your disciple is remarkable. How about letting him join me? Danzo asked. Hiruzen's expression changed. Danzo, you wanted to establish an independent ANBU training class, and I agreed without objection. But this child is not even 9 years old. ANBU requires training from a young age. Moreover, this boy has the potential to become a great ANBU. Danzo retorted. ANBU missions are more confidential and require higher loyalty. Training from a young age can ensure greater brainwashing and loyalty. Additionally, ANBU often undertake morally ambiguous tasks, necessitating a certain dark side. Hearing Danzo's argument, Hiruzen paused, recalling the time Orochimaru had killed an unarmed Kumo ninja during a mission. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. Orochimaru is still too young. I don't want to take any chances with him. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. 1008 words. Danzo had just established the root division and was eager to inject fresh blood into it. That's when he noticed Orochimaru. Just like he would later notice Kakashi. Why did Danzo focus on them? Because Orochimaru and Kakashi shared two critical traits, unparalleled ninja talent and a lurking darkness deep within. In Danzo's mind, such talents naturally belonged in his department. Letting them grow outside his control would be a waste of potential. However, at this stage, because the foundation of the root was still unstable, Danzo was forced to obey the orders of the third Hokage, Hiruzen. But as for Orochimaru, he had already taken note of Danzo. To the general public, Danzo was seen as a man of immense ambition, selfish, power-hungry, and utterly ruthless in his desire to ascend to the position of Hokage. A dangerous figure, no doubt. But to Orochimaru, Danzo wasn't nearly as threatening. Why? Because in Orochimaru's eyes, Danzo was actually quite pitiful. Yes, his ambition was vast. He longed to become Hokage and lead Konoha to dominate the ninja world. But he lacked the strength to support those ambitions. Forget leading Konoha to unify the entire ninja world, he never even sat in the Hokage's chair, which was his most basic goal. For his entire life, Danzo was suppressed by Hiruzen, never able to truly rise above. What's more pathetic than a man whose ambitions far outstrip his power? A careerist without the strength to match his goals could never stir up a true storm. In both the past and present, Orochimaru never regarded Danzo as a true threat. At best, he saw him as a useful tool. A tool whose authority, selfishness, and ambition could be leveraged to accomplish things Orochimaru himself found tedious. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Oi, Orochimaru. Looking up, Orochimaru saw the familiar figure of Jiraiya speeding toward him, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. Oh, Orochimaru. What's that in your hand, a money box? How much is inside? That's a pretty big box. 2 million ryo. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Wha? Did you just complete an S-rank mission or something? More or less, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. In the world of ninjas, each bill is worth 1,000 ryo. So, for 2 million ryo, a box of this size was perfect. An S-rank mission often yields a maximum payout of around 2 million ryo, so Jiraiya's assumption wasn't far off. Wow, impressive. Upon hearing Orochimaru's confirmation, Jiraiya's envy was palpable. He must have deduced that Orochimaru had submitted the super recovery potion formula to the village. How else could a genin like Orochimaru get assigned such an S-rank mission, let alone earn such a hefty reward? Orochimaru, noticing Jiraiya's awe, interrupted his thoughts with a casual invitation. Let's go. I'll treat you to barbecue. Instantly, Jiraiya's mood flipped. His earlier gloom vanished, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. You serious? Despite the fact that a genin's earnings were usually enough to support a small family, Jiraiya was notoriously bad at saving money. As a result, luxury items like barbecue were a real treat for him. Seeing Orochimaru's nod, Jiraiya needed no further encouragement. He was already beaming with joy. Although 2 million ryo wasn't a fortune, it was still a considerable sum. After having money in hand, Orochimaru quickly began making plans. The first thing he did was treat Jiraiya and Tsunade to a barbecue. Afterward, he used the rest of the money to buy a larger house for himself. In Konoha, property wasn't particularly expensive. A 3-story house covering 150 square meters cost less than 1 million ryo. The only hassle was that purchasing a house required approval from the Hokage. But given Orochimaru's current standing, Hiruzen had no reason to refuse his request. The next evening, just before Orochimaru began moving into his new home, several ANBU arrived at his door and knocked. Orochimaru opened the door to find a familiar figure standing before him, a man wearing a fox mask, his voice carrying a slight smile. Orochimaru, we meet again. And who might you be? Fox? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed as he quickly pieced together the man's identity. After all, they had previously carried out missions together. The man in the fox mask nodded slightly. That's right. I came to thank you for your help last time. There's no need for that. Even without my serum, your injury could have been healed, Orochimaru said with indifference. So, what brings you here? Well, on the Hokage's orders, I'm here to escort you to your new workstation at the experimental base. We've also come to help you move your equipment. I see. Orochimaru glanced at the 5 ANBU standing behind Fox and gave a brief nod. Come in and help yourselves. With Orochimaru's approval, the ANBU members entered the house in single file. At first, they were a bit surprised to see how young Orochimaru was, but their real shock came when they saw his laboratory. The amount of advanced experimental equipment a mere 8 or 9-year-old possessed was staggering. However, they were ANBU, and this mission was classified, so they naturally didn't pry. Without asking any unnecessary questions, they took out their space scrolls and began moving Orochimaru's equipment. The ANBU operated swiftly, and in less than an hour, every piece of equipment in Orochimaru's lab had been moved. Fox then led the group, with Orochimaru following close behind, as they leapt across rooftops and swiftly arrived at Konoha's secret experimental base. It was a relatively large building situated in a quiet corner of the village. The area around it was heavily guarded, with 4 sentinels stationed at the entrance. Fox approached the guards, exchanged a series of coded signals, and then escorted Orochimaru into the building. The base itself was located underground. It was well lit, and several staff members were already busy with their work. Fox pointed toward 2 spacious and immaculately clean laboratories. According to the Hokage's arrangement, these 2 labs are now yours. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. 941 words. The 2 rooms were quite spacious, with only the bare essentials tables and chairs leaving plenty of open space. It was perfect for Orochimaru to set up his work. Satisfied with the arrangement, Orochimaru instructed the ANBU to place the experimental equipment in the designated spots. He began to familiarize himself with the environment. The basement had about 8 or 9 rooms, but there weren't many staff members, just 4 or 5 researchers. When they saw Orochimaru, their reactions were predictable. They stared at the young boy standing before them, clearly surprised. The one arriving today is just a child? Incredible. Hey, kid, what's your name? One of the researchers asked, raising his chin at Orochimaru dismissively. Orochimaru, he replied, his tone calm and unbothered. The researcher didn't seem to care much and waved him off. Alright then, take a look around if you want. Seeing that the researchers were preoccupied, Orochimaru didn't bother them further. He stood back and quietly observed their work. The researchers appeared to be dissecting a corpse. Judging by the forehead protector they had removed and placed nearby, the body belonged to a Kumo ninja. Orochimaru watched the procedure carefully, taking note of the precision with which the researchers handled the corpse. Despite being minor players in the field, these researchers clearly had a strong grasp of anatomy. Such professional dissection techniques could only come from years of clinical experience. Though Orochimaru had become adept at creating enhancement serum and other chemical compounds, his understanding of anatomy and surgery was still largely theoretical. If he wanted to become a truly great scientist, he would need to master the scalpel. Yes. He made up his mind on the spot. He already possessed numerous high-tech tools that allowed him to control experiments with great precision. But before he delved deeper into them, he needed to develop a solid understanding of biological dissection. With a clear goal and direction, Orochimaru turned away after observing for a few minutes, ready to embark on this next phase of his research. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Orochimaru got to work. Since most of his experimental equipment had been transferred from his old house, All that remained were a few essential items and daily necessities. However, to his surprise, Tsunade and Jiraiya had shown up early to help him pack. They'd overheard him mentioning the move during dinner the previous evening, and despite their usual antics, they had come to assist him. What was even more surprising was Jiraiya's presence. Given how Tsunade and Orochimaru had constantly beaten him in sparring matches and the way they teased him, it was almost amusing that Jiraiya still showed up to help. He was like an indestructible cockroach. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't get rid of him. "Hey, Jiraiya," Tsunade said as she sat cross-legged on the tatami like a big sister giving advice, "you should learn from Orochimaru. Look at him, he's already bought his own house at such a young age. And you? You're still. How can I even compare?" Jiraiya replied, brushing off her comment. "Besides, if I manage to save that much money, will you be my girlfriend?" This guy. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he also had no filter when he spoke. "I don't care what you say about me, but I'm into beautiful girls. That's just the way I am." "Deal with it," Jiraiya added, grinning shamelessly. "If you don't like it, feel free to beat me up." Tsunade scoffed, looking at him with utter disdain. "Be your girlfriend? Keep dreaming. Then why do you care so much about me, huh?" Jiraiya shot back, his tone playful. "You're always going on about Orochimaru this, Orochimaru that. It's so annoying." "Oh, so that's how it is?" Tsunade's smile turned dark as she cracked her knuckles. "You think I care, huh? Orochimaru." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, already sensing what was about to happen. "You're not planning to come back to this old house, right?" Tsunade asked sweetly. "No," Orochimaru replied with a hint of amusement, "this place is too old and cramped. I won't be back here." "Good." Tsunade's expression changed instantly as she loomed over Jiraiya. "In that case, I won't have to hold back." Wait. What are you going to do?" Jiraiya stammered, suddenly realizing the grave mistake he'd made. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he instinctively took a step back. "Go to hell." Tsunade's figure blurred as she disappeared from her spot and reappeared directly in front of Jiraiya, her fist already cocked back. Boom. Tsunade's punch sent Jiraiya flying with such force that he smashed through the wooden wall of Orochimaru's old house, crashing through it with a loud crack. His screams echoed in the distance as he disappeared into the air, his voice growing fainter and fainter. Tsunade dusted off her hands, completely unbothered by the destruction. She turned to Orochimaru with a bright, innocent smile. "Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to break your house. But since you're not planning to keep it, you don't mind, right?" Orochimaru stared at the gaping hole Jiraiya had left in his wall, then at Tsunade's cheerful face. A small, rare smile tugged at the corner of his lips. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. "Not at all," he replied, casting a quick glance at the distant sky where Jiraiya had vanished. "I'll just consider it an early farewell to this place." Still, in his mind, Orochimaru silently mourned for Jiraiya. That poor guy. He never learned when to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 45, 1206 words. But, if you think about it carefully, Jiraiya kind of deserved what he got. I mean, you know Tsunade is a violent person, yet you keep messing with her? Time and time again? It's like he's got a death wish or something. This wasn't the first time. It definitely wouldn't be the last either. Honestly, he was just asking for it. Time passed, and Orochimaru had nearly finished packing up his belongings. Jiraiya eventually returned, limping back into the house through the large hole in the wall with a huge lump on his head. "Man, Orochimaru, you're so not cool. You just stood there and let her beat me up." Jiraiya complained, rubbing the knot on his head with a pout. He looked genuinely hurt, both emotionally and physically. He had thought he was safe in Orochimaru's home. After all, Tsunade usually restrained herself when they were in Orochimaru's territory. She liked him, after all, and she rarely got violent around him. That's why Jiraiya had felt so confident in provoking her today. But Orochimaru had unexpectedly cooperated with Tsunade, saying that he wasn't coming back to this house anymore, giving her the green light to go all out. She used the body flicker technique, Orochimaru said casually, not even bothering to look at Jiraiya. His meaning was clear: Tsunade's attack was too fast to stop. Of course, Jiraiya didn't believe that for a second. What are you talking about? Your body flicker technique is way faster than hers. You did this on purpose. So what if he did? Tsunade cut in with a smirk. Orochimaru is my boyfriend now. Why would he help a perverted creep like you? B-boy, friend? Jiraiya was floored, his eyes wide with shock. Had Tsunade and Orochimaru really gotten together? When did this happen? And why didn't he know? Suddenly, a rush of emotions flooded his heart, and a sense of overwhelming sadness threatened to spill over. It was like his entire world had come crashing down around him. Tsunade's words had caught even Orochimaru off guard. When had he agreed to that? He hadn't, obviously. She was just messing with Jiraiya to get under his skin. Still, Orochimaru glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, slightly amused. Tsunade, always the troublemaker. Jiraiya, however, completely bought the lie. His shoulders sagged in defeat, and a deep look of depression crossed his face. Shaking his head, Orochimaru ignored the exchange and focused on packing the last of his belongings. With everything ready, he began making his way toward his new home. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly followed. Orochimaru's new house was located in the northwest corner of Konoha village, not far from the Hyuga clan estate. It was large and modern, a significant upgrade from the old house he had just left behind. As they approached the bustling street in front of the Hyuga compound, Orochimaru took a deep breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The streets were lively, filled with vendors and residents going about their daily business. Just then, something caught Orochimaru's eye. Two little boys, barely old enough to walk, were waddling around in crotchless pants, laughing as they played. They were identical twins, their features strikingly similar, and they looked like they were just learning how to walk. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the Hyuga clan emblem on the gate behind the children, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of fate. It's been nearly 3 years since I came to this world, and these two little brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi are only about 1 year old now, Orochimaru thought to himself. To think that I'll witness their entire growth and see their rise in the near future. Orochimaru's mind briefly wandered to other notable figures in this generation. Uchiha Fugaku, for instance, was already 4 years old. The future leaders of Konoha's clans were still in their infancy. The children of Kakashi's and Gai's generation wouldn't be born for some time yet. In fact, many of their fathers weren't even much older than Orochimaru himself. It was an odd sensation watching it all unfold before his eyes. In a way, it was like witnessing the future legends of the ninja world grow up from scratch. Amusing, yet strange. After dropping off the last of Orochimaru's things at his new house, Tsunade and Jiraiya stayed to help him get settled. Though Tsunade wasn't the most domesticated person, she was still a ninja and more than capable of handling chores that normal people might struggle with. As for Jiraiya? Well, despite being constantly beaten and teased by the other two, his thick skin and resilient spirit never wavered. He had a heart like a forest bast, patient and enduring. That was part of his charm. Though Jiraiya had been on the receiving end of most of the abuse, he had long accepted that Orochimaru was his rival. Defeating Orochimaru had become his driving force, his obsession. As a result, he never took the teasing too personally and always came back stronger. So, despite the earlier outburst, the three spent the rest of the day together, helping Orochimaru organize his new home. It was a rare moment of camaraderie, one that hinted at the deep bonds they shared, even if it wasn't always obvious. By nightfall, Jiraiya and Tsunade left. Orochimaru was finally alone in his spacious, bright new house. He stretched out, enjoying the solitude for the first time that day. Walking over to a large mirror, Orochimaru gazed at his reflection. His long, flowing hair, pale skin, and sharp features stared back at him. His lips curled into a small, self-satisfied smirk. As expected of the Sharingan, Orochimaru muttered softly, his gaze narrowing. In the mirror, his golden, slit-like pupils suddenly began to change. The brilliant gold darkened, shifting into a deep, eerie scarlet. Around his pupils, 3 tomo spun, evenly spaced, giving his eyes an almost otherworldly appearance. The Sharingan. Orochimaru took a deep breath, his scarlet eyes gleaming for a moment before he shut them. When he opened his eyes again, the red had vanished, replaced by his natural golden eyes. If anyone else had seen this transformation, they would have been shocked beyond belief. After all, the Sharingan was a Kekkai Genkai, a bloodline limit unique to the Uchiha clan. How could someone from an ordinary ninja family like Orochimaru possess it? But the truth was far more twisted. Yes, this was the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's signature ability, awakened in Orochimaru's body. It wasn't the result of a transplant. No, Orochimaru had gone far beyond that. Through his gene fusion experiments, Orochimaru had extracted the genetic material of several Uchiha clan members who had awakened the Sharingan from the hospital and successfully fused those genes into his own body. Unlike conventional transplants that required powerful emotions to awaken the eye, Orochimaru had bypassed those limitations. His Sharingan was fully awakened, and even more impressive, it was already at the 3 tomo level, the pinnacle of the standard Sharingan. For the ninja world, this would be an unfathomable achievement and impossible feat. But for Orochimaru? It had been done with ease. Chapter 46, 1089 words. According to Orochimaru's research, the reason the Uchiha clan is prone to being warlike and arrogant lies within their genetic structure. Their genes contain a special power that is triggered by heightened emotional state and spiritual energy. This stimulation manifests as their famed Sharingan, which is essentially a physical representation of their immense spiritual power. However, there's a catch. The mental energy tied to the Sharingan is so vast and powerful that even modern Uchiha bodies struggle to contain it. Any significant emotional or external stimulation can easily cause mental instability. The extent of this instability varies, ranging from becoming excessively combative and prideful at best, to outright madness at worst. Because their bodies aren't strong enough to suppress the overwhelming spiritual power of the Sharingan, many Uchiha end up acting irrationally. This could explain why Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, once called the Uchiha the clan of evil. Still, Orochimaru, with his knowledge of the plot, understands that the Sharingan isn't inherently evil. The source of its power traces back to something much older and more complex: the chakra fruit of the God Tree. According to legend, the God Tree is the Ten Tails, a monstrous entity that serves as the source of all chakra. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, consumed the chakra fruit of the God Tree, which caused a drastic shift in her personality and granted her overwhelming power. The chakra fruit's energy merged with her body, and these abilities were passed down to her descendants. Orochimaru's analysis and knowledge of the show deduced that Kagaya's power is divided into 3 distinct aspects. Her own power, the Byakugan and ocular jutsu, passed primarily to the Hyuga clan. The God Tree's power, the sage's body, representing physical energy and durability. And finally, the chakra fruit's power, the 9 tomo Rinna Sharingan, which represents spiritual energy and advanced ocular jutsu, like the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Initially, these 3 powers were unified in Kagaya. But as her bloodline spread through generations, the power split, becoming less concentrated. Orochimaru focused primarily on the powers of the God Tree and the chakra fruit. If the God Tree represents the root of chakra and physical energy, then the chakra fruit is the source of immense spiritual power, the force behind the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Kagaya had 2 sons, Hamura and Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths. Each inherited a portion of her power. Hamura received Kagaya's Byakugan, which was passed down to the Hyuga clan. Hagoromo inherited both the sage's body and ocular powers, which he passed on to his sons, Azura and Indra. From this point, their powers began to diverge. Asura inherited Hagoromo's physical energy, granting him a strong body and vast chakra reserves. His descendants became the Senju clan. Indra, on the other hand, inherited the eye power, passing down the Sharingan to his descendants, the Uchiha clan. This divergence in power created a fundamental difference between the two bloodlines. Asura's descendants, the Senju, were unaffected by the mental strain that accompanied the Sharingan. Their chakra and physical energy granted them strong, stable minds with a natural inclination toward kindness and cooperation. Indra's descendants, however, inherited the immense mental power of the Sharingan. With it came a tendency toward extreme emotions. The greater their spiritual power, the greater their potential for instability. This explains why so many Uchiha become obsessed with power, often spiraling into madness when faced with loss or failure. For example, Indra, Hagoromo's eldest son, became consumed by a lust for power, even going as far as killing his own kin. Madara Uchiha sought the infinite Tsukuyomi after his younger brother's death. Obito Uchiha turned against the world after the death of his childhood love, Rin. Itachi Uchiha committed the massacre of his clan to prevent another war. And Sasuke Uchiha sought to destroy Konoha after learning of his brother's tragic fate. In each case, the immense spiritual power of the Sharingan pushed them to extremes. All of this leads to one conclusion. Orochimaru realized that the Sharingan, as a power tied to the chakra fruit, is inherently unstable. The immense spiritual energy it generates requires a strong enough body to balance it. Even the basic three-tomo Sharingan has the potential to drastically affect its user's personality. For most Uchiha, their bodies simply aren't strong enough to handle the mental strain, which makes them prone to emotional volatility. For Orochimaru, who has enhanced his own body using intermediate gene enhancement serums, the three-tomo Sharingan is already the limit of what he can handle. Anything beyond that, like the Mangekyo Sharingan, would overwhelm him, causing his body to break down under the immense spiritual power. In fact, after Hagoromo's era, the bloodlines of Asura and Indra diverged even more. The balance between their physical and spiritual energies weakened with each generation. By the time their descendants evolved into the Senju and Uchiha clans, the divide was clear. The Senju retained the sage's body, with its strong physical energy, but had little to no ocular power. The Uchiha, on the other hand, retained the ocular power, but many lacked the physical strength necessary to contain it. Worse, as their bloodlines continued to dilute, fewer members of either clan could awaken the full potential of their powers. Many Uchiha, for instance, couldn't even awaken the basic Sharingan, and many Senju lost their renowned physical prowess. What Orochimaru seeks to do is collect the genes of Uchiha members capable of awakening the Sharingan and use them to enhance his own eye power. Some of these individuals have already awakened the Sharingan, while others have not. However, the mere potential in their genes is enough for Orochimaru's purposes. The more Sharingan genes Orochimaru collects, the stronger his ocular power will become after he fuses them with his own. If Orochimaru gathers enough Sharingan genes, unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan would be inevitable. Based on the Uchiha blood samples he's obtained from Konoha Hospital over the past 2 years, he already has enough to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan remains out of reach. Mainly due to one key issue, the Mangekyo Sharingan being too hard to awaken, and many of the Uchiha who had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan didn't leave blood samples behind in hospitals. Even if Orochimaru could access their genes, his current body isn't strong enough to handle the immense power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. For now, Orochimaru will have to be patient, continuing his research until his body can withstand the next level of Sharingan power. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. 1157 words. Even if Orochimaru were to collect enough Sharingan genes and successfully fuse the Mangekyo Sharingan with his body, he wouldn't necessarily lose his mind. However, there would certainly be mental side effects. The intense spiritual power required to wield the Mangekyo would undoubtedly affect his psyche. When using the advanced abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the body is put under incredible strain. Over time, side effects such as myopia, eye bleeding, and severe physical pain are almost guaranteed. The sheer power of the ocular jutsu overloads the body's capacity to manage the strain, leading to these complications. Some might wonder, if a body is strong enough, does that mean using the Mangekyo Sharingan would have no side effects? The answer is yes. With a strong enough body, the side effects can be minimized or even eliminated. Take Uchiha Obito, for example. After transplanting the cells of the first Hokage, and later integrating White Zetsu's body, he was able to use his Mangekyo Sharingan freely, without suffering from common side effects. He didn't experience bleeding eyes, myopia, or body pain, despite constantly using powerful techniques like Kamui. Orochimaru hypothesized that after using an advanced genetic enhancement serum, he, too, would be able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan without those physical side effects. Moreover, if he managed to fuse the cells of the first Hokage into his body, it would even be possible for him to use the Rinnegan without difficulty. To Orochimaru, the Rinnegan was far more advanced than the Mangekyo Sharingan, at least a full level above it in terms of power and capability. Obito, despite having the first Hokage's cells, struggled when it came to the Rinnegan. It was clear that simply integrating Hashirama's cells wasn't enough to fully master it. Even with the strength of those cells, the Rinnegan was too much for his body to handle comfortably. Using a pair of Rinnegan? That was an entirely different challenge. To control both eyes of the Rinnegan, a ninja would need the physique of someone from the Uzumaki or Senju clans, those with an exceptionally strong life force and chakra reserves. Just transplanting Hashirama's cells wasn't enough. But then, there was Uchiha Madara. He didn't have the natural physique of an Uzumaki or a Senju, yet he could wield both Rinnegan eyes without difficulty. Why? Because he was the reincarnation of Indra, possessing the chakra of Hagoromo's eldest son. Madara's lineage gave him direct access to the power of the Sage of Six Paths, making his situation unique. Orochimaru pondered over these things. I'll only know for sure once I obtain and experiment with the first Hokage's cells, he thought. Hashirama's DNA was the key to unlocking the true potential of the Mangekyo and, eventually, the Rinnegan. Satisfied with his conclusions, Orochimaru stopped thinking about it for the time being. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The First Shinobi World War officially ended following the deaths of the second Hokage and the second Raikage. Their sacrifices led to the rise of Hiruzen Sarutobi as the third Hokage, marking the end of the conflict. Since the coup that killed the second Hokage was instigated by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, two rogue shinobi, it was deemed unrelated to the Land of Lightning. As such, the peace-loving Konoha didn't pursue further retaliation. With Hiruzen now in power and Danzo establishing his secretive organization, Root, Konoha entered a period of formal development and recovery. Year 20 of Konoha's calendar. 4 months had passed since Orochimaru moved into his new home. In total, it had been 3 years since Orochimaru arrived in this world. Another beautiful, colorful morning broke over Konoha village. The sunlight crept through the curtains, gently waking the village to a fresh new day. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat at his desk, hands resting on his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the 3 young shinobi standing before him: Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. As their teacher, Hiruzen felt a deep responsibility to guide them, but now that he was Hokage, he had other duties that kept him from teaching them as closely as he once had. He could no longer run around with his students, personally completing missions and offering on-the-job instruction. Still, Hiruzen made sure his students had access to resources that most civilian ninjas did not, ensuring they were equipped for success. But accompanying them on missions? That was no longer possible. After all, it wasn't as if the Hokage could just run around with his students in peacetime. Today, however, Hiruzen had called the 3 of them to discuss their future missions. Among the 3, Jiraiya was a bit careless and prone to outrageous behavior. Tsunade had a fiery temper and could easily lose control in unexpected situations. Only Orochimaru was consistently calm and collected. As Hiruzen thought about these things, he finally spoke. Orochimaru, from today onward, you will be the captain of this team. What? Tsunade was taken aback, but it was Jiraiya who exclaimed in disbelief. Why? Jiraiya demanded. Why is Orochimaru the captain? I can do it too. I mean, look at me. Jiraiya-sama is handsome, skilled, and more than qualified to lead this team. Hiruzen smiled slightly but said nothing. Tsunade, however, scoffed and rolled her eyes. Jiraiya, do you even know your own abilities? Tsunade shot back, not holding back her criticism. What do you have over Orochimaru? Is it your strength? Your resilience? Your judgment? Oh, wait, maybe it's your perversion that's superior. Tsunade, that's not fair. Jiraiya protested angrily. Don't look down on me. Isn't it true, though? Tsunade teased, giving him a sly smile. Big pervert. The two were moments away from bickering again when Hiruzen raised his hand to silence them. Enough. Among the three of you, Orochimaru is the most suitable to be the captain. From today forward, he will lead your missions. Knock knock knock. Before Hiruzen could finish, someone knocked on the office door. Come in, he said. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a white coat rushed in, visibly excited. Hokage-sama. The experiment was successful. The experiment was successful, the man exclaimed, his voice full of enthusiasm. However, as soon as he spotted Orochimaru, he paused, his excitement briefly fading. Ah, teacher, you're here too? Teacher? Tsunade and Jiraiya blinked in confusion, staring at the man. Did he just call Orochimaru, teacher? This was unexpected. What was going on? Orochimaru remained calm, unfazed by the strange looks. Don't mind me. Continue with your report. Yes, of course, teacher. The man in the white coat nodded and turned back to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the recovery potion experiment, it was a success. Success? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened with interest. Explain in detail. Yes, Hokage-sama. Based on the research given by Orochimaru-sensei, I began developing the recovery potion 3 months ago. I'm happy to report that we have finally achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. 988 words. The man in the white coat was passionately recounting the experimental process from the past few months with great enthusiasm. He was Harano, a medical ninja from Konoha Hospital with extensive expertise. After receiving an order from above, he had been working closely with Orochimaru to learn the production of the genetic repair fluid, which was called the recovery potion by them. Throughout the process, Harano had been astounded by Orochimaru's extraordinary talent and deep insights into genetics. Every now and then, with just a few suggestions or adjustments, Orochimaru would enlighten him, leaving him in awe of the young genius. Before long, Harano couldn't resist the temptation and officially became Orochimaru's disciple. It might sound unbelievable for a middle-aged man in his 40s to apprentice under a boy who wasn't even 10 yet, but it was the truth. Orochimaru, though, played along, pretending to study with Harano for a short while before passing him an improvised, incomplete formula and production process of the genetic repair fluid. From that point on, Harano began to study independently, only seeking Orochimaru's guidance when he encountered issues he truly couldn't resolve. After 3 intense months, it was finally completed. Though it was a substitute, and its regenerative abilities were slightly inferior to the original, the difference was minimal. Upon hearing Harano's report, the third Hokage nodded in approval. How much does it cost to produce a recovery potion now? He asked. Harano hesitated slightly, then answered, well, around 50,000 ryo. 50,000 ryo? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, surprised at first, then nodded again. That's certainly more expensive than the standard wound medicine, which costs only a few hundred ryo, but considering its effects, it's worth every penny. Produce a batch for future use. Yes, sir. Harano replied, bowing. Then, I'll take my leave. Go ahead, the Hokage waved him off. Harano nodded, sparing a glance at Orochimaru before exiting. It wasn't until he had left the office that Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had remained silent throughout, snapped back to reality. Both were in shock. Even though they knew Orochimaru had improved the formula, they hadn't expected such astounding results. Orochimaru's scientific research abilities were, to put it mildly, extraordinary. More than anything, the thought that a 10-year-old boy had managed to become someone else's teacher was mind-boggling. Even after they left the Hokage's office, both Tsunade and Jiraiya still hadn't fully recovered from their shock. They had only one thought in mind: how is there such a massive gap between us? Jiraiya, especially, was overwhelmed by a growing sense of inferiority. It seemed like no matter what field they ventured into, he would never be able to surpass Orochimaru. As they walked, Jiraiya couldn't help but glance over at Orochimaru, who was walking calmly beside him. In that moment, it was as if a radiant halo had formed behind Orochimaru's head, shining so brightly that Jiraiya had to avert his gaze. That night, after completing his experiments, Orochimaru returned to his quarters alone, replaying the steps of the cell transplantation process in his mind. Cell transplantation was proving to be far more complicated than he had initially imagined. It required not only cell cultivation but also living organisms as experimental subjects. Since cell cultivation was a lengthy process and Orochimaru wasn't yet in a position to experiment on human subjects, he was currently limited to using mice. For now, his experiments remained in the cell culture phase. As a result, the research projects assigned to him by the system had not seen any significant breakthroughs. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door pulled Orochimaru from his thoughts. He frowned but rose to open it. After all, this was Konoha. There weren't any enemies bold enough to approach him here. However, he was still somewhat curious about who would come looking for him at such an hour. When he opened the door, an ANBU stood there, clad in their usual mask and armor. Based on his physique and height, Orochimaru didn't recognize him. "Orochimaru, someone wishes to meet with you," the ANBU said curtly, getting straight to the point. Upon hearing such a direct request, Orochimaru's first thought was of Danzo. But then he reconsidered. Danzo had only recently established the Root organization, and his position wasn't stable enough yet. Orochimaru hadn't even revealed any of his scientific research to him, so it was unlikely that Danzo would reach out at this stage. "Who wants to see me?" Orochimaru asked, a bit wary. The ANBU hesitated for a moment before replying, "Apologies, but I cannot reveal that information. You will know once you arrive." Orochimaru was taken aback. Someone had the authority to summon ANBU but couldn't reveal their identity? Was there another powerful figure in Konoha besides the third Hokage and Danzo? "Very well," Orochimaru said calmly. "Lead the way." Despite his curiosity, Orochimaru didn't feel threatened. In Konoha, no one would dare make a move against him. His value to the village was too high. Even the slightest disturbance involving him could trigger a cascade of consequences. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained on guard as he followed the ANBU through the village. They eventually arrived at a secluded mansion, not far from one of Konoha's secret research facilities, though it was noticeably smaller in scale. As they approached, Orochimaru quietly muttered to himself, "6 guards? What was that?" The ANBU, not quite hearing him, glanced back in confusion. "It's nothing," Orochimaru replied, masking his surprise. Though the mansion seemed ordinary on the surface, Orochimaru had detected 6 hidden ANBU stationed around the perimeter. Whoever lived here was clearly someone important. Orochimaru squinted, focusing his perception ability on the person inside the mansion. He immediately sensed a vast amount of chakra. Could it be her? Orochimaru wondered, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Curiosity piqued, he followed the ANBU further inside, his mind racing with possibilities. Chapter 49, 1145 words. Orochimaru's perception ability was something he had only recently begun to study, using the unique characteristics of snakes to detect chakra in his surroundings. Though the range wasn't as extensive as the chakra perception of the canon Orochimaru, the accuracy was still quite remarkable for someone at his level. As such, he was able to sense the figures inside the hut and quickly piece together who they might be. Sure enough, the ANBU opened the door. A middle-aged woman in a white kimono, her hair styled in a double bun, appeared before Orochimaru. Despite being referred to as middle-aged, her appearance was more weathered, with the unmistakable signs of countless years etched into her face. The ANBU, without a word, gestured for Orochimaru to enter. He complied, stepping into the room. The ANBU then silently retreated and closed the door, leaving the two alone. As Orochimaru took in the sight before him, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. The emblem of the Senju clan embroidered on the woman's robe, paired with her vibrant red hair, made her identity unmistakable. "You wanted to see me?" Orochimaru asked, though he already knew the answer. "Yes," the woman replied calmly. "And you are?" Orochimaru feigned uncertainty, though he had already figured out who she was. "Uzumaki Mito," she said, her voice soft but firm. The name Uzumaki Mito carried a weight far beyond its mere 4 syllables. As soon as it was uttered, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would have to show respect. It was no wonder she wielded such influence and had so many ANBU watching over her. Uzumaki Mito, the current Ninetales Jinchuriki, the wife of Senju Hashirama, the god of Shinobi, and the true matriarch of the Senju clan. Any one of these titles alone would be enough to shake the shinobi world. Orochimaru was genuinely surprised to be in her presence, but he didn't let that show. Adhering to proper decorum, he adjusted his robes and gave a slight bow. "It is an honor to meet you, Mito-sama. Please forgive my rudeness," he said, his tone respectful. "Ah, such a polite young man," Mito remarked, her demeanor warm and gentle. There was something about her unnatural affinity that made her presence feel soothing, like a spring breeze. It was an inherent quality that some people simply possessed. "Please, have a seat," she said, motioning to the chair beside her with a kind smile. Orochimaru nodded and took a seat, his mind already whirling with possibilities about why she had called him here. Though she had lived in Konoha for a long time, someone of her stature rarely made direct contact with others. Why him, of all people? Could it be that she was here on behalf of Tsunade? After all, beyond being the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito was also Tsunade's grandmother. If she had sought him out for matters concerning Tsunade, it would make some sense. However, if the issue was related to Tsunade, surely Mito wouldn't need to intervene directly, right? Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, Mito spoke again, interrupting his mental speculations. "I've heard that you were the one who developed that powerful recovery potion," she said, her voice gentle but inquisitive. Orochimaru snapped out of his reverie and nodded. "Yes, Mito-sama, I was involved in its development." Mito chuckled lightly. "You don't have to be so formal. You're Tsunade's classmate, aren't you? You may call me Grandma Mito, just as she does." Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, internally conflicted. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced the concept of having a grandmother. It felt strange, almost unnatural, to be asked to address someone this way. But after a moment's pause, he relented. "Yes. Grandma Mito," Orochimaru finally managed, though the words felt foreign on his tongue. Mito smiled warmly. "Orochimaru, you're a remarkable young man. Despite not coming from a great clan or having any significant family backing, you've become Hiruzen's disciple entirely on your own merits. I have high hopes for your future." Orochimaru remained silent, sensing that this conversation was about to delve into deeper waters. Sure enough, Mito paused briefly before continuing. "Tsunade speaks highly of you, you know. She often mentions your talent and strength. After meeting you today, I can see that you're even more impressive than the rumors suggest." Her words hung in the air for a moment before she added, "I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here, aren't you?" "To be honest, yes," Orochimaru replied. "I am curious." Mito smiled softly, her demeanor still calm. "That's understandable. Anyone would be curious if they were summoned like this without explanation. But don't worry, it's nothing too serious. As I get older, I tend to ramble a bit, so I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Orochimaru said, though he remained on guard. Mito's expression grew thoughtful. I brought you here today for one reason, really. I wanted to hear your thoughts on the future. My thoughts on the future? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. What exactly do you mean? I'm asking about your ideals, your dreams, Mito clarified, her tone slow and deliberate. She straightened her robe slightly as she spoke, keeping her gaze fixed on Orochimaru. My dreams? Orochimaru repeated, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I wonder if bringing peace to the shinobi world counts. Peace in the shinobi world? Mito raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by his response. But she didn't dismiss the notion. That's quite a lofty dream. And how do you plan to achieve that? Orochimaru remained composed, though internally he was treading carefully. I haven't fully figured that out yet, he lied, his voice smooth. But I intend to work toward that goal, step by step. In truth, Orochimaru was wary of why Uzumaki Mito had asked him such a question. He felt an instinctive need to be cautious in his responses. Deep down, though, he already had a plan. The unified theory he had mentioned to Tsunade wasn't just idle talk. As a reincarnator who had experienced a world without war, Orochimaru had little patience for the constant fighting that plagued the shinobi world. Endless battles, life constantly hanging in the balance. What was the point of such a world? To him, the fleeting satisfaction of victory in combat could never compare to the peace and pleasures of a stable, unified world. In a time of peace, a person with strength or wealth could live a life full of meaning and color. But this world was different. This world was one of war. Orochimaru knew he couldn't change that, not yet, at least. The only option was to become stronger, powerful enough to shape the world according to his desires. And unifying the shinobi world was one of the few ambitions that truly drove him. Chapter 50. 1,233 words. Through sheer force and deterrence, Orochimaru believed that all nations could be compelled to compromise, creating an era of peace and prosperity. While this idea might sound far-fetched to some, it was a genuine belief for Orochimaru. He saw it as not just a possibility but a future he could bring into reality. And, as he thought about it more, he realized there were 3 others in the original timeline who shared a similar vision. The first was Danzo. His goal had been the same, to bring order to the chaotic ninja world. However, his strength was insufficient to support his ambition. He hadn't even had the chance to start a concrete plan, let alone achieve success or failure. The second was Nagato, also known as Pain. Nagato aimed to capture the tailed beasts and use them to create the ultimate weapon, the Ten Tails, in order to intimidate the 5 great nations into submission. He had almost succeeded in his endeavor. Yet, in the end, his strength was still lacking, and he was defeated partly due to the protagonist's overwhelming influence and the infamous Talk no Jutsu. The third was Kaguya. She not only thought along these lines but also acted on them, successfully achieving her goal. Kaguya had subdued the entire world under her rule, and if not for the betrayal by her own children when she attempted to use humanity to cultivate the God Tree, the ninja world would still be under her dominion. War would never have broken out. In his past life, Orochimaru had been an ordinary person on Earth, powerless to change his situation. He lived a life of mediocrity, often at the mercy of others, without the means to pursue grand ambitions. But now, things were different. Now, he was Orochimaru, armed with both a system and talent. His circumstances had changed dramatically, and with them, his aspirations had grown exponentially. Of course, these ambitions were far off in the future. For now, they were plans he kept close to his chest, revealing them to no one, not even to Uzumaki Mito. When he had briefly mentioned his vision of unifying the world to Tsunade, it had been more of a whim than a true disclosure. Mito, meanwhile, listened to Orochimaru's words with a gentle smile and nodded approvingly. Talented, hard-working, and with a clear sense of direction. You're a good child. She chuckled softly. That girl, Tsunade, was right about you. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of Tsunade. Tsunade said something about me? He thought to himself. It seemed the butterfly effect was already starting to unfold. In the original timeline, Tsunade had a favorable opinion of him, but they were not close to the extent where she would speak of him to her family. But now... Mito's gaze softened as she looked at Orochimaru, clearly becoming more and more satisfied with him. She continued their conversation for another 10 minutes, asking about his studies and ambitions, before eventually excusing him, noting that it was late and further discussion could wait for another time. As Orochimaru left, Mito watched him go and nodded slightly. With talent, courage, and determination, Orochimaru, you will become a great ninja one day, she murmured to herself, though unbeknownst to her, she was misjudging the extent of his ambitions. Under the pale moonlight, Orochimaru's mind raced with thoughts about the encounter. It said that Mito can sense the good and evil within people, just like in the canon. If that's the case, she should also be able to sense lies. He paused in his steps, thinking back to the scene. However, Mito hadn't seemed to use her abilities at that time. After all, in order to perceive good and evil, she would need to enter the Nine Tails mode, and detecting lies would require intense focus and concentration. Neither of those signs had been present during their conversation. It seems she didn't expect that a boy, not even 10 years old, would have the audacity to lie to her, Orochimaru mused, a small, confident smirk playing at the corners of his lips. In his mind, the abilities of a ninja could broadly be divided into 3 categories: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. But when it came to true strength, taijutsu was limited to techniques like the 8 gates formation. Most other physical skills were hardly worth mentioning. The real power came from mystical techniques, forbidden jutsu, and the abilities derived from bloodline limits. Strength, speed, and the power of ninjutsu. After returning home, Orochimaru lay on his bed, his thoughts spinning rapidly. While the meeting with Mito had been unexpected, it didn't impact his current plans much. What mattered now was increasing his strength. Though he wasn't weak by any means, he knew that his current abilities were still far from enough. I'm half a scientist after all, Orochimaru thought to himself. I can't solely focus on physical strength. The path of raw power or the 8 gates formation isn't suitable for me. Speed, however, was another matter. What are the fastest techniques? He pondered. The Flying Thunder God technique? The 8 gates? Or perhaps the lightning release armor used by the ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village? The lightning release armor, much like the 8 gates, required immense physical strength to support it, so that was out of the question. That left the space-time technique, the Flying Thunder God. Yes, that would be a good option. A space-time jump, teleportation, it's a miraculous technique for both offense and escape. Orochimaru thought back to the Third Great Ninja War, where the 4th Hokage had used the Flying Thunder God technique to earn his legendary reputation. However, in the original timeline, Orochimaru had studied this technique and ultimately decided against learning it. The reason for that decision had never been fully clear, even to him. Could I learn it, though? The bigger issue was that the Flying Thunder God technique, along with many other forbidden jutsu, was locked away in the Scroll of Seals, a record of forbidden techniques passed down in Konoha. The version contained in the scroll was still incomplete. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. It seems that in addition to the Flying Thunder God technique, the Scroll of Seals also contains the foundation for the Impure World Reincarnation technique that I need, doesn't it? Though the techniques in the scroll were imperfect, they would provide more than enough material for him to study and refine on his own. The real challenge, of course, was that with the 2nd Hokage dead, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, would never allow Orochimaru access to the scroll. Forbidden techniques were strictly guarded. So, how do I go about this? Orochimaru mused, deep in thought. After a moment, he had the answer. Danzo. If the original Orochimaru had managed to gain access to these forbidden techniques by working with Danzo, then there was no reason he couldn't follow the same path. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. All I have to do is manipulate Danzo into trusting me. Once I've gained his confidence, I can easily get my hands on the scroll of seals. Not only that, but once he'd gained access to the scroll, he could also obtain the cells of the first Hokage for his experiments. With a satisfied smile, Orochimaru nodded to himself, already planning his next steps. Chapter 51. Early the next morning, Orochimaru, fully equipped and prepared, made his way to the Hokage's office. As the newly appointed leader of his team, he was now responsible for taking on missions on behalf of his squad. Being disciples of Hiruzen, the three of them Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had a lot of leeway when it came to missions. Their missions weren't mandatory. Orochimaru and his team would first be asked if they were available. If they wanted to take the mission, they could. If not, there was no pressure. In essence, their participation in missions was dependent on their own mood and availability. The reasons were clear. First, they were the Hokage's disciples, so naturally, they were given preferential treatment. But secondly, and more importantly, Orochimaru wasn't just any ninja, he was also one of the key researchers in Konoha's scientific development efforts. Konoha had many skilled ninja, but not many could contribute to scientific research like Orochimaru. So, the village gave him freedom in mission choices to allow him to focus on more important projects. Because of this, Jiraiya and Tsunade also benefited from this leniency, following Orochimaru's lead in choosing tasks. When Orochimaru entered the office, Hiruzen looked a bit surprised to see him. "You've just been appointed captain, and already you're eager to get started on missions?" Sarutobi asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm tired of staying in the village and want to go out for a bit," Orochimaru replied casually. Although Orochimaru had a clear training plan, progress was slow. He knew that he was still too young to fully execute his long-term goals. If he wanted to win Danzo's trust and delve deeper into more controversial experiments, he needed to first master advanced techniques like cell transplantation. However, his research on cultivating cells was still in the early stages, and it would take time before any real progress was made. In the meantime, Orochimaru figured it would be good to familiarize himself with the world outside Konoha. Hearing this, Hiruzen chuckled softly. "It's true. What you need most now is real-world training. So, what kind of mission would you like to take on?" See? This was the treatment a Hokage's disciple received. Not only could they choose their missions, they were even asked what type of mission they preferred. "The mission level should be as high as possible," Orochimaru said in a calm tone. Although the three of them were still officially genin, their strength had far surpassed that rank. While they weren't yet ready for S-rank missions, B-rank missions were well within their capabilities. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. He knew his three students were progressing quickly, and giving them more advanced missions was the logical next step. However, as their teacher, he still had to consider their safety. After some deliberation, Hiruzen selected a relatively safe yet challenging B-rank mission escorting a caravan to the land of rice fields. The journey might involve some danger, but the enemies they'd encounter were unlikely to exceed Chunin level. This mission would give them some real-world experience without posing excessive risk. Orochimaru accepted the mission scroll, but before he could leave, the door burst open, and Jiraiya came charging in. "Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Did you get an S-rank mission?" "Did you?" Jiraiya shouted excitedly, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Behind him, Tsunade followed, her face covered with exasperated black lines. Tsunade sighed and shook her head, pointing at Jiraiya as she spoke. "I told him no, but he insisted on coming anyway. Now he's convinced we're about to take on an S-rank mission." "S-rank? Ha ha ha." Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh. "Jiraiya, genin aren't allowed to accept S-rank missions." "Seriously?" Jiraiya groaned in frustration. "All these missions lately have been so boring. Can't we take on something more exciting?" Despite being repeatedly knocked down in both training and life, Jiraiya's enthusiasm never seemed to wane. He was always ready for the next challenge. Orochimaru raised the mission scroll in his hand and said, "There's no S-rank mission, but we did get a B-rank mission. Let's go." B-rank? Jiraiya froze for a moment, then broke out into a wide grin. That's awesome. B-rank missions are usually reserved for Chunin. We're finally getting some real action. For a genin to be assigned a B-rank mission without a Jonin guide was rare. This alone proved that the third Hokage recognized the strength and potential of his students. Of course, it also helped that they were Hokage's disciples. Ignoring Jiraiya's excited babbling, Orochimaru turned on his heel and headed for the door, clutching the mission scroll. Their mission was simple: head south of Konoha, where a caravan awaited their escort to the land of rice fields. As they left the Hokage's office and passed by the training grounds, Jiraiya suddenly stopped and pointed, shouting, "Orochimaru! Tsunade! Look over there!" Curious, Orochimaru and Tsunade followed Jiraiya's gaze to see a group of boys, about their age, sparring. But one of the boys stood out, a white-haired boy wielding a short sword. He was incredibly skilled, effortlessly holding his ground against 3 opponents at once. "That guy, he's really strong," Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Tsunade was a fierce fighter herself, and aside from Orochimaru, she had rarely encountered an opponent who could match her strength. But this boy was something else entirely. He was fighting 3-on-1, and from the looks of it, he wasn't even breaking a sweat. She glanced sideways at Orochimaru, wondering if even he could handle 3 opponents with such ease. "Hatake Tsukumo," Orochimaru murmured, narrowing his eyes as he watched the boy. "I almost forgot about him." Chapter 52, 1039 words. The father of Kakashi Hatake, the famous white fang of Konoha, stood among his peers, wielding his short sword with incredible precision. Even at this young age, Hatake Tsukumo was showing signs of the immense power and skill that would one day earn him a place alongside the Sannin in terms of strength and reputation. Tsukumo, being 1 year older than the Sannin, was already demonstrating the abilities that would soon make him a household name. As he sparred with 3 others, he moved with such speed that he hardly gave his opponents any time to react, let alone form hand seals. What incredible speed! This guy might even be on par with Orochimaru, Jiraiya muttered to himself as he watched, clearly impressed. The technique Tsukumo was using was an advanced body flicker technique, one of the highest forms of taijutsu that allowed for near-instantaneous movement. There were many variations of teleportation techniques, ranging from Flying Thunder God, the fastest spacetime technique, to basic body flicker techniques, to those that used elemental chakra to achieve high-speed movement. Right now, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hatake Tsukumo were all using a standard body flicker technique, which allowed them to burst forward at incredible speeds by focusing chakra into their legs. This type of movement wasn't continuous, as it required a large amount of chakra control, making it difficult to use repeatedly. However, when executed correctly, it was devastating in close-range combat, as the ninja appeared to vanish and reappear in an instant. Most ninja could perform some variation of the body flicker, but the speed and precision of the technique varied greatly depending on the user's chakra control and physical condition. As a rule of thumb, jonin were naturally faster than genin, due to their superior chakra control and experience. Orochimaru, having enhanced his body through his genetic enhancement and the awakening of the Sharingan, had become as fast as a jonin, despite being a genin by rank. What surprised him was that Hatake Tsukumo, without any apparent modifications or enhancements, was already using the body flicker technique at a level comparable to his own. This guy is really strong. But Orochimaru said under his breath. However, he trailed off, leaving his next thought unsaid. Jiraiya, sensing Orochimaru's hesitation, chimed in, "But what? Are you jealous? Do you want to go up there and fight him? Go ahead. I, Jiraiya-sama, will be cheering you on." Orochimaru shook his head. "I'm not that bored. We have a mission to focus on." Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru turned and began walking away, leaving both Jiraiya and Tsunade behind. Jiraiya, bewildered, shouted after him, "Hey! Don't just leave like that. As he watched Orochimaru leave without engaging Tsukumo, Jiraiya was left utterly confused. In his mind, geniuses like Orochimaru should naturally want to challenge other geniuses. Where was the competitive spirit? Where was the legendary ninja pride? Why doesn't Orochimaru play by the usual rules? Jiraiya thought, frustration creeping in. Geniuses are supposed to be itching for a fight with each other, right? As all these questions swirled in Jiraiya's head, Tsunade stood silently beside him, observing Orochimaru as he walked away. It wasn't clear what was going through her mind, but she seemed to be deep in thought. Later, the team arrived at a small courtyard in the south of Konoha village, where they met their client, a large, round man named Bak, a wealthy merchant known for traveling the world and doing business in many countries. This time, he had come to Konoha to sell rare medicinal herbs he had acquired from the Land of Waves, and he needed a team of ninja to escort him safely to the Land of Rice Fields. As soon as Bak saw Orochimaru and his team, however, his face twisted in anger. What's going on here? Bak shouted, glaring at the Konoha ninja who had brought the genin team to him. I came here to hire ninja, and I'm willing to pay a good price. And yet, you send me these 3 brats to protect me? The Konoha ninja bowed apologetically. I'm very sorry, but the village carefully selects the teams for each mission. The fact that these 3 were sent means that they are more than capable of handling the task. Capable? Bak roared, his face red with frustration. They're children. I could take on 3 of them myself. Stop joking around and send me real ninja. This is a B-rank mission, there should be at least 1 chunin in the group. Bak crossed his arms, waiting for an explanation, while Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade stood quietly to the side. Though his complaints were understandable, it was obvious he was underestimating the 3 young ninja. I understand your concerns, the Konoha ninja continued. But these 3 are not ordinary genin. They are the personal disciples of the 3rd Hokage, and their abilities are far beyond what their rank might suggest. Hokage's disciples? Bak asked, his skepticism giving way to curiosity. Of course. Tsunade said confidently, stepping forward. We're more than qualified to handle this mission. Trust me, chunin would be no match for us. Bak squinted, still unsure, but clearly more interested now. You're really the Hokage students? Absolutely, Jiraiya chimed in with his usual bravado. With us on the job, not only will we complete this B-rank mission, we could handle an S-rank mission if needed. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, clearly uninterested in engaging in his friend's antics. He could understand Bak's hesitation. To the untrained eye, they were just kids, and the world outside the village was full of dangerous, experienced enemies. However, their training had more than prepared them for the task at hand. Still, Bak wasn't convinced so easily. I've heard a lot of promises from ninjas before, but when push comes to shove, it's my life that's on the line. Orochimaru, sensing that Bak needed further reassurance, spoke up. You're concerned about wandering ninjas, right? We've dealt with them before. You'll be safe under our protection. The merchant still looked conflicted, but he knew the reputation of the Hokage's disciples. With a reluctant sigh, he nodded. All right. But if anything goes wrong, I'm holding your village responsible. Chapter 53, Chapter 53. 1069 words. Bak led Orochimaru and the team to a small town just outside Konoha village, where the caravan of goods was waiting. There were 4 or 5 large carts loaded with various goods, and accompanying them were several hired hands and 5 or 6 warriors tasked with guarding the goods. These warriors were Bak's personal guards, responsible for his safety during his travels. Orochimaru quickly assessed the situation and could tell that the warriors weren't anything special. They were ordinary samurai, clearly lacking the ability to wield chakra. In this world, there were 2 types of samurai, those who could use chakra and those who couldn't. A samurai capable of using chakra was exponentially stronger than one who couldn't, and these men in front of him were definitely the latter. Facing such a low-level challenge, Orochimaru had no interest in involving himself. It was far beneath him. However, Jiraiya was a different story. His excitement was palpable, and the prospect of showing off his strength seemed to energize him. With Bak watching in surprise, Jiraiya single-handedly took on all 6 warriors. His sheer enthusiasm and reckless bravado were enough to carry him through the skirmish. In no time, the guards were lying on the ground, defeated and humiliated, while Jiraiya stood over them with a proud grin plastered across his face. "How was that, huh? Didn't I tell you, uncle? I wasn't exaggerating." Jiraiya boasted, arms crossed, his chest puffed out in pride. It was clear he was reveling in the moment. Bak, who had been skeptical of the young ninja earlier, nodded rapidly, his doubt turning to astonishment. "Incredible. I never would have believed it. Such power at such a young age. Truly deserving of being Hokage's disciples." Bak's amazement only grew as he looked at his defeated guards, who had been beaten so decisively. Now, with his fears eased, he fully accepted that the mission was in good hands. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was basking in the praise, completely oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru remained unimpressed. Orochimaru had already shifted his attention to the mission scroll, checking their destination, the land of rice fields. The land of rice fields was a place that held special significance in Orochimaru's mind. In the original timeline, it was the very place where he would eventually establish the Sound Village, his personal stronghold after defecting from Konoha. Reflecting on his past life, Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder how his fate would unfold now that everything had changed. In the original story, he had gone down a dark path, leading him to join and then betray the Akatsuki, ultimately forming his own village of rogue ninja. But now, with his current knowledge and new circumstances, he wasn't sure what the future held. Still, Orochimaru wasn't one to dwell on what-ifs. There would be time to decide his fate later. For now, the only thing that mattered was the task at hand. With Bak now fully on board, the team finally set off toward the land of rice fields. Traveling from Konoha village to their destination would take about 3 days if they were moving at full ninja speed. However, given the presence of the caravan and ordinary civilians in the group, the journey would take twice as long, around 10 days to 2 weeks. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, the village was buzzing with excitement over a new development. Rumors had started to spread among the villagers and ninja alike. "Hey, have you heard the news?" one shinobi asked another as they walked through the streets of Konoha. "Heard what?" his friend replied. "They say the village has developed a new type of recovery potion." "Recovery potion? You mean like the blood-increasing pills?" No, it's something completely different." "Then, is it for restoring chakra?" "Chakra pills, maybe?" "No, it's not for chakra. It's for healing injuries and fast, too." "Healing injuries? Come on, that sounds too good to be true," his friend said skeptically. "I'm telling you, it's the real deal. Word is, it heals wounds in under 3 minutes. As long as you're not injured in the brain or heart, you'll recover almost instantly." 3 minutes? That's impossible. You're messing with me. I swear, it's true. You'll see in a couple of days when they make the official announcement. As these conversations took place in the streets, many villagers remained skeptical. The idea of a potion that could heal severe wounds in just a few minutes sounded like an exaggeration too good to be real. But while the rumor spread, most people didn't fully believe it until the village authorities themselves made an official announcement 5 days later. When the announcement finally came, it sent shockwaves throughout Konoha. From the highest ranks of the ninja to the lowest, the news spread like wildfire. The village has developed a new type of recovery potion capable of quickly healing severe injuries. If needed, you can purchase it at Konoha Hospital. Each team captain received the same orders and passed them down to their respective teams. As soon as the announcement was made, Konoha erupted into excitement. "No way. Is this for real?" one ninja asked, wide-eyed. "It's unbelievable. I have to get my hands on one of those potions." "I'm going too. I don't care what it costs." "What? 60,000 ryo per dose? That's outrageous." Outrageous or not, I'm buying it. A potion that can heal in minutes is worth every penny. Despite the steep price of 60,000 Ryo per dose, demand for the new recovery potion was through the roof. In a world where missions were life and death matters, having access to a potion that could quickly heal life-threatening injuries was nothing short of revolutionary. For many ninja, the cost didn't matter. Being able to recover from serious wounds in the middle of battle was a game-changer. In just a few days, Konoha went from skepticism to outright frenzy. The new recovery potion was the talk of the village, and every ninja in Konoha was scrambling to get their hands on it. This breakthrough wasn't just a victory for Konoha's medical researchers, it was a monumental leap in the village's military capabilities. Having this potion available on the battlefield would give Konoha's shinobi a massive edge in future conflicts. The entire village was brimming with excitement, and the effects of this development would soon ripple across the entire ninja world. Chapter 54, 1306 words. Once you're in that critical state during a battle, death is almost certain. But with this new recovery potion, combined with the blood-increasing pills, the tides of battle could shift dramatically. As long as you're not fatally wounded, and can buy a few precious minutes, the combination of both can essentially bring you back to full strength. In a way, it's as if this potion gives you half an extra life. So, even if it costs 60,000 Ryo, or even 600,000 Ryo, it would be worth saving up for a spare dose. After all, when your life is on the line, no price is too high for a chance to stay alive. Of course, most of the ninja in Konoha have undergone psychological training and are loyal to the village. They trust that the village wouldn't deceive them about the potion's effectiveness. Still, there were some skeptics. The claims about the potion's speed and power seemed almost too good to be true, and while some were eager to believe, others took a more cautious, neutral stance, neither buying it immediately nor outright dismissing the rumors. However, their doubts wouldn't last for long. At Konoha Hospital, there were plenty of injured ninja who served as perfect test cases for the new potion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the potion was administered in front of a large audience. The results were nothing short of astonishing. Within 3 minutes, the potion began to take effect. Wounds started closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it couldn't regenerate severed limbs, ordinary injuries and trauma healed rapidly. Once the price of the potion was revealed, 50,000 Ryo to make, but sold for only 60,000 Ryo. Ninja flocked to the hospital in droves, eager to get their hands on it. A long line quickly formed outside the hospital, filled with eager shinobi waiting to purchase a dose. Harano and his team of researchers worked around the clock, preparing the first batch of recovery potions. After 5 days and nights of tireless work, the first batch was completed. However, it was far smaller than expected, only 50 doses. Despite the limited supply, every vial was sold out almost immediately. Unbelievable, one of the shinobi exclaimed, looking at the results. Ha ha ha, Harano-sensei, you've really outdone yourself, another ninja praised. Harano, though flattered, felt a bit uncomfortable with the praise. In truth, he wasn't the one who deserved the credit. Orochimaru was the true mastermind behind the development of the potion. But Hiruzen had decreed that Orochimaru's role in the village's scientific advancements was to remain a closely guarded secret. The village wasn't ready to reveal Orochimaru's work to the public, so only a few select individuals like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and a handful of high-ranking shinobi knew the truth. Those who knew had signed confidentiality agreements and were sworn to silence. For now, Harano had to bear the weight of the credit and the attention that came with it. After fending off the wave of compliments, Harano left the hospital and made his way to the Hokage's office to deliver a report. Hiruzen sat at his desk, listening carefully as Harano presented the findings. And that's the situation, Hokage-sama, Harano concluded. Based on the amount of medicinal herbs we've acquired, the maximum number of recovery potions we can produce is about 500. Any more than that, and we'll run out of rare ingredients. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. 500. It's a good start, but it's not enough. Take your time with the next batch. You've done well, Harano. Go get some rest. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Harano said, bowing as he left the room. As soon as Harano left, Hiruzen summoned the other high-ranking officials of Konoha, including Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, and Danzo Shimura. When they heard the report, both Hamura and Koharu were full of praise. This is a tremendous scientific achievement, Hamura said, eyes gleaming. Orochimaru really is a genius, Koharu added. This potion will be like carrying a medical ninja with you into battle. It'll drastically reduce casualties for our shinobi. Indeed, Danzo said coolly. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. While the potion is effective, it still has its limits. If the injuries are too severe or too numerous, one dose may not be enough. They've tested that already, Koharu replied. If someone takes 2 doses, it should be enough to heal even the most serious wounds. Danzo narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment. Even he couldn't find any flaws in the recovery potion's design, and that was a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, Orochimaru was unaware of the potion's sudden popularity in the village. His team had finally reached the border of the land of rice fields, and they were taking a brief rest before crossing into the small country. While Jiraiya chatted away with the merchant Bak, Orochimaru sat by himself on a large rock, lost in thought. The land of rice fields bordered the land of fire to the north and was a small, neutral country wedged between the larger nations. With no ninja village of its own, the land of rice fields had always been a victim of the conflicts between the great powers, often caught in the crossfire. Orochimaru knew this all too well. During Konoha's wars with Kumo, the land of rice fields had suffered greatly. As Orochimaru reflected on the country's fate, an idea began to form in his mind. Regardless of whether his future played out as it had in the original timeline, he knew one thing for certain: if he wanted to achieve true power, he would need to build his own force. In the original series, Orochimaru had formed the Sound Village, gathering an elite group of subordinates like Kabuto, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Guren. Each one of them was powerful in their own right. Orochimaru realized that if he didn't start building his own team, he would end up doing everything himself. That would be no different from living as a mediocre ninja. Even Danzo knew the importance of gathering a loyal team before trying to accomplish anything significant. There was no reason for Orochimaru to be any different. As he thought about this, Orochimaru's expression grew serious. It's time to start preparing for the future, he muttered to himself. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Orochimaru, what are you thinking about? Tsunade asked, walking over to him. She had noticed him sitting off to the side, deep in thought. Orochimaru glanced at her, his mind still partially on his plans. Nothing much, he replied. Tsunade gave him a suspicious look. Really? You've seemed distracted this whole trip. Is it because of what Grandma Mito told you? Not at all, Orochimaru answered, pausing as something clicked in his mind. Wait, how do you know your grandmother came to see me? Tsunade's eyes widened slightly as she realized she'd said too much. She bit her lip, quickly trying to cover up her slip. Well, because she told me she was going to talk to you. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. He had already guessed as much. Tsunade, relieved that Orochimaru didn't pry, smiled awkwardly and decided to change the subject. Hee, speaking of which, what do you think about me being your girlfriend? She asked suddenly, trying to be playful but also somewhat serious. Orochimaru blinked, taken aback by the question. What? Tsunade's face turned slightly pink, but she maintained her composure, waiting for his response. For a moment, Orochimaru didn't know what to say. It seemed like Tsunade was half joking, but he also knew her well enough to realize she might not be entirely kidding. He couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Tsunade was many things, but subtle was not one of them. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. 1023 words. Looking at Tsunade's cute yet serious expression, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel amused and somewhat infected by her earnestness. It was hard to take her seriously, yet her straightforwardness was strangely endearing. Didn't I tell you? Wait until you've grown up, Orochimaru replied with a small smile, hoping that would end the conversation. But, I want to be your girlfriend now. Tsunade pouted, clearly not satisfied with his response. Orochimaru sighed. Do you even know what it means to be a girlfriend? Tsunade's face lit up with determination, but then she stopped, and a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as she leaned closer. Of course I do, but wait a minute. Hey! You're not like that big pervert Jiraiya, are you? Don't tell me you're rejecting me because you don't like my flat chest. Orochimaru blinked in surprise. Even though he had grown used to Tsunade's blunt nature, her comment caught him off guard. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. It was one thing to be straightforward, but this was a bit much. He glanced at her. She was still a child, almost 10 years old, with no signs of the physical development that would one day make her famous. Compared to other girls her age, she was indeed a bit behind. But Orochimaru, who knew the future, also knew that Tsunade's appearance would change drastically as she matured. In time, no one would dare to criticize her or even compete with her in this regard. You're thinking too much, Orochimaru replied dryly, attempting to steer the conversation back to normalcy. Tsunade's expression immediately brightened. I knew you weren't as shallow as Jiraiya. So, it's settled then, right? Without waiting for him to respond, she happily took his arm, as if they had just sealed some grand agreement. Orochimaru could clearly feel the strength she exerted, even in this small gesture. She was stronger than any 10-year-old girl had a right to be. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions, amusement, guilt, and a strange sense of contentment. Here was Tsunade, who had so casually confessed her feelings, without hesitation or fear of rejection. Tsunade had always been direct, even as a child. Orochimaru could tell that much hadn't changed in the future. Although she was still young, her boldness took him off guard. He didn't give her a straight answer, but he also didn't push her away. In the distance, Jiraiya watched the entire exchange unfold. His eyes burned with resentment, and his heart sank deeper with every second that Tsunade clung to Orochimaru. Cursing Orochimaru under his breath, he couldn't help but feel that his hopes of being with Tsunade were crumbling before his eyes. It's really unfair. Jiraiya muttered, supporting his chin with his hand. The scene before him was crushing. Tsunade, who had always been the object of his affection, had never shown the slightest interest in him, and now she was practically glued to Orochimaru's side. It felt like his entire motivation for training had been ripped away in an instant. What was the point of improving if he had no hope with her? From across the campfire, Bak, the merchant, noticed Jiraiya's gloomy expression. As someone with a bit more life experience, Bak immediately recognized the telltale signs of a love triangle. What's wrong, kid? Bak asked, leaning forward with a sly smile. You look like someone who just lost a fight, or maybe something even more important? Jiraiya snapped out of his daze, shaking his head. Nah. It's nothing, really. Just feeling a little off. Bak chuckled, clearly not fooled. Looks to me like your buddy over there is winning something you wanted. But come on, you can't give up so easily, can you? Jiraiya sighed, dejected. What's the point? I can never beat Orochimaru. I've tried, and I always lose. He rested his head in his hands. What am I supposed to do when I'm constantly coming in second to that guy? Jiraiya's despondency wasn't just because of Tsunade. It was the fact that Orochimaru had always been ahead of him, in strength, in talent, in every way that mattered. It was a tough pill to swallow. Bak raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. You can't beat him at all? Even with all your skills? He must be quite something. Yeah, he's something all right, Jiraiya mumbled bitterly. No matter how hard I train, no matter how much stronger I get, Orochimaru is always 2 steps ahead. It's exhausting. Bak gave Jiraiya a thoughtful look, then leaned in. Well, just because you haven't beaten him yet doesn't mean you won't be able to one day. You're a ninja, right? You're supposed to be persistent. Giving up after a few losses? Come on, kid, that's not the ninja way. Jiraiya stared at Bak, his eyes widening as the merchant's words began to sink in. Slowly, he nodded. You know what? You're right, uncle. Just because I haven't beaten him now doesn't mean I won't in the future. I'm a ninja. I can't give up that easily. Bak grinned, clearly satisfied that his words had had the desired effect. Exactly. That's the spirit. Keep at it. You'll get your chance. Thanks, uncle. You really helped me snap out of it. Jiraiya said with newfound energy, a grin spreading across his face. As Jiraiya continued to chat with Bak, Tsunade, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What's going on with Jiraiya? She asked, glancing at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, still somewhat amused by the earlier conversation, glanced over at Jiraiya. Who knows? Maybe he just needed some motivation. Tsunade rolled her eyes, looking down at her hand still wrapped around Orochimaru's arm. What does it have to do with him if I'm holding your arm? Besides, does he look unhappy to you? Orochimaru followed her gaze and noticed Jiraiya, who was now grinning and full of energy once more. Strange. Orochimaru muttered. Looks like he snapped out of it on his own. Tsunade shrugged, resting her head on Orochimaru's shoulder. Whatever. It's not like he ever had a chance anyway. Chapter 56, Chapter 56. 1154 words. I have to say, Jiraiya's willpower is really something else. Much like Naruto in the future, Jiraiya possesses a resilient and indomitable spirit. Even when he's down in the dumps, he always manages to bounce back, lifting himself up with his sheer determination. Maybe that's why so many people in the future end up admiring him. He's positive, optimistic, and full of a kind of energy that never fades. After resting for a bit, the group resumed their journey towards the land of rice fields. The mission went off without any real trouble. Aside from encountering a few small-time bandits and a group of wandering ninjas, there were no significant threats. When it came to the bandits, Orochimaru didn't even need to lift a finger. Jiraiya and Tsunade took care of everything swiftly. The only real confrontation worth mentioning was with the wandering ninja group, a team made up of 1 Chunin and 3 Genin. However, they were no match for the strength of Orochimaru's team. The battle was over before it even began. During that fight, Orochimaru noticed something strange about himself, a growing sense of ruthlessness. He had no desire to let his enemies live. The moment the Chunin engaged him, he killed the man in an instant. If it weren't for Tsunade and Jiraiya stopping him, the 3 Genin would have likely faced the same fate, without the chance to flee. Orochimaru didn't reflect on this too deeply. To him, it was the natural course of things. In this world, you either survived or you didn't, and his growing instinct to eliminate threats seemed logical, perhaps even necessary. The mission, a B rank, had a payout of 150,000 ryo. Despite its difficulty being on the higher side of B rank, the commission was the maximum amount for that rank. However, this mission had stretched out for a full 18 days, and when Orochimaru thought about it, making money as a ninja was no easy task. Ninjas, despite their immense power and the dangerous work they undertook, were still essentially highly paid mercenaries. The 150,000 ryo had to be split among the village, the team, and the individual members. After all the deductions, there wasn't much left. That said, the mission wasn't without its personal rewards. After completing their escort, Orochimaru took a couple of days to investigate the land of rice fields. He concluded that this small nation lacked any ninja villages and was sparsely populated. Even the daimyo's residence was unimpressive. It wasn't grand or opulent, just a bit more spacious than the average home. It wasn't hard to see why Orochimaru had chosen this place to establish his base in the original timeline. The daimyo of such a small country would be easily bribed, and without a powerful political structure or a significant population, it was the perfect place to establish a hidden village without drawing much attention. By the time Orochimaru and his team returned to Konoha, 18 days had passed. As they entered the village gates, they overheard 2 gatekeepers talking. The recovery power of this new potion is unreal. Did you hear about how Rukawa survived his mission thanks to it? Really? That's incredible. Yeah, I've got to say, it's been a game changer for a lot of missions. No kidding. I ordered one for myself after hearing all the hype. I wasn't sure it'd live up to it, but now I'm convinced. You didn't believe the rumors? You didn't see the demonstration by Harano at the hospital? No, I had something else going on that day. Ah, makes sense. As they continued walking, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, both turning their eyes to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this recovery potion you developed. It's really making waves, Tsunade remarked, impressed. But with something like this, won't that make medical ninjutsu obsolete? Tsunade's expression turned thoughtful, almost worried. When she first started studying medical ninjutsu, her goal had been to reduce the casualties of her comrades in battle, to save lives. But with Orochimaru's potion being so effective at healing wounds, what use would there be for her medical skills? Was her chosen path becoming pointless? Orochimaru, sensing her concern, responded calmly, "It's not quite like that. The potion is expensive, not everyone can afford it. And many of the ingredients are rare, so there's a limit to how much we can produce. Even if you have the money, it doesn't mean there will always be stock. But more importantly, the potion doesn't deal with poisons or complex injuries that require more than just healing." Poisons? Tsunade repeated, her tension easing. So it can't detoxify or deal with diseases? Orochimaru nodded. Exactly. Medical ninjas are still essential. You can treat a far wider variety of conditions than the potion can. And besides, there's always a need for personalized care. Tsunade's shoulders visibly relaxed, a smile crossing her face. Good. For a moment there, I thought my skills were becoming useless. She was right to be relieved. Medical ninjutsu, after all, went beyond just healing cuts and bruises. Medical ninjas were lifesavers in a wide array of scenarios, from curing diseases to handling life-threatening injuries and poisons. By the way, Orochimaru, since this potion is so rare, do you carry a spare? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. Orochimaru smirked, pulling out a scroll. Of course. With a puff of smoke, 2 bottles appeared in his hand. Here, one for each of you. Let's hope you won't need them. Hee, thanks. Tsunade said, not wasting any time taking one for herself. She figured there was no need to be modest after all. She was already considering herself Orochimaru's girlfriend, so there was nothing wrong with accepting a gift from him. Jiraiya, however, turned his head away, crossing his arms with a huff. Heh. Jiraiya-sama doesn't need such things. I'm strong enough without a potion. He stood there, expecting Orochimaru to tease him, maybe argue with him a little. But instead, there was silence. After a moment, Jiraiya turned around, confused. To his surprise, Orochimaru had already walked away, leaving him standing there. Wait. Orochimaru. Aren't you going to say something? Jiraiya called out, but Orochimaru didn't even look back. Tsunade, meanwhile, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha. Oh Jiraiya, why do you always do this to yourself? Take the potion already. Realizing he had missed his chance to impress anyone, Jiraiya sulked and glanced at the potions in Tsunade's hand. He finally figured it out. Orochimaru had given both potions to Tsunade without hesitation, leaving Jiraiya out in the cold. Well, he didn't even offer it to me directly. Jiraiya muttered, scratching his head in defeat. As he stared at Orochimaru walking further away, he realized that maybe Orochimaru wasn't so bad after all. Despite everything, his friend still looked out for him in his own way. Hey, Orochimaru, wait up. Jiraiya called out, running to catch up, potion in hand. Chapter 57, Chapter 57. 1058 words. Orochimaru took Tsunade and Jiraiya back to the Hokage's office to report on their mission. After collecting their commissions, the 3 of them parted ways and headed to their respective homes. Orochimaru, exhausted from the long mission, planned to rest as soon as he got back. He had just laid down, closing his eyes for a moment of peace, when Tsunade burst into his room, her excitement palpable. Before he could even ask what was going on, Tsunade, who proudly called herself his girlfriend, dragged him out of the house with a gleeful smile. Still confused, Orochimaru followed Tsunade, wondering what had gotten her so excited. It wasn't until they arrived at Konoha Hospital that he began to piece it together. In the hospital's intensive care unit, Orochimaru was introduced to a new scene. A woman with long, dark green hair lay peacefully on a hospital bed. Her features and the calm expression on her face reminded him of what an adult Tsunade might look like. By her side sat a man, also with dark green hair, wearing a gentle smile. These were Tsunade's parents, a couple Orochimaru vaguely remembered seeing at the second Hokage's funeral. Tsunade's father's hair color stood out. It didn't match the typical Senju black hair of Hashirama or Tobirama. Orochimaru couldn't quite tell how pure the man's Senju bloodline was, but he put the thought aside. Seeing Tsunade walk in holding Orochimaru's hand, her father gave a knowing smile, though there was a hint of helplessness behind it. Clearly, Tsunade had spoken about Orochimaru before, but her father wasn't one to intervene in such matters. Tsunade, aware of how direct Orochimaru could be, introduced him to her parents with a quick nod and then hurried him over to the corner of the room. "Orochimaru, come here." Tsunade called him excitedly. In the corner of the room, a small bed held a newborn baby. Orochimaru peered over, seeing a tiny figure wrapped in blankets, sleeping soundly. "Look, Orochimaru!" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This is my little brother. His name is Nawaki. He was born just a few days ago." Orochimaru's eyes softened as he looked at the baby. So, Nawaki, the younger